Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Let's see. We're going to mess around with the Beastmaster a little bit while we see if anybody else gets on today. So we'll see what happens. See if that bear catches up eventually. Begins to rain. That was weird. Rain lightened up the screen quite a bit. We still need to get 4 of the diseased pelts from somewhere over here. Alright, let's see. We have large bats. Yeah, let's get this bat. Oh, and we also got a skeleton. Wonderful. Of course we got a skeleton. Definitely want the cloth scraps. We're gonna get the bone chips for now too. I don't think we need any more of that royal jelly, really. We could use 2 more. Whatever. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll get a couple more of the royal jelly. But I don't think we really need any more. I think we've got... Let's see, we need another wrist. We need a back. We need a face mask. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Alright, I need to get in here to get these wolves, though. Maybe we can sneak around the backside. Sneak around over here. There's 2 wolves, 3 wolves, 4 wolves. Need to get some thrown weapons. We can get this too. Oh shoot, wait a minute. Let's do this down to here. Uh-oh. Cloth Gorget. I don't need that right now. I just need these dang wolves, man. But they're kind of hard to get to. There's all these skeletons running around. Oh shoot, I'm dying over here. Not paying attention to my health at all. Let's get this wolf. Get this wolf while we can. Come here, rabid wolf. Oh my gosh. Where is the stinking pelts? I need the pelts. Vacation was good, Arlen. Appreciate you asking. Yeah, it was good times. Just, you know, just hung out with the family and went to see a movie, stuff like that. Pretty basic, but fun, enjoyable. Am I not gaining health because of rabid? Because I'm a rabid. Nope, still gaining health. Oh, I need to get meat off of these too. Oh, I also need to get wood. There's wood down there. Black Wolf Pup. Well, I gotta get food for the old bear. Glad your family enjoyed it. Just tuned in. What class did you roll? This is a Beastmaster. I'm just kind of messing around with it, waiting to see if anybody else gets on today. Beastmaster right now is a very strong class. This guy's killing all my my wolves. Came down here, I was fighting stuff, and he comes down here and slaughters everything. Good morning, Jen. How are you? Yo. Ooh, fun. A tree? Okay. Oh, that sounds great. The more I watch this game, the more it's warming up. Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely want to get something there too. We always used to use hedges for that. It's like big, huge hedges. We got a rabid wolf down here. Have fun doing that. Outside stuff, man. I hate outdoor work. Oop. Gotta switch weapons off of that. This thing's gonna kick my butt. Run away! Wife I want to play when EA comes out. She's a longtime D&D player, but new to video games and rolling a tank. Probably SK or fighter. New friendly class you should play, cleric. Cleric's not too bad. Yeah, you could do that. Oh shoot! All right, this thing's rocking me. I got to get back to town. Ah. Let's get back to town, reset. Then I'll be able to read chat and stuff too. I'm trying to listen to a buddy of mine. He's in Discord right now. I'm just getting super distracted. Brain's not functioning yet today, you know? Just get up. But yeah, cleric is good. Druid is okay. You know, like, I mean, anything in this game can be newbie friendly. It just depends on, you know, like how much effort you want to put into it. Like the cleric is an easy class to play, but you kind of want to be a little bit more active on a cleric with some things. But yeah, druid, I would say, you know, like for your team, for a duo, I would go shaman or druid over a cleric, just because the cleric is not going to have as much. Oh, he's going to help me fight here? What the heck, dude? What the heck? Come on, guards. Somebody do something about this wolf. My goodness. Yeah, cleric is not going to have as much utility. The druid or shaman definitely have more utility, but they take a little bit more experimenting to understand and play properly. So, yeah. Yeah, I would definitely go with a healer. If you want to play a tank, I would definitely go healer, for sure. Let's see. Call companion, revive companion. Let's get this up. Beastmaster is a pretty freaking strong class right now. She likes shaman and cleric. Shaman is probably the best overall group healer at the moment. So I would definitely, I could highly recommend going shaman. I'm having issues with YouTube again today, where it's not showing up on my my OBS. Why does it do this sometimes? It's so annoying. Oh well. That's all right. Probably won't stream for a long time today. Hard to see what the kiddo wants to do. Well, let's get up here and get our rested bonus, which we don't have. Get our heals. Heal up some. Wife never played these games, so had to look into this. And of course, she made a female ogre shaman. Silly girl. I mean, you know, you can't really beat a female ogre shaman, right? I think I'm gonna get one of those wolves, the green wolves today. I'm gonna try to go do that. Well, we'll see. We'll see what time Gith gets on, if he gets on. Let's see, social, friends, add friend. Wait, what? I just removed everybody from my friends list instead of adding them to my friends list. There we go. Offline, online. There we go. Yeah, everybody's doing whatever they're doing this morning. Usually roll human knights vanilla. What? What? A human knight? Now, there's nothing wrong with the human knight. Humans in this game are actually very good because of the tenacity. Tenacity is a pretty good ability. LFG list. We have an elementalist. Let's see. No groups looking for more right now. If everyone thought like me and play humans all the time, the world would feel stale. I love how everyone enjoys other races. Yeah, I mean, humans are needed too. Humans are definitely needed too. Munchies and memories. Ah, don't go without me. Symbiote. Where's this guy going? What's he doing? I like that you can actually move around on the elevator at the moment. This is good. Okay, let's go this way. Yeah, this way. Over here. Well, yeah, let's go this way. Holy moly, this dude's got bukus of bees. Raiders? Carpet Store Roy? What's going on, man? How are you? I hope you're doing well. You know, just we're just over here playing on the Beastmaster a little bit while we're waiting for people to get on. Just hanging out over here on the old Beastmaster. Hopefully go do some stuff with, wait, is that the log? That's the log I need. Hopefully go do some stuff with, higher level characters here in a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know? We will see what happens. Thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate it. Long as you kill monsters and make memories, absolutely. That's what I'm always doing. All day, day. Wait, where did my bear go? Dang it, bear. Get over here, bear. Okay, what are we going to kill here? We got to kill these skeletons. I need to get these wolves. That's what I'm over here for. But I don't want to get too close to those guys either. We got to get this wolf. Come here, wolf. Rabid wolf. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come this way. Away from all those skeletons. Oh boy. More wolves are coming. Question for you. How much do throwing daggers hit for at 50 plus? Do they scale with strength? They do scale with strength. How much they hit for, I could not tell you. I don't want that stupid wolf up there. How am I supposed to loot that? Get over here. Don't die up there. I need your pelt. That's really annoying. Great. Why do wolves get to run up walls? Huh? And I don't. That seems very unfair. Well, whatever. I guess we're not getting that today. Rumor has it they have wall claws? What? Well, that's not right. I want some wall claws. Forgot it's been years, almost a week. What level is Criddle? I am, my main character is 57. 57, fighter. But since the fighter cannot solo, like literally, I actually almost died to a green mob yesterday. A green mob. Oop, we don't want that. Yeah, like people talk about how fighters are so strong and overpowered and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, guys, y'all haven't even played a fighter. You haven't even seen a fighter. But they do so much more damage. They can't solo for anything. Doesn't seem like they trigger double, but I've only tested my 18 rogue. My double is slow. I'm guessing. Yeah, it scales with strength. Oh shoot, I'm dying here again. It scales with strength. Thrown weapons do, but I don't know how. I don't know if they can double throw or not. Or I don't know what level that is, because I don't know that it's with rogues you might not get it until like level 20 or something. Do you know what level you get double throw if it is a thing? Should the fighter have more solo strength, in your opinion? No, not necessarily. Maybe a stronger bind wound or something, or how the game fundamentally should be. No, I don't think so. I don't mind the fighter not being a solo-friendly class. I just find it funny that so many people, well, not a lot of people, but there's several people out there that are like, fighters are so strong. We need, all of these other classes to be as strong as a fighter. And I'm like, the fighter's really not that great. They're not an overpowered class. But yeah, I think that the fighter, I don't mind it not being able to solo at all. In fact, it does not bother me a bit. Because this game is supposed to be a group-focused game. So I feel like every class should be focused on being able to do stuff in a group really well. But the problem right now that I see is that there's too many classes that can solo well, so fewer people group up, which makes it worse for those that do play a group-focused class, because you just don't need a group for a lot of classes. I need like one more level for these rabid wolves, I feel like. Holy moly, that wolf is wrecking me. Like, good gosh, man. What are your thoughts on the charm conversation that's been going on? Well, I have a lot of thoughts on charm. I'm probably the biggest thought on charm. I don't like charm. I think it's too strong. Way, way too strong. Hey. Thanks. Look at that. Thank you so much for the heal. Oh boy, and bristle barrier. Oh my gosh, now I'm like a god. This is a thing that another thing that I don't like. I mean, I appreciate it. Another thing I don't like is being able to power level so easily. Of course, I'm going to use it if they have it in the game. But I wish that they would not allow this. It's just too strong. I think the charm and pet strength is a bit away from... Yeah, it takes a lot away from the experience. Absolutely takes away from the experience of the game. It's awful. It makes... It kind of removes a lot of grouping. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about charm again today. I say that every day that I get on my stream. I'm like, I'm not going to talk about charm, and we're not going to talk about certain things, but then we end up always talking about charm and certain things. Not that I don't want to mention it. It's just it's such an issue that I could talk about it all day. Literally talk about it all day. I think power leveling is fine. Tapers off fast, in my opinion. It doesn't. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. Like, it, power leveling, I don't know. It's weird. You can power level somebody from like 1 to 20 with a high level druid in a few hours. No, you're good. You're good, Eric. Like, no, you're good, man. Just that charm conversation has been going on and on and on and on. There's my disease wolf pelt. I need one of those. Well, I need 4 of those. And people either they agree or they disagree with my take on charm. Either they think that they agree that charm is too strong, or they disagree and they think that I'm a complete idiot. And there's really no in between. There's really nobody that's like, okay, I kind of see your point, but I kind of like where Charm's at. Nobody's like that. It's either people absolutely love Charm or they think it's way, way, way too strong. Well-worn cloth trousers, and those are the same thing. Okay. So, yeah. I hear that, but does 20 in the grand scheme of things feel that bad? Kind of nice. Well, what it does, so here's what the thing is about power leveling. The game right now, because people are low level, is going to feel one way, right? And you're going to be getting groups, hopefully. You're going to be getting groups. The idea is that you'll be getting groups at all levels, from level 1 to 60. If they add in, or if they keep the ability to power level the way that they currently have it, holy moly, where are all these skeletons coming from? This is bonkers. If they keep the power level where it's currently at, then what's going to end up happening is you're going to have very few people to group with when you make a new character from level 1 to about 20. Maybe even higher. Like, it's not just 20, though. I said you can get to 1 to 20 in like a couple hours. You can get to 1 to 40 in like 2 days. Like, it doesn't take long. You know, like, the leveling is just extremely fast when you power level. So, I don't know how to explain it to people, but what's going to end up happening is it's going to ruin your experience. Ooh. Nice. Nice. We finally got the chess piece. Cool. It's going to end up ruining your experience as a player because people are just going to power level to 60. It focuses being able to power level and being able to twink your characters is going to encourage people to get to level 60 as fast as possible so that they can make characters to power level later. So it's going to ruin the experience for other players. Now, if you don't care about that, then it doesn't matter. But if you care about your leveling experience, you don't want people hogging full camps with one character, and you want people to actually group up and play together the way the game is meant to be played, then you will absolutely care about the power leveling in this game. So that's what's going to end up happening, and people are either they're gonna like it or they're gonna hate it. And me personally, I feel like it takes away from the core of the game, which is supposed to be a group focused game. Being able to power level that easily 100% takes away from that, and it's going to ruin the experience for a lot of players. But hey, like I said, if you don't care if it ruins your experience, you know, don't come complaining to me when you can't find a group at level 15 or 20 or 30 or 40, you know, and you're like, oh, game's dead. Well, I tried to fix it. That's all I can say. I tried to explain that to people. They don't seem to care. Really curious how permacamping named is going to work in 2026 game. Yeah, it's going to be bad right now, like especially with the way they have this game built. It's going to be bad. Some issue with a top-heavy population, and you see in closed beta, it only takes 2 to 3 months of the population. Yeah, I mean, there's already people that are level 60 now. There's people that are killing, you know, some of the top-end mobs at the moment because they didn't make the raid mobs. They're really easy to kill. You can still kite them around. You can have a Beastmaster pet tank them. There's a lot of issues with it. How do you prevent power level? Well, there's a lot of ways to slow it down or prevent it. A buff, when you put a buff on a player, the character receiving the buff should dictate the effectiveness of that buff. So like you have Speed of the Wild, right? We're going to use that one as an example because everybody knows what Speed of the Wild is. So you have Speed of the Wild. When you cast it at level 8 or whatever level you get it, it's a 40% buff. When you become level 60, it's a 60% speed buff, right? So, for an example, if you cast that on a level 1 character, should they get the 60% speed buff? If you're a level 60 that casts it on them? Or should you get the 40% speed buff? Or should you get a lesser amount, like a 20% speed buff? That's what I'm talking about. That's how it should scale, in my opinion. And it currently does not. Like, I think that the damage shield should scale based on the level of the target. So a level 1 player getting a 30-point damage shield should not be a 30-point damage shield. It should be better than what you could get at level 1, but I don't think it should be the full effectiveness. Right? The items already do the same thing. That's the thing that's weird about it. Items already do that. They already scale, effective-wise. So, like, if you have a piece of armor that has 100 armor class, and you put on, you wear it, you're not going to get 100 armor class effectiveness out of it. If you get a two-handed weapon of ultra mega mob slaying, whatever, you know, like, it's not going to give you, you're not going to be able to do full potential damage with it. So they already started that. They just didn't exactly finish it, is the problem. The Skelly's Ghost, Pro Charm Enchanters, they've come for you? Yeah, they definitely have. What classes can still solo well? Any of the charm classes can solo well at 55 plus. Wizard can still the same classes that can always solo can solo at 55 plus. It's the same classes. It doesn't change. If you can solo at level 10, then you can solo at level 50. And you can solo at level 59. It literally doesn't change. All right, I want to get this, but I'm afraid those are going to attack me. So we're going to come over here. Let's get this skeleton. Come here, skeleton. Oh my gosh, I got 2 of them. How did I get 2 of them? Is that a beer? No, it is not a beer. I'm drinking... it's a root beer. You wanted to announce you're here? Well, I'm glad you're here. Hello. I appreciate you being here. But see how quickly I'm already leveling just because I have this damage. Well, I had that damage shield. I got like almost all the way through that level. Very quickly. And then you get rid of the damage shield and how much it slows down. It's really strong. Really strong. And everybody's going to end up using them, right? Like, that's what you're going to end up doing. You're just going to power level characters. But whatever. Come here, rabid wolf. What do we need? 2 more of these? 2 more of these pelts. Come on, rabid wolf. Die. We're gonna make some more bags too. Maybe we can make a backpack today with this, with all these pelts that I'm getting. Well, we need satchels as well, right? We have 1 satchel. We need 2 more satchels and a backpack. Maybe we can do that. Maybe. Good morning, Brew. How are you? All right, 1 more wolf pelt. Disease wolf pelt. And we're done with that quest. What's that gonna give me? Hopefully something good. Waiting for approval on beta. Been 2 weeks. Just unlucky. Bummer, dude. Yeah. Luck is a big factor. But, you know, just think of it this way. You only got like 50 days, and we can all play together. I mean, I'm kind of to the point now where it's just kind of like meh, you know? 2 of my friends have hit level 60. And they're already like, well, why group up, or not group up, but like, why go and farm gear? It's just not necessary. So that's kind of where people are right now. I feel like the high level players are hitting level 60 and they're just kind of like, okay, well, now what? Which is going to happen in a beta, especially when we know it's going to get wiped in a few weeks. There we go. We got the disease wolf pelt. Nice. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Glad to be back. It's nice. You know, it's nice going on vacation, but it's also nice getting home, you know, and just like you can relax and enjoy life. Although the vacation is where you're supposed to be enjoying life, but a lot of times it just feels like it's a lot, you know? Just a lot. I don't need cloth. I kind of need cloth, but I don't need cloth. All right, let's go turn in this this quest and see what we can do with these extra pelts that I got. I have 8 pelts. That's going to make a lot of canvas. Maybe we can actually start making leather gear to wear. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. You caught a live stream. What's going on a little bit? How are you doing? Yeah, I stream every day. You should be able to catch them. I mean, I don't know what your schedule is, but my schedule is every day. Except for when I'm on vacation. Fix the title? I'll probably go switch over to my fighter here shortly. I just clicked go live, and that's what it was yesterday. Just playing the old Beastmaster for now. Okay, let's go back up here. Combine this. We can go turn that in. Wait, is this a backpack? Where's it supposed to go? Oh my gosh, that's kind of crazy. Why do they have this level 5 quest that's a large, super large size? They're giving it to these low-level players that don't have a backpack. That's going to be really confusing for a lot of players. I guess it teaches them that these inventory slots are used for larger things. And there's weight or size limits. Okay, let's turn this into this guy. See what we get. What did I get? Bundle of disease pelts. I still have it. What does this say? Runs a hand along the diseased remains of the fallen wolves. These hides have a scent of orcs upon them. Are they the ones afflicting the packs with their rotten magic? Maybe. These fallen packmates shall not have the cold of the vein. I want you to take these diseased pelts to someone who has heard the cry of the wolves. What? I don't. Who has heard the cry of the wolves? You? Nope. You? Nope. Pocahontas? Maybe. I don't know who's heard the cry of the wolves. Maybe Kevin Costner? Wasn't he in Dances with Wolves? Have you heard the cry of the wolves? Nope. How are we supposed to know who this is? Want you to take the disease pelts to someone who has heard the cry of the wolves. I don't know how you're supposed to know who that is. No, you're all good, Carpet. Appreciate the raid. Thank you for coming by. Saying hello. All that jazz. Do you have an option to ask him? I mean, I could try some dialogue, I guess. Be like, cry of the wolves. We could do that and see what he says. Cry of the wolves? Question mark? Yeah. At the Elder Whispers of the Preserves. In their lodge among the other shaman on the Outreach Terrace. Throw those pelts at his feet and demand to hear what he has to say about it. He'll also be able to cure you for any afflictions you may have suffered. Well, I am rabid. They said Outreach Terrace. The shaman are down here, though. That's him right there. But this guy needs these. Yeah, take that. You, take this. Oh, he's also got a wolf pet. Oh my gosh, you just gave it back to me again? How many people need to see this? It was right to send you to me, young master. Actually, a song, her song. Allow me to cleanse these skins. May rest. Knowing their sickness. Oh, okay. I can cleanse you as well if you feel you are afflicted. Else, I believe that the Lady Erin had wished make a demand. What? Cleanse? Yay, I'm cleansed. Lady Erin. No. Demand? Here we go. You may inform the pack mistress that her concerns are well founded. Twisted use of magic. To what end, I cannot say. They may merely... Direction? Name of the one responsible for the wolf's ailment has been whispered into my ear by a spirit of vengeance. Vorkul Blight-Eye. Hunt those who befoul. Okay, so I need to get the head plus this bundle of cleansed pelts. So I have to find Vorkul. Vorkul Blight-Eye, and I have to give that to that person. What the heck? Amphi gave me more love than I deserve, and I want to spread it back. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I love that. That Amphi is playing this game, and you know, hopefully that brings more attention to it once early access starts. I think it's fantastic, boombastic. Where can we go? Where's the? Was it up here? Was it? I think it was up here. Where the pelts? Yeah, right here. Okay, so let's go up here. Let's see what we can do, and we can make some new satchels. Oops! Why did I click on that bucket? That was weird. Clicking on the bucket. Wow, I failed a lot on those. I got a lot, though, too. Okay, let's go in here. We need canvas. Because we need canvas to make satchels. Oh my gosh, these satchels are... Try to make a rawhide belt, but we don't have cloth. Alright, well, let's make the canvas. Oh, they added sound to this. You hear it? I didn't know they added sounds to the crafting. Okay, we need actually one more pouch, don't we? No, we don't. Okay, well, let's go. Let's see if we can make satchels. Well, shoot. To make satchels, we need 2 rough thread, 6 of these. How many of those do we have? We have 30 of those. That means we need 10 rough thread. To try to make 5 satchels. We made 1. We failed on 1. Wow. We actually crafted 3 satchels out of that. Okay, let's what else we can do here? All right, let's put satchel there. And we'll put a pouch there. We'll do that. Okay. I like it. Now we have an extra rough satchel. Wait, we have an extra satchel? What? Wish we could put that in the backpack slot. Well, I guess we'll start making the backpack soon. We can't make the backpack yet, though. But we have the 3 satchels. We got inventory space. We're good. We are good. Where to now? Where shall we go? We have to figure out where those orcs are. So let's go back down here. Weapons and armor. Weapons and armor. The orcs that we need. Does this go down or up? Upper tier. That goes upper tier. We don't want to go that way. Okay, here. I know where we are now. I got it. I figured it out. I'm a genius. Whoa, dude. Chill out with your bow. Now we need to go this way. I'm guessing we need to kill the orcs over here. Where is that Vorkul? Anybody know where that Vorkul guy is? The orc? I want to say I've seen him somewhere before. What level are these orcs? Yeah, those are about the right level. Level 6. The problem is those orcs are really close together. That's not good. Very, very bad. But my guess is... where are you going, Cuddles? The heck? Why did he run over there to attack that? I'm spamming back and he's not coming back. What the heck, dude? Back it up. That is so weird. Why would he run over there? Yeah, but why would he run over there in the first place? Oh, jeez. Makes 0 sense. Like, I was really far away and he just, like, took off. Come on, Cuddles. Attack stuff now. Attack. What the heck is happening with this stupid bear? I put him on passive, then he doesn't want to attack, even though I tell him to attack. Because I have /pet attack in my macro. I know you can tell it anywhere from the zone, but I didn't tell it to attack anything. He just ran over there and attacked it. Like, I didn't click attack. What's this? No drop. I'm guessing that these are for a quest. Rawhide boots. Let's get rid of this. Yes. Yeah, pets definitely do some weird stuff sometimes. I've been grouped with people with pets and they just go all over the place. I'm not used to actually controlling pets. Yeah, that one, he wasn't backing off. You have to spam back off. It's weird. Yeah, I don't want to play a pet class. They're just annoying. But they can be very good. I guess we can keep killing these skeletons for another level. Because some of these are level... I think some of these skeletons are still level like 6. Oh shoot, I need to make a fire. Let's make a fire. And I'm gonna sit in it. Gonna sit in the fire. Nice and warm. Why does this person come over here and sit in my fire? How rude. My goodness. I mean, that level 8 can't come fast enough to get the new spells. Okay, let's go kill some stuff. I want to get these orcs, but I'm afraid. Warrior. I want to say that the named orc spawns right over here somewhere. Let's see what we can do with these skeletons. Come here, skeleton. Back it up. Oh my gosh, Cuddles, come on. What is happening here? Either Cuddles will attack or the other bears will attack, but not both. I can only get one. What the heck, dude? There we go. We got them all to attack now. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Silly, silly game. The heck is this person doing? Oh, okay. I guess healing myself. Healing myself will pull this guy off. Some wonkiness going on here. Wonky, wonky. Come here, skeleton. Come here, buddy. Uh-oh. Ah! I don't want to die. Rawhide mask. I need that. Nice. It's very toasty. Very, very toasty. We need to get to level 8, and then I get meditate, and we get new spells. You know, it's going to be good times. Good times, good times. We'll take that pelt, and we'll take the meat and give it to Cuddles. Oh, Cuddles. All right, looks like Gith may get on soon, and we'll play the fighter some. I'm trying to power level the fighter up. Is there like a maximum food you can give to your pets? Because he just says he's well fed. I haven't been able to see what, like, maximum food. Maximum foodage. A lot of people over here. The heck? This is like seriously like easy mode for this game. This is crazy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy mode. Goldilocks and the Three Bears? I mean, maybe Goldilocks. You have nothing to eat. Oh no. Am I out of food? How the heck did I get out of food? It's not good. Hey, my Cuddles got to level 6. Go, go, Cuddles. Apparently Cuddles is stronger than I am now. Can we still cook meat on the fire? I think we can. Cook. Yeah, we can. I got food now, baby. Do 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 do. Wait, do these little Drakeling things right here, green Drakeling, do they drop oh my gosh, come on. Stop casting on me and move. Did they drop the Drake scales? I was looking for Drake scales the other day. Or actually, that was yesterday. They have green Drakeling hide and Drakeling wings. Wait, this is for that green Drake armor, isn't it? I think that's what it's for. They also dropped the scales for alchemy. The alchemy scales. All right, Cuddles, you got to stop taunting stuff. It's easier to heal myself. At least for now. Soon, though, soon, Cuddles will be taunting everything. What does Sal potions require? I heard they're super expensive. I'm not sure what they require anymore. They used to be Nomad's Grace, a lot of Nomad's Grace, And then wolf hearts. I don't know what it is that they require anymore. I haven't seen a single wolf heart, though. Oh my gosh, how did that skeleton spawn right there and then not aggro me? That's amazing. Are you serious? I feel like that guy like just ran right to me and then like what the heck, dude? I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. Alright, he healed me up. I'm good. I'm safe. Alright, where'd that green Drakeling go? Right here? Yeah, green Drakeling scale. That's not what I need, though. I need a Drake scale. Oh, I didn't mean to attack that. Oh well. Yeah, I need a just a regular old Drake scale. For a potion. Adopt one to make it grow. Wait, is that considered a beast? Can you have a Drakeling as a pet? I would think it'd be a beast, right? Beats me. Yeah, I don't know either. That'd be cool, though. Have a Drakeling pet? That'd be super cool. Never tried it? I haven't either. But I'd have to get rid of my current pet to try it, so I don't think I want to do that. What I do want to do, though, is go get the Beguiled wolves. But I don't know what level those are. I need to check. Because I want to have a cool green glowing pet. Glowing wolf pet. Drakes are not one of the swarm pet spells, so probably not. That is true. That is true. Hey, look at that. We got Bramble Barrier. Which one is this? Is this the 15 damage shield for 10 minutes? Woo, buddy. Stay. Good morning, Dan. How you doing, bud? Okay, let's see if we can get just this one. Come here. Got him. Druids, nature-loving animal lovers. Yeah, I want to mess around with the Beastmaster today, just for a little bit. Just for a little bit, until Gith gets on. I'm going to get double warrior here if I do this, aren't I? Let's see. Come here, warrior. Yeah, I got double warrior. Gonna make some cookies for a group of friends and then jump into a co-op action RPG. That sounds fun. left orc ear. I'm assuming those are for quests. Warrior belt, that's got to be for a quest. I don't want to fight that shaman. That shaman's going to kick my butt. Let me go back over here to my campfire. Come here, bear. All right, give me a second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. Do we have any fire? We don't have any firewood. Beastmaster was a good movie back in '82. I loved Beastmaster. It was a fun movie. Dang it, skeletons. You guys gotta get away from each other. You're all like best friends or something? Dude, strike does so much damage. Or maybe that's just the damage shield doing that. It must be the damage shield that I still have on for 5 more minutes. Heal faster. Nice. Double kill. Looks pretty cool. I have a cube world. Oh, you have to start over in Cube World every time you finish an area? I didn't like that about Dragon Quest Builders. Or kind of that new Pokemon Pokopia game. I didn't like that in that either. Where, I mean, I like the game, but it's just like you go into a new area and you got to like basically start from scratch. The thing is, you learn from what you had before. So, like, it makes it easier to start over, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't like it that much. Okay, I want to keep trying to fight these. I want to try to get to level 7. Level 7. Who won the board games last night? I did. We played Mario Kart Monopoly. We played Mario Life. And we played a game of Pokemon. I kicked his butt. All 3 times. I didn't mean to, actually, though. Like, I don't try to win, and I don't try to lose. Like, I just kind of just play the game. Last night in the Mario Kart, or no, Mario Life, he went for the win and didn't get the roll that he needed to win. And then I went for the win second, and I just got the roll. It's all pure luck. It's 100% luck. But yeah, I definitely won. Poison Duct. Do we need all... Like, where do we go for this green Drakeling armor? Where do we do that stuff at? I don't know where to go. I need to go find him, actually. My kiddo. I need to see if he's awake. Give me a second. We're going to sit right over here while I heal up. Hopefully... Here, we're going to get 2 new pets. So I have companions that can hopefully protect me while I go check on him. I got to see if he's even up. Give me a second, though. Be right back. He's still asleep. Kids these days, right? No, I slept in a lot as a kid. There's a board game called Crown and Kingdom, and there's no luck in that game. Maybe the board placement. Oh, yeah? I'll have to check it out. Yeah, most of the kid games I've noticed are just pure luck. Like the games that are made for the younger audiences. I prefer games that are not luck-based. Personally. Not a fan of the super RNG-based games. My dad hated when I slept in, so when I got into college, I picked all evening classes and made up for lost time. Nice. Yeah, I slept in a lot as a kid. My mom was not one that liked people sleeping in, but she didn't like wake me up, but she didn't not make noise. What the heck is this thing? Old elven skeleton. Where's that thing running to? It doesn't have anything targeted, but it is sprinting. That thing is taking off, man. But yeah, like I don't know. I was able. Oh, there's Gith. Let's log in. Log in the old Criddle. Play the fighter for a bit. As you get older, you find it harder to sleep. Uh-oh. Rat row. We'll see if Gith will power level us a little bit. You got another skull? Nice. How are you able to play at the moment? Exclamation point beta. You can try to get into the beta. Need one more for Kaz? Yeah. You just have to sign up on the website and hope. Hopes and prayers. That's how you get into the beta at the moment. But in 50 days, that's it. It's not really that long if you think about it. It's not that long. A few weeks. And there's only going to be like 6 weeks left of the actual beta. And then they're going to take the servers down for like a week or two or something, and then bring them back up. So, yeah. I want to figure out what this is right here. I can't harvest it yet with 125 harvesting, or 120, whatever it is, herbalism. 127 herbalism. I think I need 150 for that. Those are going to be a pain in the butt to find more of, though. Like, because I've never seen that thing before. Hadn't really been looking for it, though. Yeah, early access soon. I can't wait, man. I'm ready for early access because I enjoy playing the game, but I'm tired of characters being reset. I was really hoping the alpha character would not be reset when we went into beta, but they reset it. Well, they didn't reset it. They just kind of didn't allow us to continue playing our alpha characters. So, yeah. There's another one of those things right there. Look at that. All right, so we know where to get these out here. This is going to be a pain in the butt to find, though. I got to figure out what's next. Have you tried Pantheon? Yep. I have. Pantheon sucks. No, I'm no longer playing Pantheon or really even following Pantheon. I'm keeping an eye on it, but Visionary Realms has completely ruined that game. I do not recommend it to anyone. Try Adrulan Online. I did not play Adrulan Online. It looks good. But it is still very, very much lacking in content. So, but I'm also just kind of playing Monsters and Memories a lot. Adrenaline Online though looks okay. I don't want to play a game where my character is a block. Like I don't like that. I don't mind having, not great graphics. I just don't really like the block characters. The whole Minecraft feel of it. Like everything is blocky. It doesn't mean I won't ever play it, but I prefer Monsters and Memories over that. The voxel art? Yeah. Is it really voxel art, though? Isn't the voxel stuff where you can destroy things? I mean, it's just blocks, isn't it? Or is it like Minecraft where you can actually destroy terrain and such? I've never seen anybody do that. It's a good mace. It's not a really good mace, but it is a good mace, yeah. It's this Mace of Malice. It's pretty good. I had the same initial reaction, but art design grew on me. Yeah, I mean, the art isn't the reason I don't want to play it, or I won't play it. Like, I don't mind, like, the graphics that much. But, like, if I'm going to play, if it's going to be either Monsters and Memories or Adrenaline Online, and they're very similar in their play style, I would prefer Monsters and Memories for the art style. But Adrenaline Online also, from what I've seen so far, and this may not hold true forever, but it's more single player focused and less group focused. Well, where this game also kind of is right now, but this game is supposed to be group focused, and one of the reasons I'm continuing to play it. So voxel means volume pixel. The destructible terrain thing isn't specific to voxel games. It's just easier to do than non-voxel. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't have an issue with the art. I think that the game looks very charming. It's very colorful. I like a lot of things about the game. But ultimately, it's you can really only play one MMO. You can play as many as you want, but most people, I would venture to say, play one MMO. Issa, are you going over to power level me, or do you want to do something? We can go kill some stuff if you want to. You're already there? All right, I'll run over there. Did you ever figure out what the stats thing was yesterday? Display issue or some weird bug? I have no idea what it was. It was definitely some sort of bug or display. It was, I don't know what, though. I don't know what caused it. I play WoW retail because it's the opposite of Monster Memories. Then I play Monster Memories and get the modern MMO fix. Yeah, you could do that. I prefer group-based social games, and I think that AOA is gonna be a social game, but I don't know how much group-based content it's going to be, and that's kind of where it pushes me away. Like, I don't want to play another MMO that focuses on solo gameplay. I'm tired of it. If solo is going to be the way that any of these games go, I'm out. I would just rather play a single player game. So I feel like, yeah. You're not a fan of the blocky graphics? Yeah, I'm not a fan of those either. Like, I never have been, even since Minecraft. But I can look past graphics if the game is fun. I played a lot of games that have really bad graphics, but are really fun to play. Yeah, I think it will have enough players to sustain group gameplay. I think it already has enough players to sustain group gameplay. I think that the problem is that the game has been designed, well, some of the classes have been designed and certain aspects of the game have been designed around non-group play a little bit too much. Like, you have too many classes that can solo in this game. Solo XP being better. There's just not enough incentive to group up. I mean, I think that's the biggest issue currently with this game. Ever tried Project Gorgon? Yep, I played Project Gorgon when it a long time ago. I think Project Gorgon is a very cool game, but it's very different. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Are these all new from that guy? Holy moly, my inventory is way too full. Four stamina, 7 int. That's a good caster item. Yeah. I'll disenchant it. Because we're going to need a lot of the disenchanting. Well, I mean, we don't really need it here, but... Oh, that's arcane. Well, that's actually good to know. Is that everything? Let's see. I believe that is all of it. All right, let's kill some stuff. Throw that helmet away. Well, we get a bunch of them. We get a ton of them. It's, you know. No, this isn't the Beastmaster anymore. How did you feel playing the Beastmaster? Do you think having to summon swarm pets every few minutes feels engaging or tedious? I think all of that kind of stuff is tedious, personally. I don't like, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like a lot of the things that Nick did with these classes. The trying to maintain 2 of those pets every 2 minutes, kind of annoying. Same thing for a lot of other stuff though in the game. Where is the stolen circlet from? I'm assuming it's down off of the Demeter spawn area. In Fallen Pass. Stopped playing Beastmaster because I got tired of summoning the Swarm Pet constantly. If they made the Swarm Pet stay out all the time, it'd probably be main switch. Well, yeah, I mean, and that might make it too strong, is keeping that out. Like, those pets do a lot of damage, so... I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like the Beastmaster is one of the strongest classes in the game right now because its main pet is way too strong. You add in its secondary pets, it's like swarm pets. It's just, I don't know, the whole thing, it just feels bad. The whole thing, the whole class needs adjustments. Half their damage to balance it? Maybe. But, you know, like, what are you going to do on a Beastmaster outside of that? Cast Strike? I mean, I don't know what Beastmasters do. They have buffs, they have debuffs, and then they have a Swarm Pet, and they cast Strike. So are they just going to be a class that you turn on auto attack and hit Strike? And that's it? People are going to be like, that's boring. I mean, it would be boring. It'd be very boring. So I don't know. Swarm Pets is a big reason I stopped your Beastmaster at 21. Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, the Beastmaster is probably ultimately the strongest class, singular class in the game. It's really good. What level did I get my Beastmaster? He's only level 6. Yeah, I'm not really playing the Beastmaster. I might mess with it. You know, once I hit level 60 on the fighter, outside of when we're doing stuff as a group, I might play the Beastmaster. That's why I started leveling it. I'll just need something to play for the rest of the beta when my group isn't on. Druid second? No, I'll probably say Necromancer second. As far as soloing is concerned. They could copy more from the EQ Beastmaster. Crack region for starters. I think that's the thing. They want to get away from copying things from EverQuest. And they need to. They need to stop copying things from EverQuest. And they need to start being their own game. It's becoming too much of, well, EverQuest did it, so we should do it in this game. Well, EverQuest did it, so we should do it in this game. They need to stop doing that. And make an actual, their own unique spin on things. How's the Wizard? Wizard is good for solo, and it's good for burning down bosses. It's terrible for XP groups, which is supposed to be the main way to play this game. Which is sad. I feel like they need to really focus on making this game in every class group-based. More group-based stuff. But they don't do a very good job of that. Play Fighter Early Access. How do you feel the tanks compare? Yeah, I'll be playing a Fighter Early Access. I feel like all the tanks are okay. They're decent at tanking. They might need a little bit of tweak here and there, but they're fine, honestly. Like where they're at, they just need, like the Paladin, I think needs a little bit of love to make it a little bit different. Just they need all three of the hybrids to stand out on their own and not be hybrids. That's really all they need to do with the tanks. But as far as how they play right now, I think they're fine. I think they're about where they should be. Wizard is better solo? Yeah, Wizard's way better solo. Yes, the swarm pet is like a dot, little bit. You're correct. It's basically like casting a dot every 2 minutes. Not hearing details about the class review before EA is tough. Yeah, I'm going to do a full overview of each of the classes probably sometime in May. But the problem is they're currently working on all of the classes. They're like... Okay. They're working on all the classes right now. It's kind of a pain, to be honest. Like, we don't know what they're going to do. So we're kind of in a limbo state. I can tell you about all the classes, how they currently are. And I can tell you what they kind of want them to be in the future. But we don't know how they're going to get there. Or like what the plan is with that. Copy more from Star Wars Galaxies. Their Hunter Ranger abilities are pretty cool, but hard to translate sci-fi to fantasy. I mean, kinda, yeah. But yeah, I think they need to stop copying all of the games. You know, just be like, hey, this is an old school game based off of old school MMOs, but with our own spin on it. You know, make your own classes, make your own, you know, raids and fight monster types and all that kind of stuff. I mean, clearly skeletons are going to be in the game. I mean, that's just common for video games, but game utilize lock picking or anything later on? No, not yet. Well, what do you think you'll get to get each of the classes before doing a review? I don't know. I may not level any of them up. We'll see. I'm just going to talk about what they currently do, how they're currently playing. Because like fortunately I have a lot of people I can play with, right? Like I can always get on Gith and play the shaman. I can always get on Kaz and play a cleric. I can always get on other people's characters and try them out, which is normally what I do. I don't have time to level up every single character, you know, to 50 or whatever to really say, okay, this is exactly how this class is. Even though people think that I do have that amount of time, I don't know why they do, but... But you can, I mean, you get a feel for how strong classes are. I talk to a lot of people about them. You know, put them in groups, try them out, that kind of stuff. So you kind of know how they work. Looking forward to the updated descriptions for the classes more than anything, assuming they stick to... Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, Blade. Like, they need to announce what those classes are going to be, the description. Like, here's what they are. Here's the foundation. Here's the skills. Here's, you know, what they're going to be giving these classes and what they're going to do, so we can at least have an idea. It kind of feels bad right now. They definitely need a Berserker class, I think, yeah. I would agree with you guys on that. Stop giving the fighter things like triple attack and crit and all that crap. Stop doing that. The fighter is supposed to be a tank. Give it tank abilities and give the other stuff. People want to have a melee-focused DPS fighter-type class, so just give them that. I mean, I guess they could get rid of the fighter... They could do that and just be like, the fighter's no longer a tank, and you only have 3 tanks. You have the 3 knights that are tanks, but I don't know. Triple attack for Monk. I'd be fine with Monk or Rogue having triple attack. I have no idea why they gave it. I mean, I know why they gave it to the fighter, but again, bad take. Bad take. Monks do not get triple attack. I don't think monks get triple attack. Did they add? Wait, they may have added it. Yeah, they may have added that actually to monks at 55. I think they did. Yeah. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think they did add that. They added it after the fact when they started adding in the crit for Paladin. I think when they added it. Rogue should get it or something. Yeah, I would say that rogues... I mean, I don't know why fighters get it. I have no clue why fighters get it. It's dumb. Monk and fighters are kind of the same class, to be honest. They're very, very similar. Monk has Feign Death and stances. And fighter has like better tanking. Well, it just can wear better armor. That's basically the difference. Is fighter can wear plate armor and monk can't. I would say that's probably the only difference between monk and fighter right now. Monk should be more DPS and fighter more tank, yes. But currently that is not the case. Yeah, it just everything's just so convoluted. Like it was a very bad job creating the classes in this game. Like if you want me to be perfectly honest, they did a very bad job. They either copied things over from EverQuest or the skills that were made were just poorly done. It was one of those two things. And I'm really looking forward to what they're going to do with the class changes. Because they need to do something. Rogue backstab should do double attack. I mean, yeah, double attack or just a lot more damage. You know, just have it starting at level 50. It just starts to double its damage. I think Rogue should have really good sustain damage and then big backstabs, plus their poison procs and dots and things from their weapons. They should be able to add like poison procs to their weapons. So I understand them wanting to give classes more flex. Yeah, I don't think they want to, though. Fighter can get in a group if it has a tank already, but they definitely need to revamp stuff. Well, that's the thing is I don't think they want to give them more flex. I think the player base wants them to be able to flex into classes, and they're expecting that. But that's not what the developers have created about this game. Like... what are you going to flex a paladin into? Oh, you're going to flex it into a healer? Like, that's the problem with it, right? You can only flex some of the classes into another class. So you're going to feel really bad if you're playing a class that only has one role and everybody else has two roles. So I think that each class should be a designated role. This is what it does. This is what it does, and this is how it functions. And if you want to play that role, then you pick that class. If you don't want to play that role, you don't pick that class. You pick something different. Rogue flexes into CC Puller? Not really. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Like, Rogue, anybody can pull. Rogue doesn't flex into it. Anybody can pull. Literally, I'm pulling right now. I'm a fighter, and I'm pulling. Anybody can do that. A Rogue has a little bit of extra abilities to, like, Vanish or whatever they call it in this game. But Rogue Pool's better than Monk? That is an incorrect statement. That's people that don't know how to play a Monk. Don't know what to say, but... Rogue is good for splitting off a Monk? Well, yeah, but anybody can do that. Like, literally anybody can. Monk gets double FD. Well, they can FD while they're FD, yeah. It's huge. It absolutely is huge. People don't realize, like, how good a Monk is because they don't understand how to pull. Same thing with people that, like, think that Charm isn't strong. And it's because they're doing it wrong. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but get good. Right? Like, that's the terrible way to put it, but it's like learn your class. Like, understand how the class functions. Understand how the game works. And then these things start to make sense. But if you're not willing to actually learn your class and learn how aggro works in the game or how mobs function, like if you're not willing to learn that information, then you're not going to understand how certain classes are good versus bad. How do you charm wrong? The people that are like, they charm, they sit right next to the mob. Like, they'll charm a mob and the mob will be sitting right here next to them. They literally stand next to their charmed mob is one thing. And they're like, oh my gosh, charm breaks and I'm like, die instantly. Well, move the mob. It doesn't have to sit next to you. That's one thing that I've seen a lot of people do. Another one is, oh, I'm using the same charm mob, you know, indefinitely, and I don't know. Like, it's just, there's a lot of different ways that people just don't, they're not utilizing their skills the same way. I just use charm as an example, but people just don't use skills the same way, right? They use them differently, and then they claim that it's weak or it doesn't function the way that you claim it does or whatever. Same with everything. I only played Monk till 8, but FD splitting was a pain compared to sap splitting. Yeah, but sap, you can sap one mob, right? What's the cooldown on sap? I guarantee you there's things that you could learn from Monk pulling that you could transition into Rogue pulling and make Rogue pulling better as well. I guarantee it. People just don't understand how aggro works in this game. They don't understand how Feign Death works in the game. They don't understand how a lot of the game works. And I feel like that's the wowification of MMOs today, is you don't have to learn the mechanics anymore. You don't have to learn how something functions. You just do it. And it's, you know, I hate to say it, but there's going to be a big difference between a player, a knowledgeable player, and an unknowledgeable player. There's going to be a very big difference in those two players. They could be playing the exact same class, but one is just going to be like a stark difference. And you're like, wow, I didn't know that class could do that. And then you're going to see them do it, and you're going to like, that's insane. You know, it's huge. Not needing SAO or ranged weapon was really what hyped me about it. Okay, so on a rogue, what are you going to do if there's like 5 mobs in the room? What's your plan? I mean, you have the vanish ability or whatever that clears aggro once. And what's the cooldown on it? That's where your big issue is. Right? That's literally where the issue is. You didn't get that far? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, people like to talk about how one class is better than another class, and they're like, oh, but I got it to level 20. Okay. Cool. Like, that's not going to give you much of, like, people that are leveling these classes up to, like, 15, 20, and then trying to say that they know how the class functions, how the game works, etc. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You're wrong. You're completely incorrect. You need to level up some classes, get up into the 40s, 50s. I would say level a class all the way to 60. Play with a lot of other players that are also in their 50s or level 60. Ask them how they play their class. After, 20 hours playing a class to get it up to 20 versus 600 hours playing a class once you hit level 60, there's a drastic difference in how those two players play the class. Drastic. Like, it's insanely different. Isar, Gith here, when he played as monk, he first started playing as monk, he was not very good at pulling. Like, he didn't understand how the game functioned as far as the aggro, but after hundreds of hours of playing the monk, he started to be like, okay, I see how these things function. I see how aggro works. I see how these mobs interact with each other. Some mobs, like an example of that, there's a rat cave that's level 20, like mid-20s, right? Rat cave and Fallen Pass. If you target a skeleton and pull that, it will aggro the skeletons and the rats. If you target a rat and pull that, it will not aggro the skeletons, but it will aggro the rats. So you start to learn how to pull camps just from knowledge alone. Then you start to learn, okay, well, how does FD function in this situation? When I feign death, or when I sap a mob, or when I do whatever, root the mob, how does that function? There's a lot of information. You sap one target, then aggro the camp, vanish, pull that one target. That doesn't work if they're inside of a room and there's only one exit to the room. Make it level like 55 plus rogue, and I will take you to a camp that you are going to die every single pull. Every time, like, I'm just gonna be like, pull this. There's one mob in there. I want you to pull that mob. Just that one mob. What are you gonna do if there's multiple named in a camp? You can't sap the named, so there's two named standing next to each other. How do you deal with that? How do you split those? Like, I don't know. I can explain all this. You can aggro the camp, vanish, then sap your target, and wait until the others return. Okay. But you can also do that on a monk. So how is it better than a monk? And you can do that on a monk better because it's a shorter cooldown. What happens if you re-aggro something accidentally on a rogue? What happens if there's a pather that walks in? There's a lot of scenarios. There's a lot of scenarios. I promise you guys, if you want to play a monk, go for it. Play a monk. I encourage you to play a monk and be like, hey, everybody, I'm going to pull. I'm going to be the best puller in the game. Do it. Put 400, 500 hours into your character. Get to level 60. And then tell me how it worked out for you. I encourage that. Good luck. Do you get heal threat in this game from healing an FD person? No. If they are feigned death currently on the ground, and you heal them, they do not. If you give them like a hot and they're on the ground and they stand up, then yes, it will give you threat. Yes, I would agree with that, Helter Smelter. At low level, a lot of classes feel completely different. And that's the problem that people are having with this game right now. There's a lot of people that claim a lot of things, like the people that say that fighters are 25% more damage than every other tank, or they're 25% more damage than like everybody. I don't know what the guy was saying, but anyway, point is, people think that because they get triple attack, it's somehow just insane amounts of DPS. They don't get it until level 55. How many people have a level 55 plus fighter and actually could tell you that and tell you how it functions? Very few. And that's the problem that we're having in this community. There's a lot of misinformation out there. A lot of misinformation. You got a 56 monk on Rel? Cool. What is your interpretation of triple attack? Does it give you 25% more damage? That's what people think. People think that triple attack is like every single round is a triple attack. Every single time you attack is a triple attack. It's not how that functions. I even know players that are level 60 that don't understand the game. So there's just a lot of knowledge to it. Definitely is it every round? No, it's not. It's definitely not every round. But people think that it is. People also think that when you have crit, you're critting like all the time. You don't. It doesn't increase your DPS that much. Does it make every double attack into a triple instead of a double? No, it does not. I mean, you can see it right now. I'll show it to you. Watch my attacks. There you go. You can literally see when I triple attack versus I don't. That was a double attack. That was a single attack with my offhand. That was a double attack, a single attack, a single attack, a single attack, a double. Nope, there's a triple attack. I've had one triple attack so far since we've been talking about it. One. Still doubles. No more triple attacks. I've seen a lot of single attacks. There's a double. There's a double. There's a double. That's the thing. People claim a lot of stuff that they don't even understand because they haven't tested it. They haven't played the game. I don't know. Dual wielding is better threat regardless. Sometimes. Depends. It's better most of the time. That might have been a triple attack, I think. Maybe. So it's not like triple attack is some insane amounts of damage, right? So anyway, you can see right here. Like there's a triple attack right there. Triple offhand. Point is, guys, there's a lot of misinformation out there. I don't recommend listening to most of what you read on Reddit or Discord unless it's somebody that actually knows what the heck they're talking about. How can I tell you if they know what they're talking about? I can't, unfortunately. But, yeah. You have any proc weapons on this character? No, not on this character, I don't. But anyway, going back to the pulling thing. Yes, yes, rogues can pull, right? Bards can also pull. Paladins with placate. Clerics with placate. Druids with unity and unification. You know, all of those classes can pull. They have their ways of doing it. I would say that a rogue is probably better than most because of their ability to vanish, their ability to sap. But I would say that they're not any better than an enchanter. An enchanter can actually mez an entire room, Mimbler every single one of the mobs if they want to, and pull one. If they really want to. But a monk is just, it's going to be all around better. I promise you it's going to be all around better. if you really want to be a puller, I would recommend going monk. But I mean, it's a slower pull, but it's safer, especially when you get into higher levels. You get a resist. Can sap resist? Is that possible? I haven't even messed with it enough to know. It can resist? That right there makes it bad. It doesn't unstealth you? Well, I mean, that alone makes it not as good as a monk. Because you got to wait for the cooldown on it. Which I think can proc off triple... Wait, curious what the air elemental pet aura chance is compared to triple attack. I don't know what the percent chance is for the air elemental, but I believe the way that the air elemental pet works is it just gives you a chance to main hand attack again. So when you attack, you theoretically, dual wielding with an air elemental in your party, you could theoretically get 9 attacks in one round. Right? Because it's going to give you you're going to have your normal chance to attack with the main hand, which could get a triple attack. Your normal chance to attack with your offhand, which could be a triple attack. And then an additional chance from the air elemental to attack again, which I believe could also be a triple attack. So theoretically you could get that. The chances of that happening are very slim. But the air elementalist pet is good. Or air elemental pet is good. Monk does not get more DPS than a fighter from triple attack. No. That's not how that functions. Are monks just bad? No, monks aren't bad. They're not bad. Monks are good. But they need more damage. They need more something. Mend and low cooldown if feign death makes it more likely to survive or resist. Well, okay. So if, let's say, a monk feign deaths and they fail their feign death. First of all, they only have like 8 seconds and they can feign death again. Secondly, they have mend to heal themselves. Third, they have their own personal run speed buff through their wind run speed buff. The stealth, the one on a rogue is a little bit better with their sprint ability. I think it's more speed, but it doesn't last as long. But they can also use a defensive cooldown to take way less damage for 15 seconds or maybe 30 seconds, whatever it is. So they have ways to deal with it if they get a feigned death fail. A rogue that accidentally gets aggro without having their vanish ability is potentially just a dead rogue. Like, they can't do anything. They can run back to the party and hope that the party can deal with it. But a flubbed pull with a rogue is a dead rogue. A flubbed pull with a monk is a 10-second oopsie. So there's a huge difference. Think they can just up the monk DPS though? Yeah. They should. I think they should up the monk DPS. They could do a lot. They could do anything they want. I mean, but yeah, I think they should up the monk DPS. What are the good support classes? The only 2 true support classes are going to be Enchanter and Bard, but the Necromancer technically is considered a support class. So, yeah. If you want to talk about just pure support, like the Enchanter and Bard are support classes. Rogue has an evasion skill, 12-second, 100% evasion. It's on a 12-second cooldown for their evasion. That's pretty good. Oh, 12-second duration. Okay, yeah, what's the cooldown on it? That's the issue between, like, I'm not trying to, like, bust you guys' bubble, right? If you like the rogue, play the rogue. 20-minute cooldown? Yeah, not reliable. Not reliable. So, like, if you like the rogue, play the rogue. I just don't want people playing a rogue and thinking, you know, at level 10 or 20 or 30, hey, my rogue is a really good puller. I enjoy pulling. I want to continue to do this. I'm going to keep playing a rogue. And then you put 600 hours into your character, and then you find out that the rogue is not, in fact, the class that you thought it was. I'm just warning you. That's all I'm saying. Like, do whatever you want to do. It's kind of like going to the PvP server. You want to play on the PvP server? By all means, go play on the PvP server. Have fun. I'm warning you that you're probably not going to enjoy it. Most people will not enjoy it. Now, there might be some of those ones out there that are just going to be like, yep, this is exactly what I expected and what I wanted. Cool. More power to you. I feel like any class with a lull line would be better puller than rogue. Well, if lull gets... That's the issue. Okay. That's the issue with lull, though, is if the first lull gets resisted, a lull puller is dead. Like, there's nothing they can do. So a rogue at least has their vanish ability to clear aggro, which is nice. So a rogue is definitely a better puller than most classes, but it's not better than a monk. A monk is definitely going to be better at the higher level. I promise. I made some bold claims at first, and I recant those. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's okay. Like, it's not a big deal. You know, we all make bold claims. We all make assumptions and stuff as well. Oh, whoop. I don't think Isar's there. I just went ahead and pulled. Okay. Yeah. But I just want to make sure that people understand what their class is supposed to be and their role before they start playing the class. I don't want people going out there being like, oh, I keep hearing that the rogue is a good puller. And so people choose to play a rogue and then get up to higher levels and then realize that they die all the time because they're trying to be a puller. It's not going to be pretty if people continue to spread that information. You know, can you pull on a rogue? Yeah, sure. It'll work. But they're not going to be the best. I hate being a puller, so when I seen how doable it was on a rogue, I was worried people would expect rogue to pull. I mean, a rogue pulling in some groups, yeah, they might want a rogue to pull. Sure. But usually any DPS is going to pull. Like, you don't want your tank pulling. You don't want your healer pulling. Your tank is probably the second best thing to pull. But you, generally speaking, don't want your tank or healer to pull. You want to have a different class pulling. Preferably a class that can either mem-wipe mobs, mez mobs, lull mobs, those kinds of things. And a lot of classes can do that. Like, we kind of named some of them. So here's the classes that can pull and probably should pull for a group if there's not a better one in the class, right? So you have the monk, you have the rogue, you have the bard, enchanter, druid, cleric, paladin, necromancer, shadow knight. How many was that? Yeah, ranger. Ranger can pull. Those are all going to be decent pullers for different reasons. But I would not be like, hey, I'm a ranger. I'm going to go pull every mob because I'm the best puller in the game. I would not say that. They're going to have a hard time if they get a resist. Why not have the tank pull? Tank can pull fine. Like, I'm a tank right now and I'm pulling. Hang on. So the reason you want to have one of those classes pull over one of your tanks, well, Paladin and well, any of the tanks except for a fighter could really pull, right? Your Inquisitor. I'm pretty sure Inquisitor has maybe the base level Placate, but they also have Mez. They also have their 20-minute charm. So they could pull. The reason you don't want your tank pulling, though, it's not because they can't pull. It's because you want to be fighting a mob in camp, right? This is for, like, min-maxing, best XP, all that kind of stuff. The tank is fighting a mob in camp. The healer is healing the tank. The DPS are DPSing the mob. Before the mob dies, you send one of the DPS out to get another mob and bring it back to camp, so that you're constantly fighting something. That's the most efficient way to play the game. Now, if you don't care about efficiency, then don't do it. Like, you don't have to do that. But if you want to be efficient, then that is how you would play. And that's where, like, the knowledge in the game comes in versus not the knowledge. Like, you know, when people were talking about charm versus not charm, or you know, if you're playing the game wrong, right, or whatever, the point that I'm trying to make is, if you want to play the game efficiently and effectively, it's about the knowledge of how do these classes synergize and work with each other, right? If you don't care about that, and there are players out there that don't care about that, then play however you want. But just know that you are not playing the game the best possible way. It's just that that's the way that you want to play it. We used to call that chain pulling. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Chain pulling. For absolute S tier pulling, you need FD. For S tier pulling, you need Feign Death, and Monk is the best at Feign Death. I mean, that's just how it is. That doesn't mean other classes can't pull, though. And other classes can't kind of fill in for that. It's not like WoW where your tank runs through the dungeon and tags everything. Yeah, it's not like that at all. Like, right now, this is downtime, right? We're not fighting something. We're literally, the tank is going out to pull. This is what you would consider downtime. Now, for some groups, they might welcome the downtime. They might be like, hey, we're pulling too quickly. I need a little bit of downtime for mana, whatever. And then you adjust your party or your pull methods or whatever to make up for that. So there's downtime right now while I'm pulling a mob. But is that the most efficient way to play the game? No, it is not. FD can fizzle on caster, though, in this game. I mean, yeah, FD can technically, yeah, it can fizzle, but I mean, you spam it. When you need FD as a, you just hit it like 5 times or whatever. Just 49 days left, and I really hope we find out soon what will happen with these classes. Me too. Me too. Gith is, yeah, he's basically power leveling me at this point. I hated having to also pull when tanking an EQ, especially at higher levels. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful being a tank and having to pull. It slows everything down. Well, power leveling is too easy to do in this game. But he's already level 60, so like, why put him in the group? Right? Why would you put a level 60 in your party if somebody in this party is not level 60? They're just taking XP that is going nowhere. You take more damage if you get hit from the back too? I don't think you do in this game. In this, so it's, you can't block or parry if something is behind you. What is power leveling? Power leveling is anything where you have somebody outside of the party healing you, buffing you, etc. and allowing you to level faster. That's power leveling. XP cutoff. It's 5 levels at low level until 15. Starting from level 15 plus, it is 1.5 times the lowest level, or 2/3 of the highest level. So at level 20, 1.5 times the level 20 is 30. So a level 20 can group with a 30. Yes, there are updates coming to the classes soon. Yeah, every single class is getting looked at and getting adjusted and changed, etc. And it really needs to happen. Like, it's a long time coming. Is infravision active when it's also dark, or they plan on making it a skill? Infravision? So infravision and ultravision are just always active. 100% of the time, they're always active. If you choose them, they're on. I don't recommend getting it, personally. But people like to choose it for various reasons. But yeah, as far as what class you guys want to play, like, I'm happy to answer questions for people on what the class's role is, how it's going to play, how it functions, how strong it is, etc. I'm happy to answer that. But just know that, one, is things could change. Two, there's going to be difference of opinion between myself and a lot of other people. And there's also going to be a lot of misinformation out there. So I want people to know that going in. I've seen so much of all of those things. It's just ridiculous. They've been changing classes a lot. Well, they've been changing classes. I wouldn't say a lot. They need to change them a lot. There's a lot of things that need to happen. What do you think of it in group scenario? The Necro in a group, it can be very good. So I would prefer to have a Necro in my group over like a Wizard in my group. The issue right now with Necros in groups is they basically send in their pet for damage, which is good, but it's not the best damage, but it's okay. Their dots, their longer dots, are not really worth casting in a group situation because you're not going to get the full effect out of it. It's going to cost you a bunch of mana, and you're not going to be able to maintain that mana while trying to dot everything. So you really only want to use your smaller dots, like your 30-second dots, which have an upfront damage amount, and then they tick for 30 seconds. They also are very good for snare. And then they can be good for, like, pulling mobs. If you don't have a monk or another puller in your party, necromancers can pull really well. Especially if you're fighting undead, because they can lull. So a necromancer could literally lull an enemy. If it resists, they could feign death. You know, they could lull a whole room full of undead. They can spot heal as needed. So the necromancers are good. Yeah, yeah. A Necropet is going to be about equal to like the melee of a player. So like if I just turn on auto attack on my fighter or on a monk or on rogue or ranger without their procs, right? Without having their proc buffs up, a Necropet does about the same amount of damage. They're very comparable. Does Enchanter feel mandatory in XP groups? It's not mandatory, but Enchanter is definitely good for an XP group, yes. Think Druid would be the best noob class? I wouldn't say noob class, but you can tell you get Lul's pet. It's just really friendly. I mean, it's a good class. It's just a very versatile class. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily noob friendly. Like the most noob friendly classes, in my opinion, are something like a wizard or a cleric or a rogue. If you want to be like noob friendly, I would say you want to pick something that doesn't do a lot. It does one or two things really well, and it doesn't do a lot of other things. That's why, like a druid, it does a lot. It has the ability to quad kite. It has a pet that you have to actually deal with. Dealing with a pet is not a noob-friendly activity because pets in this game can be very wonky. They can accidentally attack things. They can run off on their own for seemingly no apparent reason. And that's going to confuse a new player a lot. Like, they're going to be like, why is my pet running off? I don't understand. What does this passive mean? What does pet attack mean? What does pet back off mean? They're going to have a lot of questions. And it's not a noob-friendly thing. Would not recommend it. Necro's pulling aggro off the tank quite often. Yeah, a Necro can pull an aggro off a tank very easily. I don't want to get into charm discussion here again. Yeah, I do it a lot. But I think a lot of charms should never do more damage than pet classes. Charm classes like Druid, Enchanter, Bard get a lot of utility. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. How is Spellblade? Spellblade is good. It's kind of boring right now. But overall, at the end game, it's very good. Early game, people would tell you that Spellblade sucks. And that's because they haven't played a Spellblade past level 20. Or at all. But a Spellblade, a higher level Spellblade is actually very, very good. Very strong. You're going to want... You would like to have a Spellblade in your XP groups. You would like to have a Spellblade in your raids. They're good. They just need a little bit more, right? You saying clerics don't do a lot? A cleric doesn't need to do a lot. And they don't have a lot that they need to really deal with. Clerics, like a good cleric will stun mobs often. And they will put up they put up the damage absorption shield and they will heal you, that kind of stuff. But what you need to do on a cleric is wait till the tank is down at like 50% health or so. And then put up impart, whatever impart spell you have. Wait 6 seconds and it heals them. And then wait for them to get back down to half health again and rinse and repeat. That's literally all a cleric needs to do. You could do more with a cleric if you choose to. And it can be beneficial. But they don't need to do anything else other than that. And they are beneficial to the party. Usually with Charm, Kite on a Druid and solo level. Yeah, and that's very easy to do in this game as well. Don't let devs know that. They butchered Bard Charm by breaking on damage for kiting a charm. It was way too strong, though. But, well, no, they didn't... it's different. Charm Kite on a Druid is probably different. It is different than Swarm Kiting on a Bard. Bards were like pulling 10 mobs, charming one of them, letting all 10 of those mobs beat on it, and then charming another one and rinse and doing that, right? They were constantly using multiple enemies to beat on the charmed pet until they ultimately killed them all. Druid charm kiting is more like you charm a mob and you kite around another mob and let the charm mob beat on it. You can also do it, though, where you have multiple mobs beating on it if you want to. But the issue with that is it becomes more mana intensive to try to do it that way. It can be done. I'm not saying it can't be, but it's just more mana intensive. But yeah, you can also do what's the best way to do it is on any of the charm classes outside of Bard is to have mob A fight mob B until mob B is dead. Charm mob C, kill mob A. Charm mob D, kill mob C. Charm mob E, kill mob D, right? And you just keep going back and forth. And you use one mob to kill another mob, and then you keep charming a new mob to charm that. That's where I was saying earlier, like, some people are charming wrong. If they're trying to charm, they're trying to, like, I'm going to charm this mob to kill this other mob, and then I'm going to wait for this mob to heal back up or whatever. I don't know why you would do that, but anyway. Why do they nerf that, but not the Monk FD punch cheese? I don't think they know necessarily about the punch cheese. I think they do know, but I don't think they know how bad it is. It needs to be completely removed. It's dumb. I saw somebody doing it yesterday. It's ridiculous. But I would say that it's not nearly as effective. So, like, are you saying why they nerfed the Bard, Swarm Kiting, Charm Kiting, whatever you want to call it, and not the Monk FD? And it's because the Monk FD is not nearly as effective. It works. You can kill just about anything in the game by FDing and proccing or whatever, but it takes a long time. It's really annoying to do. So it's not... You're not really leveling faster to do that. The most efficient way is to kill two mobs at the same time, letting the HP of both mobs get low. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you use one mob to kill another mob, and then you use another mob to kill that mob, and back and forth. How does mob health work? Is regen pretty crazy? Not in combat? No, it's really slow. Really slow. Like, I think once a mob's been out of combat for a while, it regens pretty quickly, but it takes a while for it to actually trigger. I think that it should be like 2 seconds, you know? If a mob is not... It should just, like, chunk up its health. Which is part of the problem with the raid bosses in this game right now. Is you could pull a raid boss to a zone line, have a bunch of people dotted up, and then zone, and then the mob will start to slowly walk back to its camp, zone back over, wait for your dots to fade, put a bunch of dots on it, zone back over, and just keep your zone hopping while you dot a raid boss. It's pretty stupid. But anyway. If they have mob health reset too quickly out of combat, then it's just a free Uber heal for enchanters with Mimbler. Yeah. I guess, but that's just the problem with Charm in general. Like, Charm just needs to be fixed. Think about what an enchanter could do with extremely fast regen like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Charm is broken by itself. That's a completely other issue. But enchanters would actually be slower at leveling that way if mobs reset like that. Incoming Charm rant. I'm not talking about Charm again. Like, if you think that Charm is in a good place, you're clearly in the wrong place right now. This is not the channel for you. Could you evac, then gate back to a bind point with dots on a boss? No. Well, maybe. Evac in some zones and gate in some zones does not clear your aggro sometimes. So, like, zoning is the better way to do it. Did you see or try the AoA playtest? I saw it. I did not try it. No, I haven't played it yet. But I think AoA looks good, but it's not. It's probably not going to be a game for me. I'm a bard. I want Charm off my toolkit if it means getting stronger other tools. I mean, I would agree, yeah. I think that the reason a lot of people right now are so against nerfing Charm on a bard or an enchanter or pretty much any class that uses it is because they use it so much, they feel like their class would be nothing without it. And it's because they haven't tried to use their other abilities. They're just like, why would I use my other abilities when I have Charm? That's just my take on it, though. Seems like enchanters have diminishing returns, so you can only charm the same pet 2 or 3 times. After that, they break within seconds. No, that is not true. They did not do that. Cheating death. In AoA? Oh, in AoA? Yeah. There's a lot of things you can do in AoA or in a game to fix it. I mean, like, but that doesn't really, I don't know. It doesn't really fix the problem. It just changes the way that you play. Right? I don't know how strong Charm is in AoA, so I can't really talk about it. But let's say that you make it to where it has diminishing returns. You could charm a mob 2 times, and then it starts to lose its effectiveness. Well, the idea with charming solo charming in this game is that you charm a mob until it kills another mob, and then you charm a different mob to kill that mob, so it doesn't fix the problem. You're not charming the same mob over and over and over and over and over. You do that in a group setting, right? But even in a group setting, you can just charm a different mob. If the diminishing returns, you just charm something different. Every pull, you charm something new. And you kill something old. So it doesn't really fix the problem. It just changes the way in which you play the game. So if AoA has mobs that are just as strong when you charm them, it's going to be a problem in that game too. It's just a matter of time before people figure out how to break it. It won't take long. AoA wouldn't fix bards used for charm. Yeah, it doesn't fix a lot of charm. Charm a 2-hour long cooldown? Yeah, that's what I think it should be. I think Charm should be more of like a guaranteed spell that's on a much longer cooldown. You could make it a 1 minute, like an Enchanter Charm could be a 1 minute long duration with a 5 minute long cooldown. And keep it exactly how it currently works, where it's a full, that mob does full damage for that 1 minute. That would still be super powerful, but it wouldn't be game-breaking powerful. Only fix is a neuter the damage. I mean, that would be a better fix, in my opinion, yeah. Wonder if there would be power leveling services in this game? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely there's going to be power leveling services. Because you can power level so easily, it will definitely be a thing. Just seems like most enchanters during the playtest, I didn't like your charm. They focused on CC, the AoE system. That could be for a lot of reasons, though. It could be because it doesn't function very well at low level. I mean, you can only get up to, what, level 20 in AoE right now? Maybe it's just not worth it at, you know, sub-level 20. I don't know. I haven't played the game, so I couldn't tell you, right? I can talk about Monsters of Memories and how it functions in this game. I don't know on that one. Any class that can put a damage shield on you, basically power level, yeah, absolutely. Yep, we're back. Guess who's back? Shady's back. I can get someone to level 30 in a day on P99. You could do that in a day on this game. Yeah. It would not take long. I hope they fix it. I hope they change it. Like, the power leveling is something that is up there with the charm that I want them to look at and change. The Enchanter Summon Pet slaps. You don't need the charm and group settings. On this game or an AoA? Can you use Monk FD to power level in this game? Yes, you can. Druid is the best power level at low levels, but Shaman would be a better power leveler at higher levels. But Monk would be the best power leveler at higher levels because of the whole Feign Death thing. But yeah, at level like 1 to 30, a Druid is by far the best power leveler because they can give you Speed of the Wild, they can give you a damage shield, and HP regen. That's all you need for the first 30 levels, and you basically win the game. They can give you AC, but you don't really need the AC. Kind of pointless. You don't need the mana either. Most of the damage done is going to be from the damage shield. What is the best solo class? There's a bunch of them. Right now, I would say the ultimately overall best solo class might be the, well, anything with charm, but then it might be the Beastmaster. Beastmaster pets are just, they're so strong. The early game is broken. Yeah, and I don't care. Like, right, you know, some people care about that. Level 1 to 20. I don't really care about that much, but I do wish that they would smooth it out a little bit. It's just the level 1 to 20 is way too fast in general. Like, there's no reason to go to Wormsbane. There's almost no reason to go to Ancient Crypt You know, like what we're going to see within a few months of early access releasing is nobody going to those dungeons. Absolutely no one. Other than maybe somebody getting power leveled or wanting to get the Wormsbane armor for whatever reason. You know, for the looks of it or whatever. But you're going to see a lot of high-level players going in there and power leveling people and stuff. That's all you're going to see. You're not going to see people actually grouping and going in into Wormsbane or Ancient Crypt. I mean, mark my words on it, guys. I give it no more than 3 months on early access, and you're just going to have people power leveling like crazy in those dungeons. One character power leveling another character, clearing out half the dungeon. The dungeons give bonus XP. There is a zone experience modifier, but we're not really sure how it works. But there is one, yes. Like to see XP multipliers, underused zones like Wormsbane? Well, no. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, it's not going to be an underused zone for power leveling. If you give them an XP multiplier, it's just going to be used to power level players more. So it's not going to necessarily be that it's underused. It's just that you level so quickly through it that nobody needs to go there. Like, they're different things. Like, giving them an XP multiplier is not going to fix that problem. Make Wormsbane a level 20 dungeon? I mean, I don't know why they started dungeons as low as level 5. Like, that makes zero sense to me, but I guess they wanted people to see what they could do or what they were capable of or whatever. Maybe that was the reason. But yeah, like that dungeon is very well done with some cool things to see, lots of named mobs in it. But unfortunately, some players will literally never see it because they're just going to out-level it so quickly. I like in some games you would get XP bonus on both monsters not killed recently and rotating zones, monster types. Yeah, I mean, that could be cool too. Like, if a mob sits there for a long enough time, it gets, like, you know, a bonus XP or something. And gives people a reason to go clear it, but... in this kind of game, that doesn't really work that well because of the time commitment that it takes to get to a dungeon, fight through all the mobs, and then get to another dungeon and fight through those. Like, it really wouldn't be worth it. You're better off just staying at that whatever zone you're in and just slaughtering monsters. The armor's too rare. I agree, yeah. Yeah, the items inside of Wormsbane are too rare to where most players are never going to see them. It's everything about Wormsbane is just, it's bad. It's bad. The best part about this game, in all honesty, is the level 50 to 60 and then 60 plus. And like doing like camping stuff and playing with your friends and doing all that at the high level. The low level of this game, level 1 to 20, is probably the worst part of this game. It's just... I don't know. It's just awful. Make a Bard Mule with Worm's Armor for Fashion Quest? I think people will do that, yeah. I totally expect that. High-level players going and getting the Wormsbane armor just to have it and be like, look how cool I am. I personally think instead of what they did with the itemization recently and giving all of these named mobs like 4 or 5 different items and trying to spread it out, make more stuff like Wormsbane and make those items drop more often and more dungeons like Wormsbane or more places like Wormsbane where you can... at low level, gear up your character with some quest armor, and you get drops from different named and things, and you can learn how to do quests at that low level. But how rare that stuff is right now just doesn't make sense. Yeah, the drop rates are horrible. Yeah, they're very horrible. And then not only do you have to get the armor drop, you also have to get a chipped gem to turn in, which is just as difficult to find sometimes. Do people have keys, or is it accept only from the? It's from the website. There are no keys, but there's beta access through the opt-in on the website. Remember they nerfed Wormsbane gear? I mean, they're going to nerf a lot of stuff, I'm sure. I never really got the Wormsbane gear. Some of it was really good at one point. I do know that. I think some of it still is very good. But I never actually went to get it because it was a waste of time. It's a huge waste of time. It should be the armor drop and a few silver restore it. Maybe. Yeah. It shouldn't be what it currently is. It's just chaser gear. It's just items to go after that are easily replaced later on. They're turning the Pantheon where everything drops the same gear. It's kind of where it's at right now. I feel like the gear is a little too generic at the moment. The best haste item after Wormsbane? There's several haste items in the game. So you get the Wormsbane armor, which is 7, or the Wormsbane cloak, which is 7% haste. You can get a 10% haste off of the Bloody Nose General. You can get a 12% haste if you can use the dagger off of the quest in Keeper's Bite. So those would be the three haste items you can get fairly early on. I mean, the Keeper's Bite one is like level 30 or so. Like high 20s, 30. Do you know what the current stance is on CR? Is corpse recoveries? Are there options to get a corpse if they say the group disbands from a dungeon wipe? Yeah, you can have somebody higher level go get it for you. You can invis down or invis versus undead or whatever. You can try to do that. You can stealth down to it. And then you can corpse summon if you want, which is 10 gold, which is expensive, but you can corpse summon. The Bone Construct does have a haste belt, but I'm not going to throw that in there. That requires... you can't get it after level 20. Stupid. Well, you can, but anyway. The level lock content in this game is ridiculous and dumb and needs to be removed. So I don't even consider that. I don't even talk about that. I hate it. That belt, specifically that belt off of the Bone Construct, what is probably still the best haste item in the game for monks and rogues. Which is really, really dumb because it's level locked at level 20. Don't get me started on the level lock content. It's dumb. And it needs to be removed. I would also have the Wormsbane armor be part of your class quest as well, with the ending being a class-specific item. I mean, maybe that could be a cool thing to do. I think that, you know, the class, like, have some more quests in the beginning to get you kind of started with gear is good. I would roll a ranger and solo kite mobs with dog form. How would this affect my XP gain? Rangers solo kiting are pretty good XP. It's not amazing XP, but it's pretty good. I would say it's about on par with a full party of 6. Maybe a little bit better. Depends. Yeah, there is a last-ditch corpse summon thing, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's even an NPC that'll do it for you, like somebody said. There's an NPC that'll summon your corpse. But I think it has to be like 6 days old or something. So very, very last-ditch. How often are people getting picked from the beta lottery? Every Friday. Vox and Nagy being level locked was dumb. Yeah, the whole thing is dumb. Level locked mobs are stupid. Like, you're not going to be able to convince me that they're worth having in the game. Because I can tell you how they're not worth having in a game. That completely goes against why you think that they're worth having in a game. I mean, I understand why people want them. The idea of level locked content is fantastic. But it doesn't work out that way. Does the Bone Construct have the best mana regen item? It has a mana regen item, but it's not necessarily the best, no. There are 4 mana regen items that I know of in the game, and I don't think that they stack. So, like, you could have... If you had all 4 of them, you do not get all of the mana regen. I'm pretty sure it works the same way as the regen items. You only get the highest. But it is kind of dumb that you have a mana regen item on a level 20 level locked mob, and then the next best one that you can get, I think, is on the level 40 level locked mob, which is dumb. There is another one you can get that is not level locked, but I don't know what level that is. Maybe level 30-ish, 30 to 40. I don't know. And then there's another one that you can get that's healer only. I would say you need to be at least level 50 plus to get it. But it's exclusive to healers. Technically, it would work if it's not in-game viable. I disagree, Jones. I disagree. The level lock content is always going to be a bad thing in this game because you're still going to have people that are higher level using their twinked alts, etc., whatever, to go back and get the lower level locked content to get twink items. Even if they're not the best in slot, they're still going to want to get it. Like Nagafin Cloak of Flames. Or whatever other things that Nagafin dropped. And Vox dropped. You're still going to use it for twinking items. So higher level players are always going to lock that down and get the items. You're not going to fix the problem. You also have to think about it this way too. If the item is not good enough to get, then you're not going to have people risking losing XP on their level locked characters. Like, oh, I'm level 20. Like at level 60, people are willing to die over and over and over and over to get items because it's level 60. They don't really care. XP doesn't mean anything. But at a level locked mob at level 20, you die. That's a bunch of XP that you lost. It's a bunch of time that you have to get that back. You know, like it just feels bad. Stuff tradable from the level lock content? It currently is, but even making it no trade doesn't solve the problem. What happens if you lose your level at 60 from pulling? I mean, yeah, you would want to get rezzed up. Yeah, the turn-in spawns is a better way to go. Like, I think if they want to do something that's level locked kind of encounter, they don't make it level locked. You make it where you have to collect items and turn those items in and spawn a boss, which they have that content in this game. So they definitely have content where you have to farm items or get a key or whatever to get to the boss. I think that's a much better way of doing it than locking a level, like making it, oh, if you're over level 20, you can't do this content. It's just dumb. Nothing good will come out of that. White scales needed for epic weapons that they get set for price. Yeah. But would level lock content be good for a subscription model? I'm not a fan either, but it forces the player to spend more time by creating another character to be able to still do the content. People are already going to do that, Knuckles. Like, level lock content doesn't do what people think it's going to do, period. It's just not going to. Like, none of you guys are going to say anything new that I haven't already heard, and it doesn't solve the problem. I mean, maybe one of you will come with some sort of outside the box thinking, and it's just going to be like, wow, I never thought of that, or somebody else never thought of that, and maybe that's the reason for level lock content. But I promise you, you're not having an epiphany right now. It's not going to happen. I wish it would, but it's not going to happen. I would agree. Monsters Memories current level lock content is a neat idea, but folks are not going to keep characters at level range. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to get their characters level 60. They're going to level up alts, and they're going to keep those alts at level locked content, and they're going to farm it, and it's just going to do that forever. Everyone is level 60. New player would never find a group for a level 20 dungeon, so if people make alts, it's a good thing for new players. Yeah, but the level 60 players are also already going to lock down that content. You're not going to have new level 20 players. First and foremost, a brand new level 20 player coming up, and they don't have people to even group with. How are they going to do a raid mob at level 20? What is their plan there? Right? That's not going to happen. Not in this game. You're going to have people that are already struggling to find a group up to level 20 or 30 or 40 once majority of players have a level 60 character, and now they're just all playing alts. They're twinking their alts. They're power leveling their alts. They're not looking for other people to group with. So why have level locked content at level 20 for those people? They're not going to have anybody to do it with. It's silly. Does not solve the problem, just makes people make a twink and park it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're just going to make a twink and park it there. Adrenaline does that for some content. Farm 10 of X items, spawn a boss, loot, and then loot locked to whoever group spawned it. Yeah, and this game does it as well, Italica. This game does the exact same thing. But it's not loot locked necessarily, but you gain a couple items or whatever, you spawn a boss, you kill the boss, you loot the items, whatever. It's the same thing. Do you still get XP at 60 or do you go straight down to 59? No, you still get XP. You can get max 60 XP. So that when you die, you don't lose it. Perhaps it was Nick's and that's why he's gone. Nick did make the level lock content, yes. I'm not going to speculate on if that's why he's gone or not, but he did make the level lock content. That was 100% his idea. Mobs like Bone Construct should be very difficult dungeon mob that a full coordinated group can take down, in my opinion. I agree, yeah. I don't have an issue with that, but if you don't make it level locked, right? This is the reason they want to make it level locked is because then you're just going to have high level players come in and kill it. It doesn't necessarily make it like oh, this is meant to be for level 20 players, so they're going to go do that content. No, like, I want an item from it. It's really hard at level 20. I'm going to get level 25 and go back and kill it. That's what's going to end up happening. So there's really no point. Like, the bone construct, the entire idea of the bone construct being level locked is just dumb. They would need to drastically nerf XP to keep the player base at low levels for the locked content. Well, for the locked content, players are just going to not XP. Like, they're not gonna, yeah, that's not gonna be a case. People aren't gonna be like, oh, I'm stuck here at level 20, so I'm gonna do this level locked content. Like, most players, I would venture to say, are going to not stop at level 20 to do the level 20 level lock content. They're also not going to stop at level 25 or 40 to do that level lock content. They're just not going to do it. The chances of you having a player or a group of players that are all level locked at the same, or at that level, at level 20 at the same time to work together, the chances of that happening outside of the first couple of months of the game are very slim. Like, very, very slim. Maybe the level 40 content. You have people sitting around that level for a while, but they keep saying the game is about group content, not raid content. Don't see the need to push raid content into early levels. Well, yes and no. There's going to be a lot of raid content in this game. Most players probably have no idea what the loot tables are in there. They don't. Yeah, they have no clue. The weakest class currently, I would say, is Rogue. That's just my personal opinion. Level lock plus no drop doesn't fix it, Jones. What's the goal of the level lock content? I get there's a lot of problems with implementing it, but what's the original goal? The original goal is to give players something to do at lower levels that is rewarding for them, and to be like a what they call level up raid, or teaching players how to raid in the game, or how to do hard content that requires multiple groups. That's the reason for the level locked content. But it doesn't work out that way. Maybe if you had queuing and instancing for multiple servers, but this isn't that game. Yeah, I mean, if you instance it, sure. Instancing that content would be fine and make it level locked for the instance. Sure, you could do that. But they don't want to do instancing, so why have level locked? Yeah, people will sell loot rights if it's no drop. They will just have their... Like, what I would do for that stuff is I would log in my alt, I would kill it, I would log in my main, and I would loot it. Like, it's not hard to get past the no drop situation. Not hard at all. You could make it to where only people that killed the content, like, basically make it to where it's no drop, and only the people that got credit for it, like the one group that got credit for the kill, could loot it. But then what about the other groups that helped kill it? Like, the entire idea of the level lock content is flawed. Everything about it is flawed. There is no solution other than, like people are saying, instancing it, right? You could instance it, but they don't want to do instancing. So therefore, they can't do level lock content unless they want to do instancing. But yeah, if you lock it to the group, what about the other two groups that helped? Like, let's say it's a 3 group. It's supposed to be a raid mob. It's supposed to require 3 groups of level 20, but only one group is allowed to loot it, and that's whoever did the most damage or whoever engaged it first. Like, it's just, the whole thing's dumb. It's dumb, guys. What are you teaching in a level 20 raid? Well, what you're teaching in a level 20 raid is how to put a raid group together, how to coordinate a raid group. You're learning those kind of things. mechanics that mobs could do. For the Bone Construct, for example, it will death touch you if you run outside of the room. So they have that functionality in the game. If you get feared outside of the room, the mob will death touch you. How to deal with area effect fear, how to deal with like different types of situations. That's what low level raid content is made to do, is to introduce you to these ideas so that when you hit level 60, they can throw a bunch of them at you all at once. You can have a mob that AoE fears, that AoE fire damage, that rampages, that, you know, has a flurry of blows or whatever, that might teleport players. Like you introduce these individually on different mobs, and then at higher level you throw them all into the same mob. So that's what the idea is. Just doesn't do that well. Random mechanical question. Does the level a spell is unlocked for affect resist rates versus higher level mobs? No. Not for most spells. It might for like some specific spells. Like you might get a better resist rate on some specific spells, but no, it does not do that. Introduction to raid content was 5 MMOs ago. Yeah, but there's still new players. You still have to consider the new players to this game. Every game you pick up, single player game, has a tutorial in the beginning, right? Teaches you how to play the game in the beginning of it. And you're like, duh, I know how to do this. The beginning of Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom had a tutorial. But anybody that played Breath of the Wild was like, I understand how this game works. So, yeah, they're still going to give you a tutorial. Level lock is in requiring a minimum level to enter. Yes, basically. It's not that way in this. Legend of Zelda didn't have a tutorial? It absolutely does have a tutorial. It's not like, tutorial, here's the things. But it absolutely has a tutorial. Like, it gives you... It gives you, like, the beginning when you first wake up in your little tomb thing. And it does have a tutorial. Dude, like, you're expecting it to, like, literally say, tutorial at the top. And then give you step-by-step examples. That's not what a tutorial necessarily is. It gives you a tutorial in that it slowly introduces things to you. That is literally a tutorial. And in Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, you wake up, you don't even have a weapon, right? You just wake up. And then it teaches you, okay, find a weapon. And then it teaches you, you get a stick. And how to use a stick. How to jump. I'm pretty sure it literally teaches you how to jump up on something as part of that tutorial process. How to climb a wall, etc. Like, those are all tutorials. Legend of Zelda, the original Legend of Zelda? You're talking about the one from 40 years ago? It also had a tutorial, kind of. It was basically go into the first cave, talk to the guy, and get your first sword. You're going to need this tutorial. If you don't go into that cave, you can't kill anything. It's kind of a tutorial. But you're also talking about a 40-year-old game. Like, come on, dude. What? Like, games these days have tutorials. Yes, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Exactly. That's a tutorial. Mario Brothers 1 didn't have necessarily a tutorial, but it had early levels that were much easier than later levels, which you could consider tutorial. It's your definition. Your definition of it. That's all it is. Monster Memory isn't exactly tutorial friendly. Well, no, it's not tutorial friendly, but it introduces things to you slowly, right? Like, in the beginning, you have every single class in the beginning of this game has a quest item, and you read that quest item and you figure out how to do a quest. That is literally the tutorial quest in this game. It teaches you, like, what to do. Like, semantics, guys. Come on. Don't be that person that's like, well, actually. Don't be that person. Nobody likes that person. You're supposed to ask questions and communicate with other people for knowledge? Yeah. That's the idea in this game, yeah. Can these two beetles not walk side by side like this forever? You making good money and XP at this camp? You press for money at this level? No, I have plenty of money. Money's not an issue after like level 25, 30. Well, for me, money wasn't an issue after 15. But this is really good XP at this camp. Yeah. It's an easy camp and good XP. I just wish these two beetles would stop walking right next to each other so that I could pull them. Like, good gosh, man. Oh my god, I ended up getting 3 mobs. They were all walking side by side the entire freaking time. So freaking annoying. We get a rare chance to play a game that's not completely figured out. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I love about Monsters and Memories. People are like, why would I play Monsters and Memories and not just play World of Warcraft or EverQuest? Well, because you don't know everything about this game. That's part of the fun, is figuring it all out. Let's go on, sup, baby. What will level 60 spend money on? Enchantments? Level 60s spend money on basically nothing. Housing. There is no good money sink in this game. The economy is absolutely worthless and needs to be reevaluated before early access starts, or every single early access server is going to have a broken economy. And I'm sticking to it. And it's 100% what's going to end up happening. Same thing with, like, all of the beetle. Same thing with like the raid bosses in the game. Same thing with like the charm. There's certain things that just need to be fixed. They needed to be fixed a long time ago, but here we are. But hey, in the wise words of all of those people that have been saying, they'll get to it. It's still beta. It's still alpha. They'll fix it. Well, now it's beta. They hadn't fixed it. It's soon coming up to early access. Hopefully it's fixed. Alts and looking for items that are fungus haste items. Well, that's what people will do at level 60. That's not necessarily what they're going to spend their money on. I'm trying to figure out the purpose of wagons intended to be. Well, yeah, that's one of the things is going to be moving stuff around in the world. We don't know what they're going to do with the wagon system yet. They could make like the wagons quest type stuff. They could do all sorts of things. We don't really know what they're going to do with it. They have not given us all the information. What other critical systems need to be fixed? I don't know. Well, I don't know which ones I named. What did I say? The economy is not going to be. It's bad. Charming is bad. Beastmaster pets are bad. Raid encounters, just end game type of encounters are in a bad place. Named mobs in general at higher levels are in a bad place. Group XP is in a bad place. Yep, that's another one. The ability to power level and twink characters is in a bad place. Itemization needs to be looked at. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of things. Expedition system doesn't necessarily need to be done by early access. I would like to see it in early access for sure, but it doesn't need to be done. That's not a big deal. Unless the expeditions are going to be how they fix the economy. That would be a great way to save the economy in this game, would be through expeditions. But they need to have that in place by the time you have a lot of level 60s. Otherwise, it's going to completely blow up the economy. Like right now, the amount of level 60s, let me see. Who all 60? There's currently 6 level 60s on this server. Basically, every one of those level 60s at this point is just adding money to the economy every day. Like they don't have anything to spend money on. So they're just increasing the inflation. Every single moment they sit at level 60, and anything they do increases inflation. And the more level 60s you have, the faster that inflation increases, and it becomes a bigger and bigger and bigger issue. I created a new fighter just for the funsies to twink, and the last trait lets you select a bunch of trade skills that aren't in the game. Are they going to remove those? I don't know if they're going to remove those. The idea is that you're eventually going to be able to do those trade skills. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I have not been reading my YouTube chat, by the way, so I apologize on that. I'll try to catch up on it. I feel like adjustments to hell levels makes it even less likely for real level 20s to actually do locked content. Well, yeah, that's true too. Makes you wonder if the folks that are now are as good as the one that left to make changes. Brian, Nick did a horrible job, to be honest. I did not like almost anything that Nick did in this game. And I'm not trying to go against, like, I have nothing against Nick himself. I did not like the direction he was taking this game. So I disagree with that wholeheartedly. What's the matter with the economy? I haven't been keeping up with Eminem's issues. The economy is just that there's every single time you kill a monster, items and money and everything comes into the game, right? But there's not enough money going out. There's not enough items going out. There's just not enough. You have to have a supply and demand, the very basics of economy. Supply needs to equal demand or as close as possible. Right now, the supply is through the freaking roof and demand is not. In the beginning of the game, when the game first launches, the demand is going to be really, really high and not enough supply. But very quickly, demand or supply surpasses demand very quickly. And then you just have surplus. You don't want surplus. Read my lips. No new taxes. Exactly. I'll maybe have some special vendors that pop up every now and then that have loot that can only be bought from them. Take some money out of the economy. Well, it's not just the money, right? People, when you say economy, people think of dollars or whatever your currency is in this game, coins, gold, silver, whatever. That's not the entirety of the economy. The economy is your items, your physical goods, maybe not even your physical goods. It could also be your intellectual goods. It could be any good or service as well as money. It's all of those things. So when you have things coming into the game or being created, so items that are being created or money that's being created, it just comes out of thin air. It comes from whatever. Like just I kill a mob, I loot it, and boom, I now have something. Anytime that you have those things coming in, then and nothing going out, you have a problem. I played all tanks to 20. Stopped there to keep the game fresh for early access. I understand about to be major balance changes, but as it stands right now, how does tank balance feel at 50 plus? I feel like it's okay. Tanks are good. Your fighter is going to be the best overall physical damage mitigation tank, which is going to be probably the best overall in-game raid tank. But the other three tanks do their jobs. They have functionality. They can all tank from level 1 to 60 very easily. Like they're just fine at doing that. The utility of some tanks is definitely better than others, but yeah, I think tanks are fine. What are expeditions? How will they possibly fix the economy? So expeditions are going to be where you go to an NPC and you go on an expedition and you get on like a boat and you take that boat to an island and you can fight mobs on that island. You can gain crafting resources on that island. And there's going to be even raids on that island. That's what the expedition is going to be. How it could fix the economy is chartering the boat could cost money. It could cost, like you might have to collect, let's say, 1,000 wood logs and 1,000 cloth scraps to make a boat with a sail. And you got to pay a captain a platinum to charter the boat or whatever, right? There could easily be money sinks and just sinks in general that get rid of a lot of that stuff out of the game. Get rid of coin, they get rid of items, they get rid of everything out of the game. You need to have that to make a healthy economy. Something's got to get rid of money. Paying for reses, make that cleric run out there for free. Well, that's the thing. That doesn't remove money, right? People think that buying an item from another player is part of the economy, and it is, but it doesn't remove money from the game. So it's a transfer of money. That doesn't stop inflation. It just transfers money from one player to another player. So you need something that removes it from the game. Supply and demand, regulated economy, hard to get a balanced system when everything isn't in the game yet. It is. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, but they need to put something in the game to remove the money. Right now, most things in the game is all about gaining wealth and supplying to do things in the game, but very few things are about taking out. And until they add those things, the economy is going to be broken. Equipment should have durability. I mean, that's a possibility, yeah. Like that's one way to do it, is to make you have to repair equipment like they do in World of Warcraft, or a lot of games do that. Final Fantasy 14. But You know, some people like that, some people don't. It is a way of removing coin from the game and possibly materials, but it's not necessarily required. Crafting mats should be bought, not gathered. Yeah, not necessarily. Right now, like, that'd be kind of silly. Like, why would I not go out and cut down a tree or find some herbs or mine something? You know, like, I think that's a good idea, right? It adds to the world. It gets you out of the town and go out into the world. If you're just buying materials off of vendors, it's kind of boring. So I don't think that they should just do that. Tax to run a guild? I think that, yeah, maybe that could be a thing. I think that joining a blacksmith guild to be able to use the blacksmith anvil and the like, these are all ways that you could do it. Yes. Like, join a guild. There could be a 1 gold fee to join the guild, and then like a monthly, you know, 20 silver every month to stay part of the guild. As part of the to keep up with like the usage of the forge and an anvil or whatever, right? Those are all possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities for the economy. A lot of them. Tanks to be the ones really paying the majority of the durability costs in this game. Might not really be fair. I mean, that's another issue. Yeah, that's part of the issue, is tanks would have to pay a lot more, but at the same time, spellcasters, they have to pay for all their spells. So, in a sense, it almost kind of, at least leveling from 1 to 60, it kind of gives both of those classes, or those roles, whatever, something to spend money on. But then the problem is once the spells are all been purchased and spellcasters are no longer having that money sink, then the money sink goes away. So it ends up being mostly tanks and melee classes that are spending the money on the repairs. Unless you do it like they do in Final Fantasy, which as you die, you lose durability and you have to fix that. There's ways that they could do it. Or just over time, your gear deteriorates. You know, and you have to repair it, patch it. Reagents is another way. Yeah, having reagents in the game is a good thing for a healthy economy in a video game like this, because it removes those items. So like you could have a reagent of like the gems, like they had in EverQuest. You had a certain gems that you use to cast the symbol spells for clerics. It removed those from the economy. You could have other reagents, like to cast a water breath breathing spell, you might have to have a specific herb, like strangleweed, right? And that will allow you to cast water breathing. It removes that from the game every time you cast water breathing. That's another really good way to do it. It removes items from the game. Reagents add layer of laughing at casters that forgot to bring them. Yes, it does that too. It does that too. I played a warrior in WoW, never once complained about my repair bills. I mean, I didn't really complain either, but it still becomes a thing, right? Why should you, like, it depends on how they do the repairs. If it's based off of, well, first of all, World of Warcraft doesn't have an amazing economy either. World of Warcraft's economy is very, very, very broken. So getting money in that game is not hard. So repairs are not hard to do. But outside of that, the point is that why should one class have to pay for repairs on all their gear, but the other class is not? More often. That's where people are coming from with that. Like, oh, because I play a tank, my gear deteriorates faster, therefore it costs me more money to be a tank. It's kind of silly. In the beginning it was. Yeah, that's literally what I'm saying. Are you not understanding what I'm talking about here? In the beginning of this game, the economy is fine because we'll rewind like 15 minutes ago. The demand is higher than the supply. It's very basic economics. In the beginning of any MMO, demand is way up here, supply is way down here. A year goes by, supply is way up here, demand is way down here. And that's what causes the problem. Like it's very basic economics. Like the most basic economics. WoW's economy was very bad in the very beginning. Absolutely was. It still is. If you go play a brand new server in World of Warcraft, it still is that way. Like getting the 200 gold to buy your first mount, for a lot of people that was hard to do. Very difficult to do. But now, how much gold do people have in World of Warcraft? Like millions? Like it's over time, inflation, that's literally what inflation is. As supply continues to go down, supply continues to go up and demand continues to go down, it causes inflation. Because now the price for goods starts to fluctuate, prices start to go up because the demand is so low, but we have so much extra money. So now the price for goods is high. Like that's what it all is. I'm not trying to have a whole lecture on economics here, because I don't know the education level of everyone in chat, and I don't know like what you know or what you don't know. But you got to start with the basics, and it's supply and demand. The very, very basic of economics is supply and demand. Criddle describing capitalism, kind of like how everything in the U.S. is always going up, and everyone always talks about the cost. Yes, exactly, right? The cost of living has gone up every single year you've been alive. Why is that? Inflation. People gain more wealth as time goes on. As people gain more wealth, the price of goods continues to go up. It's just economy, right? Now, I could go into a lot more detail if you really want me to, but it would probably be over the heads of majority of the people in the chat. Because I'm not a professor and I don't really know how to teach this stuff. But what the governments in the world do, though, is they start to impose things like tariffs and taxes. And they, in fact, even burn money. They literally burn money. Like catch it on fire and burn it to remove it from the economy to keep the value of those things at a certain place. So they do that to maintain an economy. This game doesn't have that. So they can't maintain it. Almost no video game has that. I think that EVE Online probably did the best at it. But basically, you have to have things coming out of the system. You got it. When you hit 60, you're hit with a tax to stay level 60. I mean, that could do it. That could do it. Can't burn platinum? That is an issue, yes. We need to melt our gold for the greater good? Yeah. The 5,000 gold for the epic flying mount and TBC anniversary? Awful? I'm sure it was. Yeah, that seems like it would be awful. I find it wild how the WoW token is a thing when people can legitimately get gold and turn it into cash. Yeah. Inflation makes it harder to get things, not easier. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. It doesn't make it harder to get things. It doesn't make it easier to get things. Inflation doesn't do either of those things. Inflation is just literally the cost of items going up because the amount of money that people have has also gone up. Like at its very basic definition, right? Very basic. Again, I cannot explain this to people without knowing the education level of everyone in chat. I don't know if there's a toddler in chat or somebody that is like an economics professor and anything in between. Like, to explain this for everyone in chat to understand it and not feel like I'm belittling them would be impossible. It's impossible. I'm neither. Go. Why is everyone gaslighting me and saying there are 25 zones in beta when I know there are only 18? What are your zones? Let's play. What zones are you talking about? What? I'll help you figure them out. What are recessions and depressions? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh boy. I'm not going to sit here and explain all that today. This isn't a lecture on economics. About to find out in real life. We are about to find out in real life, yeah. Those not caused because inflation gets so high that people can't afford goods? Not necessarily, no. That's not how that works. Like you're trying to find a direct correlation, right? Inflation goes up, therefore causes recession. Boom. That's not exactly true. How to make money in this game so you can buy spells? Kill mobs. Like, currently I have 1 platinum, 20 gold, 24 gold. Right? And I have nothing to spend money on. And that's just because I kill mobs. That's it. Just because I kill mobs. Are all or some classes gear dependent? Right now, some classes are gear dependent. All tanks are the most gear dependent. Melee classes, melee DPS classes are second most gear dependent. And spellcasters are the least gear dependent. But all classes are gear dependent to some extent. How much of the Veiled Linen do you have? Veiled Linen? 3, I think, Ashira? I would have had more, but I couldn't carry it last night. I would have grabbed a couple. Did we figure out what to do with it, Ashira? Are all or some classes? I read that, so we need more Fashion Quest stuff. That would be nice. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do that. Like, some people want them to put dyes and stuff in the game. I got confirmation it's a robe. Not sure the recipe, but I think may require more since how expensive robes are. Okay, so we need to figure out then. If it's a robe, I don't even know if I can do a robe. Yeah, we have to go to a, I'd have to go to an actual loom, I think, to look up robes and what they require. That might be the thing, too. You might have to actually put it into the loom to craft it, and it may not be craftable through your the bag. But would it be like? Because I think, what does a robe take to make? Like a bunch of bolts of cloth and then also leather and stuff? I think it takes a lot of stuff. Can you speak on rank the various DPS classes anecdotally from your group experiences? Curious how things are shaking out at 50 plus. I mean, I could tell you, like, I guess. A lot of this stuff's going to change, though. Like, right now, I would say that anything that can charm is clearly the best DPS in the game. I mean, it's just true. It's just a true statement, okay? I don't know how to say it any other way. Charm is too strong. Outside of charm, though, like... classes are all pretty, I don't know, they're kind of balanced. They're just different. They just do it differently. I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it that way. Like, exclude charms. Charm is a pain in the butt now. It is, yeah. Yeah, outside of charm, it's hard to really say. Like, your best damage is supposed to be the rogue, but it is currently one of the worst. Right? Rogues just don't do much damage. They're missing their poisons, and their ambush, backstab abilities are just not that great. Wizard has very good burst damage, but very bad sustained damage. So they're not in a good place either. The best place to be right now is to have like a pet or melee DPS. If you have a pet, they're all very similar. They're not all the exact same, but they're very similar as far as the amount of damage that they do. Send in your pet. They do some decent DPS. I would say that like an Elementalist is probably one of the best DPS right now because it can send in a pet doing sustained melee damage, and then it can also nuke for the burst damage when needed. So it's in a really good spot. Spellblade is kind of... Spellblade is very good DPS late game if you have the right gear for it. But you need a lot of dex, like really high dex. And it's got some RNG factor to it because it's got to proc the damage. If it doesn't proc the damage, then it's terrible damage. But if it does proc, it's insanely good damage. So you're kind of looking for the average there. But because of how RNG works, it's hard to get an average. Yeah. Rogue deals the most damage in the game. It's a charm class that requires no charisma. I don't know where you're getting that information, but okay. Sure. Oh, nice. Is there plans for master classes? No, nothing like that I know of. I mean, they might do some sort of thing with it later on. There's no plans for it though that I know of. Oh, you use guards to do it? Yeah, that's a whole thing they need to fix. Guards are using guards to kill mobs in this game is a cheesy method of killing mobs that has been around for a long time, and I don't know why they haven't fixed it. You've seen level 60 rogues damage? You've seen some really high logs posted on the Discord showing the rogue damage. I don't even know where to go with that statement. What logs? Are you talking about like just this? Somebody just took a picture of this right here and said, there's my damage. Because I'm also hitting for 100 damage. Right there, 100 damage. It's a crit, but it's 100 damage. I hit for 82 right there, non-crit. I hit for 63 right there. I hit for 70, 82. So, what logs are we talking about? So that's normal then? Yeah, rogue damage sucks. Anybody that tells you that rogues are doing like insanely good damage are lying to you or misinformed. Rogue damage is not good. Not good at all. Why are rogues so bad? They're just... I mean... Think about it this way. A rogue is doing the same damage as a monk or a fighter or a ranger or a spellblade or whatever with their auto attacks. Right? Same damage as all of those. Because they get dual wield, they get double attack. So it's just based on the weapon that they have in their hands. The only extra damage that a rogue would do would be from its abilities. So if its abilities are only doing an extra 100, 200, 300 damage here and there, where is all this extra damage coming from? So yeah, they're just bad. They're just bad. If you hit for 80, a rogue hitting for 100 is not crazy, but they hit for 100 constantly in the log. Okay, first question was, what log are you talking about? Are you literally talking about this right here where they're just showing numbers? I need to know this answer. Like, I'm constantly hitting for 70s, 80s. That's based on the weapon and their strength, right? They're doing the same damage. Those white numbers that you're seeing are literally the same damage that anybody else will do. And it's based on your strength, and it's based on the weapons that you're using. Same thing. So if a rogue can do it, a fighter can do it, an archer can do it, or not an archer, a ranger can do it, spellblade can do it. They all use basically the same weapons. So they're all going to be hitting for the same amount with the same stats. Okay? So that's first. Oh, jeez. I need to reload. Hang on. Second thing is, though, the log you're talking about. Are you talking about that log, or are you talking about like an actual DPS log? If you're talking about a DPS log, those are third-party software. I haven't really messed with them. I don't know. The third issue with that is, what level 60 rogues are you referring to? Because there can't be that many of them. So who are you talking about? How come the devs haven't brought Rogue up to meet the rest of the classes? Heck if I know. It's a great question. You should ask the devs. It's a great question for them. No, I think the reason, like, if I were to give a reason, it's because rogues don't have poison in the game yet. Like, they have the basics of poison making, and that's going to be a good part of their toolkit. It's kind of like having a wizard without having its nukes. Or without, like, a spellcaster without being able to cast half of its spells. That's why rogues are kind of in a bad place. They literally don't have part of their toolkit. Got to find the few daggers that proc poison. Yeah, but that's not going to increase the rogue's DPS. That's going to increase the DPS of anyone that uses those weapons. Like, you got to think apples to apples. You're comparing, if you just give a rogue a weapon and it increases their damage, giving that same weapon to another character, another class, does the same thing. So how would a rogue therefore do more damage than another class if they don't have abilities that do the damage? They're just auto attack. Like, that's it. It's just auto attack. So without the abilities in place, their DPS suffers. A rogue's DPS is probably about the same as a fighter's DPS. Wizards without evocation specialization? Yeah, exactly. Be kind of like that. Game coming out in 50 days and classes are missing core parts of their toolkit? Yeah, they are. That's a problem. Yeah, I've been talking about it a bunch. A lot of people have been talking about it. Yeah, it's not Ashes of Creation. I wouldn't compare it to that. Not sure how the class and item overhaul is going to happen this quickly. It's not going to happen this quickly. It's a problem. It's a serious problem. The main developer of classes was... So, Nick was a part of the problem, in my opinion. Right? I'm not trying to bash Nick. He was doing a bad job with developing this game. His class design, everything about it was bad. I don't know what happened to Nick, right? I have no idea what happened. I don't care what happened with Nick. Like, that's not where I'm trying to go with this. But for somebody to say that getting rid of whatever, how did you say it? Because I want to use your words. The main developer of classes is gone. Yes. The main developer of classes is gone. No, a developer of classes is gone. One of the developers of classes is gone. It just happened to be the one that you knew of. So you assumed it is the main one. Right? It's kind of like saying, Criddle's the only fighter in the game. Because I stream and I play a fighter. There's actually a level 60 fighter, higher level than me. So like, you know. And there's other fighters that are also in their 50s. So does it make me the best fighter in the game? Just because you know of me, right? It's the one we saw, right? Nick is the guy you saw developing the game. And not to be mean, but in my opinion, Nick was doing a bad job. I did not like most of the class changes that I know that he did. They're bad. No one said he was the best. No, but you inferred the main developer of classes is gone, which means that they're not going to be able to get stuff done. Like, what do you mean by that? Their main developer of classes is gone. So what does that statement mean? If not that they're going to struggle getting it done. Because for what you, in your opinion, that might have been the main developer of classes, but Nick, in fact, copied and pasted things. So I wouldn't even say he put in the most work in developing the classes. So therefore, he would not be the main developer of classes. That's my take on it. Nick literally copied and pasted ability from this class to this class. That's what he did. That's all he did. So, I don't know. He was just the face and the one streaming the most, also giving out beta keys. Yeah, exactly. Biggest issue with the class design is too much overlap between classes. Exactly. That is one of the biggest issues. And why is that? Because we copied and pasted ability from this class and put it over on this class. There was a lot of copy and paste going on. The actual developer of the classes and those kind of things is Zilith. Zilith is the one that designs spells and abilities and puts them into the game. So if you want to say the main developer of the classes would be Zilith, in my opinion. Also not doing a great job in some ways. So I will also pick on Zilith. I'm not saying anything bad about him as a person or anything like that, but the balancing of this game is just way out. Like, Zilith is the one I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure Zilith is the one that created the Beastmaster taming system, which is extremely unbalanced. Like, it's just bad. It's in a really bad spot. Can't wait for the class overhaul. I can't either, yeah. I can't either. It's going to be great. I think Nick's part owner role made it seem like he's the main class guy. Yeah, I mean, Nick being part owner or part, like, majority owner of the company or whatever, also him streaming all the time and showing the classes and talking about the classes and all of that. That is what made Nick seem like the main class developer. But that's just not the case. Hey, what's up, dude? You finally awake?
I've been like half awake.
You've been half awake? Okay. What's up?
Will your mom want to see me?
Yeah, she wanted to know about a grocery list. And I told her that you were sleeping. So she just wanted to get some stuff for a grocery list. Yeah, you can call her if you want to. Oh my god. Alright, here. Yeah, here you go. It's alright. Kiddo wanted to call his mom. Can you test something? Can you reduce your strength to 149 and then increase it to 151 or more and check your auto attack logs? Oh, you're not going to see a difference with that. You're saying that at 150 there's a break point? Like a big break point? I mean, I can, yeah. Right now it's at 160. Here, I'll just put it up here so you can see it. It's not supposed to be how it works now. Not like 2 to 3 auto attack damage. That's not how that works. Yeah, you're not going to see that. Auto attack damage has a huge range, right? Like you're getting 55, 63, 2, 32, 47, 25. It's going to be all over the place. You're not going to be able to tell a difference. Unless there's like a drastic difference at 150. It's not how it works for rogues either. It's not how it works for anybody in the game. If it is, it's a bug. Like rogues don't get this special... Based on what, Jones? I'm not going to argue with you on it. You tell us how it works for rogues, please. Enlighten everyone in chat exactly how it works for rogues. I would like to know the calculation of rogue formula damage. Has a breakpoint at 101. For rogue specifically. How did you determine that? And where is your log? Where does it show that? Where's your formula? You tested it. Okay? How did you test it? Where's your proof? I'm not going to take your word for it. So where's your proof? Swapping rings. Okay. Where's your proof? Where I want to see your entire log where you saw these breakpoints, these magical breakpoints. Yeah, screenshot it. I would love to see it. Screenshot it, post it in Discord or something. I would love to see this magical test that you did. I mean, it'd be better if you could make a video like I'm doing right now. Because this is how the damage works in the game. It could be as little as 2. It could be as much as 100 and something. Like, that's literally how it works. So if it's different for rogues, they have a special, super special, unique formula specific to rogues, which seems highly unlikely. What do I like about this game? I like that it hasn't been solved yet. I like that it's a group focused game. I like a lot of stuff about it. I like the aesthetics of it. I like the visuals of it. It's really nice. It's fun. Enjoyable. It's not specific to rogues. You tested it on a monk as well. Okay. I 100% believe you. Is there a log, spreadsheet, some form of empirical data viewable by others that support your statement of fact? Yeah, anything would be good. It would be good. Hey. Huh? Can she come over? Come over for what? Oh, you ready? You want to go back? You don't want to hang out with me today? I've been waiting for you to get up if you want to do stuff. Or, I mean, it's up to you, buddy. I know I've had you for a week, so it's up to you. Okay, did you ask her if she can?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's my phone? Okay. If you would like to do that, yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna keep you. Like, yeah, if you're ready to go. Give me a second. Let me jump off of here and we'll talk to you. Hey guys, give me 1 second. Let me talk to my kiddo. I've had him for all of spring break and trying to work out scheduling with his mom. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, trying to deal with my son's mom. Not going to talk about that. We're moving on. All right, let's see. Where did I leave off here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that that's correct, Jones. Like, I don't know what you did that found some sort of breakpoint on a rogue and apparently a monk at level or at 100 strength or whatever. But it seems it doesn't seem accurate. You need to fight for a few minutes until you can confirm that you actually hit your top end damage, then increase your strength. I mean, I'm at 125 right now. Yeah, it needs to be more than a few minutes. But, like, I'm at 125 right now, and I'm hitting 78, 68, 37, 70, 58, 52, 57, 37. Like, it's a big range. Are you talking about just top end, looking at top end damage? Like right now, it looks like 78 is my top, right? Without crit. Looks like 78. Yeah, there's a maximum, yes. There is a maximum damage. So right now we're seeing 78. Right? Let's fight a bat. Let's see what the bat does. And I'm not going to change my strength. It's still 125. It's not based on a next strength breakpoint. It's a calculation. It's not. Oh, you know what it is that you're seeing? What it is that you're seeing is rounding. You're seeing rounding numbers. That's it. It's not a breakpoint. It's just rounding numbers. It's kind of like, so intelligence and wisdom. It's not a rounding 100. It is. It's like wisdom and intelligence. It's approximately 20 points of intelligence to increase your spell damage by 1%. So if you're doing, it's much easier to see at higher levels as well. So 78 still seems to be the top, right? And this is at 125. 78 damage. I'm not doing more than that. So what we can do very easily to test this is I could go boop, and we could go up by 15. So now I'm at 140. Now I'm at 81 is the top. So it went up by 3 damage. Right? We'll pull another one and we'll keep it at 140. Still 81. Still 81. Yep. So I see 81 is top. At 140. So we went up 25 strength, and I went up 3 total damage. Right? We can all agree on this? Based on this limited test? So now we'll do a different test. We'll go up another however much. I can go up another 10 to 150. I know I can do that. You went up by 3. So you want to go like exactly that well, it is rounding. That is 100% could be rounding. That plus that is it's a break point, but it's still because of rounding. Right? If you would have hit, let's say, how do I explain this? Let's see. Let me see. So we can go 5 strength. If I go... We'll do 10 strength. We'll do it this way. 10 strength. So we're at 181. 181 at 140. Hang on, though. Now we went up to 184. Is now the top. Well, that's crit. Hang on. Non-crit. So we went up another 10 strength, and it's still at 181. So you're saying that maybe when we go over 150 is where it's going to jump up. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, that's because of rounding. Because of rounding. Because it doesn't increase, that 10 points didn't increase my damage enough to get to the increase of damage. That's what I... Like, I don't know how to explain it. If the math doesn't push you over I mean, I get it that it's kind of confusing because of the rounding. It's not just increasing it by 1 because of rounding, but it increases it by like 2. It doesn't necessarily only increase it by 1 though. That's the thing. It doesn't necessarily only increase it by 1. Depends on the formula. Yeah, it depends on the formula and how it's factored, right? Like there might be... I mean, I could see where you think there's a break point, but even the break, like even if it was a break point, I guess the way that you're making it sound is like it's an astronomical amount. But it could be that like every 10 it recalculates. Or every 5 it recalculates, you know, rather than, which would be kind of breakpoints, but it's still based on, it's a mixture of the two, right? I mean, I get what you're saying, but because I'm now at 170 apparently, and I'm hitting at 87. What were we at before? 84. So it's going up by 3. By 3 damage every 10 that I go up. And it's going up by the exact same amount every 3 or every 10 damage. So now it's down to 155. What was it at 150? Was that 181? It was not 181. Was that 81? I just got an 84. At 55. I just did 150 a minute ago. Does that change something for you? I mean, it might if the formula calculates it that way. It seems like I went up by 5 points and it went up by 3 damage. I went up by 5 strength because it was 180, or it was 81 at 150 strength. And then 5 more points, I got 3 more damage out of it. If I go to, hang on, if we do 150, I can do 150 by taking off that ring. Oh shoot, hang on. So 181. At 150, I'm doing 81 damage. Right? If we drop off... If we take off my helmet, now I'm at 149. And I'm still doing 81 damage. So at 149, I'm still 81 damage. Right? Now let's see, can we get to... I don't have a way to just get one... Can I drop off like 4 strength somewhere? I can drop off 3 strength. So at 152. I'm at 81 damage. 84 damage, actually. See, it doesn't see anything. It's the calculation. It's literally the calculation. It's not really a break point. It's the I mean, it kind of... Yes, I get what you're saying. But, like... It's not 3 damage for every 5 strength. It's not that. Because I just added in another 3 strength. Yeah, I wouldn't call it a break point. Like I feel, well, I mean, I guess you could define it as a break point if you wanted to, but I would just say that's just the way the calculation works. You know, like... I don't know. So, if we go up to 160... How did I get to 160 before? Well, I could jump up to 170 again, and that was what? 170 was giving me 87 damage? It's not, though. It's not like that at all, Jonas. Or Jones. It's not like that at all. Literally, every time I add in like 10 points, I'm going up by like 3. So there's not like these big break points that you have to hit. It's just gradually going up the more strength that I add. I mean, there is a break point technically every 5 or 10 strength. I guess. You could say that. But it's not really that. Yeah, more strength equals good. Exactly. Like, we could also add in here. I could add in more. Make sure. Yeah, I could add in more. Let me, I can't do it while I'm fighting, though, because this one's a cast time thing. So, yeah, we're at 87 right now is the high. At 170. Strength seems like the easiest stat. I mean, it is for plate wearers, yeah. So, like, if I add in more, I'm going to add in another, like, 12 strength here in a second for the next mob. And we'll get up to 182 strength. So we started out at, what, 125? And it seemed like every time I added in more strength. All right, let's see what this does. So 87 was the high. Now we're at 160. Why did I go down? Oh, there we go. Now we're at 181. So you would think that was like another, that was 11 increase. So it's probably going to go up to 190 or 193. Maybe? I don't need to hit more to confirm it. 190. Or sorry, not 190. 90 is the high now. I think you're not understanding how often how it works. But anyway, 90 is now the high. Like, I'm not going to hit over 90 unless I crit. There we go. I got 4 90s in a row right there. So it went up by 3 again. By increasing 10 or 11 strength, it went up by 3 again. So it seems like if there is a break point, it's like every 5 or 10 that it goes up by about 3 damage. Well, strength increases all of your damage, not necessarily just your max damage. But it's not possible to see how much it's increasing your other hits. It's because I'm pretty sure it's a percentage-based increase. Based on your current strength. So to see that percentage-based difference, you have to go up by a certain amount. Yeah, max is definitely the easiest to see. So what it could be is my weapon is doing 14 damage, right? And then you're getting I don't know, weird math calculation with the 14 damage. That would be something like every 5 or 10. Yeah, because the breakpoints were also at 5s, not just 10s. So I don't know. Not necessarily. A percentage base could mean like a 3 increase. Like you may have to have more to get that next percentage tier, which would be to your point of the breakpoints or whatever. Let's see what happens when Battle Cry goes away. That'll take it down to take it down 15. So that'll be what? 65, 64, whatever. I don't know what it'll be. 66. I do have another weapon I can use. I could use a two-handed weapon. We could try it with that. So then we're not getting the different weapons here. Let me try it. Okay, so we're at 146. One 136 is the high so far. 136, 136. Another 136. Another 136. So it seems like 136 is the high. Non-crit is the high. And that's at 146 strength. So if we add I can add that, which gives me 161. So it's going to add 15 strength. And now it's 143. So it went up by 7 damage so far. And that's why I think it's percentage based right there. Like that literally tells me why I think it's percentage based. It went up by 7 damage by increasing 15 strength on that. But a one-handed weapon only went up by 3 damage. Each tier. Right? It's definitely not like big breakpoints like 100 and then 150 and like etc. That's not what it is. But I think it's just it does calculate it based on like every 5 or 10 it recalculates it is what it seems like. So you probably just always want it to be on a 5 or a 10. Or a 5 or a 0 for the last number. Because like if we take off, let's say we take off this ring. This ring is 5 strength. So we're doing what is it, 140? 143 I think is our high right now. I'm not seeing more 143s. Or no, 136 is our high right now at 40. Yeah, because 143 would be the high outside of that. So if we take off 5 strength. So we're still at 141. And it's still 136. Right? I just think it's like every 5 or 10 strength it recalculates. Probably every 5. So we could take off. Well, we could do that, and we could take off the helmet. That gives us exactly 140. So 134. So that went down by 2 points of damage when we hit 140. Right? And then when you go up by 1 point of damage to hit 141, it goes to 136. Okay, so that goes up by the 2. But then if you go up by like another... For me, 84 strength, you hit for 24. At 100 strength, you hit for 24. Well, what level are you, Jones? Because that makes a difference, too. Level definitely makes a difference. You get capped based on your level. Look, it could be the same on level 34 and 35. Again, every so many levels, like, it could change. I don't think it uncaps your damage until level 40. From what people have said. But yeah, you're saying that it took you 14 strength or 16 strength to go from 24 to 20 or 17. You had to go up 17 strength to go up to up 3 damage. And then you went up another 9 strength. That's not at all what I'm seeing. Because my 136 is the high right now at 146, right? I'm going to go up by 15. That's probably going to increase it by like 7 more damage, I think is what it was. So in 15 strength, it went up. It's going to go up by 7. Yeah, 143. So it went up by 7 when I went up by 15 strength. Like, it seems like it's just every 5 or so it goes up by some amount of damage, like 3 damage. And you're using one-handed weapons, right? It's probably the difference between one-handed and two-handed, based on the formula. Yeah, one-handed weapons are the ones that seem to go up by 3 every time in my testing. So we could do this. We can get rid of... Well, let's do it this way. So we're doing 143 damage with this at 163. Right? So if I take off this... and this... Now I'm at 136 strength. Let's see what my high is. 134. So it went down by 9 damage. We're going from 136 to 1... If its breakpoint's 100%, based on what you're saying, and you from 76 all the way up to 100... are the exact same damage. So you're talking about 24 points difference, right? You go up by 24 before you finally hit a breakpoint. Why is mine every 5 or 10? If it's breakpoints. And it's 100% capped by level, yes. Yeah, level has a factor in it. I know that for a fact. But I'm going from 134. So if I go up by 20, let's see, I can go up by 25, right? And you're seeing 0 change in 25 points. And I'm seeing multiple changes throughout those 25 points. I'm just using this for testing right now. Two-handers are good, though, if you have a good two-hander. It depends on your weapon. But yeah, I'm still at 134, right? Gif? Yeah, he's just healing me. He's power leveling. Yeah, he's 60. He got 60 last week. Okay, so let's go up by the 15 points at 151. Because I want to put this to bed. Like, this is getting ridiculous. It took you 24 points to go up 3 damage. I was at 134. And I just went up by 15 points. Now I'm at 140. So I went up by 6 damage. Let's see if it goes any higher than 140. $172 doesn't count because it's a crit. So I went up by 15 points of strength, and I gained 6 damage. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. So I gained 6 damage and 15 points. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why yours doesn't go up, other than the fact that it's based on level, and it's a calculation. It's a full calculation that's doing it. It seems like every 5 or 10 it might go up by like 3 points for one-handed. Could damage output be affected by the monster type as well? No, we're doing it on multiple different monster types. Oh, but no, it's not. They have not done that in this game. They specifically stated that they have not done that. So like bludgeoning versus... Okay. So bludgeoning versus like skeletons does not do anything. Let's get the extra 10 points of strength in again. So we were at 140, right? So we're going to add 10 more strength. Give me a second to get another mob. Your new cap is 22 at 69. So it took you from 69 all the way up to 101 before you gained 3 damage. That's because of your level and like the calculation of it. What do you mean no? They're not going to be different for different people. It's not different for different classes or different people. It's based on your level and the damage calculation. Okay, so what are we at? 161, and I went up by another 3 points of damage. I'm at 143 now by going up another 10 strength. So I went from 136 to 140 to 143 by going up 15 strength and then another 10 strength. So somewhere between 69 and 70 is one breakpoint. It's based on your level. It's a formula that is just based on your level. I don't know. I know I get what you're saying with the breakpoints, because it kind of is that. It kind of does feel that way, because I'm kind of hitting something like that too. But you're saying that it literally has to go up 26 strength to go up 3 damage, yet I'm going up 10 strength and gaining 3 damage. Like, so I don't know why yours is drastically different. Is that your formula at lower levels? Not plus 5 strength, you can do damage? Yours some other? It's based on level as well, yes. Your level determines your maximum damage as well. That's literally what we've been saying. I don't know why it took Shade Stomp to repeat the same thing that we've been saying. Because you're level 35... your maximum damage is going to be different. Your damage capped. It probably takes more strength for you to go up than it does somebody who's higher level. Or the damage calculation, which is more likely, changes based on your level. It could be that, yeah, Shade. That could be it, where it's like at lower level, it's just calculated differently to reduce the effects of having more strength. That's very possible. It changed based on the weapon damage. It might. It could also be based on that too. Yeah. So I'm doing like 143. Like I'd have to. You'd have to test it with. It could, oh, you know what? It could also be the ratio. It could also be the ratio, because my ratio with this weapon is around 0.3, or no, it's almost 0.5 actually. Whereas my ratio with this weapon, I guess that's almost also 0.5. This one is, yeah, so it might have to do with the ratio, because a lot of calculations in this game have to do with the ratio. If strength adds DPS instead of damage, ratio and haste will indeed affect it. Yeah, I don't know exactly the calculation. Try punching? I would miss. If I tried to punch, I would just miss. Bard Fighter, a good combo? No, it is not, Jason. Yeah, well, the issue, Shade, is not. It's not the matter. It's a matter of how often it would connect. We need it to consistently connect to get actual values, right? And it's not going to consistently connect if I try to punch. It would take forever. I would need to level it up. It seems like I will give you that it is a 3 damage increase at different values, it seems like, because that is exactly what I'm seeing as well. But the break points that you're talking about, I don't think it's because of break points like that. I think it's like I mean, it might be based on break points, depending on how you define it, I guess. But it's just based on the calculation and kind of rounding, I guess. It's a mixture of those. From what I can see, it is. I don't know. We'd have to see the exact formula, but yeah, it's definitely it's a curve. It's a programmed curve, 100%. And they did it to prevent people from from like being able to power level. So like you can't just give a level 1 character really good gear and then they're doing crazy damage. Right? That's the way the calculations work in this game. I don't know what the calculations are, but it prevents somebody from having a level 1 character from having 200 strength and the best weapon in the game and being able to one-shot everything at level 1 to like 15 or 20 or whatever. So that's the reason why it looks like it's breakpoints, is because it's based on level. Like if you were level 1, those breakpoints would be farther apart. So you would need like 200 strength to go up by 3 damage, right? And then as you get higher level, that gap starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So it's not really breakpoints, it's like a preventative measure from becoming overpowered. Yeah, that's on damage, not on the ratio. I'm not talking about the ratio. I don't know if you're referring to what I'm saying. But it seems it's based on your level, it seems like. And you could call it breakpoints, I guess. You could call it that. Like, and that quote-unquote breakpoint changes as you level. It's probably just more of a factor of the calculation is like strength, times level minus this, minus that, plus this, whatever. It's probably just your level is factored into the calculation, to the damage calculation. You don't think AC matters? I don't know that mobs necessarily have armor class. I don't know. I have no idea on that. Which is partly why, like you guys are saying, Charm is so strong. Well, I guess I'm the one that says that. Charm is so strong because armor class isn't factored and mobs just hit really hard. But I have no idea if armor class matters. I honestly don't know. Which is why Charming Red was bad for game balance. Yeah, it's really bad for game balance. Yeah, because the mobs just do tons and tons of damage. And then hit like 100% of the time for full damage. Do I have any intel on a Beastmaster 50 plus? Yes, they are brokenly good. According to... Oh, he's not on. According to this guy right here. Level 58 Beastmaster in the guild. He does crazy stuff. Their pets have NPC health? Yeah, their pets have NPC health and it's fully broken. Yeah, completely and utterly broken. Yeah, it's basically a perma charm pet. It's dire charm is what it is. It's pronounced what? Pronounce Gorze? Seriously? I would have never guessed that this. Oh, that's not even a. It's Gorget is pronounced Gorze. Hang on. I'm curious now. Oops, I spelled that wrong. There we go.
Gorget.
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 But hear that?
Gorget.
All right, that's how we're doing it. American pronunciation. Gorget. That's it from this point forward. I'm calling it a Gorget. I always said Gorget. But I'll go with Gorget. That's fine, too. That's like GIF or GIF. I don't care. Anyway, let's get rid of this. I think we have exhausted that discussion. Yeah? Everybody good on that discussion of... figuring out absolutely zero information. Other than it seems like each breakpoint is 3 damage for a one-handed weapon. But that breakpoint moves, apparently, based on your level. We'll call it that. I guess. I don't know. I think it's just a formula. And it's based off of the weapon damage as the base. And then your level. Somehow maybe level divided by strength. Gives you different things. Because it seems my breakpoints were either 5 or 10 apart. And at lower level, they're just farther apart. Which tells me that it's just strength. Strength compared to level. And then that factored into the formula somehow. I'd be curious to see a ranger or a beast in party. See if their aura affecting CL max damage. That would give more of a clue formula. I mean, that could be. It could be. I don't know. My understanding of your skills, like your slashing, piercing, bludgeoning skills, factors into the hit chance. Because if I were to go like this, right? Well, that's the thing, Jones. As you get higher level, like we were saying, those breakpoints, whatever, they get smaller as you get higher level. So using a sharpening stone makes a bigger difference. So let's see if I do this. You crush offhand. You punch a slime for 43 damage. So yeah, I feel like I hit less often. Because like I'm punching, I punch. I punch once. Punch. I don't know. I don't know if it factors into like your chance to hit. See, slash, 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 slash. It's got to be chance to hit. But I don't know what else it factors into, if anything. Currently, as the game stands, you're implying 2 Beastmasters is probably the ideal farm everything comp. I mean, that would be good. Sure. 1 Beastmaster can farm a lot of things. But yes, 2 Beastmasters could kill some of the raid content. Yes. That is actually a true statement. And is currently happening in this game. Not being able to resummon a pet with health would kill class fantasy. Well, the revived pets come back at 5% health. They do. At least they did on my level 6 Beastmaster. When I revive it, it comes back very low on health. Hey, Eric, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. I just saw that pop up. Thank you so much. Losing your pet should cripple you at a pet-based class. I mean, I agree, and it does. Yeah, their pet, the tamed pet from a Beastmaster is a weird thing. Very weird. I have no idea the formula and calculation and all that for it. The pet is the Beastmaster? Kinda. It's about. I mean, it's like half the Beastmaster. %60 pet res, mid-20s. Is that XP though, or is that like you're talking about health based? It's like that's his XP because don't the Beastmaster pets have their own XP bar? They do have XP. That's why they level up differently. They get 60% health at level 41. Seems like 90% to 10% pet to player based on how you're speaking of the power. No, so not really. It's like it depends at certain levels. It changes. The Beastmaster pet has a ton of health. At low level, it's about the same as a player. It's not that much different than a player. At higher level, it's drastically different than a player. Beastmaster pets at level 50 plus, hang on. At level 50 plus, have a stupid amount of health. The Beastmaster pet, also at level 50 plus, does a lot more damage because it has dual wield and double attack. So I believe a Beastmaster pet can quad. They can quad around, whatever. Whereas a Beastmaster only has dual wield. I don't believe they have double attack. So they can only do 2 attacks per round. So the Beastmaster pet eventually becomes more damage and tankier than a Beastmaster. However, the Beastmaster itself has buffs and heals. So it can buff their Beastmaster pet for haste, and it's got strength. It's got like strength and other types of buffs and stuff, and like heals and all that. And it's got debuffs. My God, I've got the hiccups. And debuffs like slows and dots and all that kind of stuff. So when you talk about the power level of the Beastmaster for its pet, I mean, by level like 50 plus, it might be like 60-40 in favor of the pet. But I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea if it's true or not. Blade. I think that bards should get double attack back. Beastmasters probably not. For design perspective, I think this damage curve is ridiculous. Not only do you get punished for being low level, it also confusing. Get the systematic changes. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. It is kind of annoying for sure. I would agree with that for sure. But they have to do that. Like you can't give a level 1 player a bunch of gear and then make it just automatically be equal to a level 60 player. So they've got to have some sort of formula and calculations and stuff to change that. Yeah, exactly. It's an anti-twink measure, which they need more of in this game. A lot more of. You like the idea of a really powerful pet and a much less powerful handler? I mean, I agree. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think that's what like elementalists should be. Well, I don't know, not necessarily elementalist, but yeah, Beastmaster could be that way because you're a master of beasts. You have focused on raising your skill at handling the beast. I just don't want them to have all the shaman spells. I think that's ridiculous. You know, they don't get all of them, but they get a lot of shaman spells, and they have this beast. Makes them really strong. But yeah, I don't disagree with you. I love twinking. Like I can't wait to make a melee twink, but I agree about twinking shouldn't be able to just one-shot their way to level 20. Yeah, and I think that's the problem, right? Like, that's the issue. I love twinking too, and I love Twinkies as well. But no, I think that twinking should be in the game, and I think power leveling should be in the game, but not as strong as it currently is. So what I would say, in my very limited opinion, I think that taking like a damage shield, for example, and giving it to a low level player, or my Sal ran out, or a like really high end item and giving it to a low level player, it should be beneficial to them, right? But not godlike to them. And I think that's the line that they need to figure out where they want that to be. Like, putting level 60 gear on a level 1 character should absolutely be beneficial. But how much better should it be to put maxed out, you know, level 60 raid gear on a level 1 versus giving them just like a bunch of plate armor at level 1 and a decent one-handed or two-handed weapon or whatever? Like, how much of a gap should that be? I think that gap should be a lot smaller, and it currently is for gear. The issue with that, however, is spellcasters, because you could twink out a spellcaster. Well, I guess it kind of works with spellcasters as well, if you think about it. I don't know how the damage works for spellcasters. Probably the same way that strength does. The intelligence versus strength. My hot take is every buff should only be castable on a group members and fall off if the caster leaves the group. That'd be tough, Setfer. That'd be tough. That'd be very much a Pantheon type of situation. Did you like that in Pantheon? Because that's something they did in Pantheon. I don't know if I like that. Because they kind of do that in, like, Final Fantasy XIV as well, right? Does WoW do that? I don't think WoW really has a lot of buffs, though, that are, like, long-term buffs that you can put on people. So I think it kind of does that as well. I don't remember WoW having... I mean, I didn't play a buff class in WoW, so... But I did play a druid for a while. But I don't ever remember buffing people. A lot of auras. Yeah, the auras would be a group-wide thing. So, like... yeah, but, like, they didn't have anything in WoW that was, like Speed of the Wild, where you would cast it on another player and they would have that buff for an hour, right? It was very limited if they had it. Nobody's begging for buff. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nobody's begging for clarity or Sal. Yeah, yeah. I didn't remember seeing any of that when I played WoW. I personally like the idea of being able to buff other players. But I like that in this game they limited it to an hour. Did you guys know at one point all these buffs were 30 minutes long? That was awful. They increased them to an hour long, and I think that's okay. I would actually say, though, it should have been a 30-minute long buffs, and there should be items that you get that increase the duration of buffs. and you could get up to like 100% duration bonus or something, so that you could take a 30-minute long buff and make it a 1 hour buff. I think that would be a cool way to do itemization for certain classes, but I don't know. Maybe it would be bad too. I do like that. Makes you want certain classes. Also get rid of everyone asking me for Sao every 5 feet as I walk through Night Harbor. Well, yeah, it does do that. That's why I don't play most of those classes. Like, I'm not going to play a buff class, or like I don't want to play a cleric in this game because I don't want people to ask me for res all the time. I don't want to play one of the 4 Sao classes because they're going to always want that. Yeah, I won't play certain classes because of that. That's partly why I play fighter. It's one of the reasons. I don't ever have to worry about people being like, "Hey, Criddle, come buff me." These days, WoW drops foreign buffs on important content. Also, WoW scales buff to your level. Yeah, I think we need to scale buffs to the level for sure. Like I absolutely want to see buffs scaling to level. I don't like it the way it currently is. The ability to power level people and all that is just, it's way too good. Way too good. Anarchy Online, people had bots set up in town that just gave out stat buffs if you walked up to them. Yeah. Yeah, everybody wants it. Yeah, I think they could do that in this game eventually. I bet you could do something in this game where somebody could probably set up some sort of bot to do that. I mean, I don't know how good the tools are. I know they have really good tools in this game for catching bots, but I'm positive somebody could set up a bot in this game, and you could probably have your character sit AFK in town, and somebody could go up to you and hail you, and it automatically targets you and casts the buff or whatever. I could see that happening in this game for sure. Been enjoying the stream today. First time here. Wondering, have you heard anything about nameplates for mobs or floating numbers for damage? I've heard about both of those things, but before we talk about that, I want to go back to the first thing you said, that you've been enjoying the stream today, and it's your first time here. Come back tomorrow and tell me if you continue to enjoy the stream. I feel like I turn people away very easily. But no, floating numbers are probably a no. I'm not going to say they're not going to happen because I don't know. I'm not a dev. But Sean doesn't seem to like floating numbers or chat bubbles. So we're probably not going to see that. And then nameplates for mobs. They have nameplates. What kind of nameplates are you talking about? I'm not really sure. When you're making an EQ clone, that kind of goes against the spirit of the game, at least with buffs. It does. Yeah. I don't condone or think that they should, allow people to make a bot. I'm just saying that you probably could make a bot that would buff you in town. But it definitely does go against the idea for this game, for sure. Walk up, hail, say buff name, yeah. It parses chat, and yep. Like above the mob you're fighting, it would show health as well as their name. Oh, you want to have like health as well. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to do that. So you're wanting this right here. Basically, like something like that. Right? Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. That's going to be one of those things that you're going to have to put your target right in the middle of your screen like this and just have it there. But then, you know, if you like move your camera around, it's not going to be necessarily on that target. But I know a lot of people do this. A lot of people like to put the mob health here and then like move their character health and their group health. They like to have it all kind of centered here like they would do, you know, like that and this. And then they would have like their party members over here to the side or something. I know a lot of people that like to do that. I hate it. I feel like it clutters up the screen too much. I don't like all that junk on in the middle of my screen. So I always put mine up out of the way. I don't even like having my bags open. I would actually prefer my screen to look like this. To be honest. This is way better. But, you know. Looks like you're at a starting zone killing level 1 and 2 mobs. Same models. Yeah, they're very similar. These are like a different color, different shade. I think. Because they're slime covered. But they might be the exact same models. I don't really know. Yeah, hail buff bots are easy to do, Tickle. But this game, the devs have a lot of tools in place to detect botting and macros and that kind of stuff. Whereas EverQuest doesn't seem to care. So, you could do it. I'm not saying you can't do it. You probably shouldn't do it or you're going to get banned. Are these the same models, though, you think, as the skeleton models? I haven't looked that closely at skeleton models in town. Are they the exact same? Nice if you're fighting multiple mobs to know their health. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But that's this kind of game, though. Like, in this game, you shouldn't be fighting multiple mobs. I mean, well, I should probably rephrase that. In this game, if you are fighting multiple mobs, it should be like crowd-controlled multiple mobs. Like you're mezzing mobs or you have like 2 mobs off-tanking each other or something. Stuff like that. This game isn't. It's meant to be played like EverQuest, not like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. Like I love Final Fantasy 14, and I enjoyed World of Warcraft, but I hated in Final Fantasy 14 the wall-to-wall pulls. When you go into a dungeon, you literally pull everything to the next wall and you burn it down, and then you pull everything to the next wall and burn it down. And I played a tank in that game as well. I played everything in that game. And I just did not like it. I do not prefer that. Have you seen Amphi's group play? Kind of destroys that. In this game? Yeah, but he's only gotten to like level 20. Right? He's not going to be doing that at level 50. He's level 45. So, as of last night, you got to 45. Okay. So, what are they doing? What's his group? I have not watched him play recently, no. What are they doing? They're like... They're not AoEing down mobs. I know that. Is he being PL? I don't think he's being PL. They've got a group. He's got like a set group that I know that much. I just didn't know that they were going to continue playing. in the beta. I thought they were only going to level up a little bit and then play something else. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, but if he's trying to AoE down mobs, it's not going to work in this game. I mean, not in the same sense that it would in like a Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft. He's the sweatiest sweat you'll ever see. I don't know about all that, but okay. I'm sure he is a pretty sweaty player, but yeah. Anyway, I'm just curious, like, what's he doing? I've watched him a few times this week, and they're constantly wiping, nearly wiping. Okay. They just level professionally in games. They have a good shot at hitting world first. Well, I asked him about that directly. Like, I asked Amphi and got a response from him directly, right? And he said that they're not racing for world first. They're not trying to do that. Will they get it? Maybe. I don't know. But he said that they're just playing for fun. That's coming directly from him. Not from like a third party or anything like that. So I don't know what to say about that. But yeah, I don't know. Like, that's not going to work out in this game. They did AoE pull, and kite the pull. Yeah, but there's no, like, what classes are they using for AoE? Like, that's the question, right? They have to be playing either a wizard or a druid to do AoE damage, and they only hit up to 4 targets. So, like, that's where I'm confused. I was curious if the AoE Chardock style pulls would work for leveling in this game. I mean, if you have classes that can do AoE damage, but you don't really have that. I mean, you could dot up. I guess you could dot up a bunch of mobs. You could dot up, like, you know, as many mobs as you want. I could play a necromancer and just go dot, 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 right down the line. And then you could kill a bunch of mobs all at once. But you're still going to be dictated by the amount of mana that you have. And if you try to dot like 5 mobs to do that, you're going to run out of mana. They're just running stuff around and someone pulls off one and they fight it? Oh, question mark? Yeah, like, I'm trying to figure it out. Used to like a cleric, chanter, wizard, one puller. Yeah, I did that. I did that in Chardock, right? When I was in EverQuest, or way back when, I was the enchanter with 4 wizards, a cleric, and me. And we would pull a ton of mobs and AoE them down. And it was fun to do, but it was extremely dangerous for very little benefit. Like, you had to be really, really good at it to not die. I don't feel like we got enough benefit out of it personally, but Bard style peeling. So they're pushing how fast they can kill, how many mobs they can hold down. I don't think they're AoEing at all. This. Yeah, you don't want to play the game that way, I wouldn't imagine. I mean, maybe they could be onto something that is beyond my comprehension, right? So I'm not going to say that they're wrong, but I don't think that play style is going to work out very well for them. I'm not trying to say how he should or shouldn't play at all, Dharma. I'm not that they could play it however they want. I don't think it's going to work out in their favor playing it like that. Like, I don't think it's going to work out. I really don't. This looks like because they have like 5 spawns and patrols run into them. I mean, they could be sitting in the middle of a bunch of mobs, and as they come up, they're just killing them. Yeah. No tank, no healer, just CPS. I mean, they could do it with no tank. And then the tank, instead of having a tank, they just kite a mob around. I mean, you could do that, I guess. Yeah, you could definitely play this game without a tank. You can, right now. That's one of the other things that I'm trying to push for is that if the best way to play this game is kiting mobs around in a circle and then DPSing those mobs one at a time, then the developers have done something wrong, right? They didn't develop the game properly. Totally possible in the open. Yeah, like in an open area. But when you get into a dungeon, yeah, exactly. You get into a dungeon, it would be nearly impossible to do. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to watch and see what they're doing to understand what you guys are talking about. But I don't think that play style is going to continue to work for them all the way up to level 60. I'm surprised it's still working fairly well in the 40s. Like that, it's not shocking to me, but I am a bit surprised if they're continuing to do that in the 40s. I've watched him play. It's nothing crazy. Okay, then yeah, I mean maybe you're just making it out to sound a little crazy. I don't know. So I'll give you the example of what we do in my group, right? Maybe it's something similar. In my group, what we normally do, like if we had our perfect 5 or 6 players in our group and we had our group set up in our, static group that we do, I'm taking a mob. We have 3 DPSing the mob, 1 healer healing me, and then we have our puller who is DPSing the mob to about 50% and then goes back out and brings another mob in. As soon as that mob dies, we go to the next mob. The puller stays to about 50%, goes out, finds another mob, brings it back. So you're constantly killing, non-stop. You're constantly killing, but you're not kiting them around in circles. They have a route they follow instead of a camp. They would kill like 3 at a time and follow the route. Well, what classes are they, though? Like, do they have, like, people mezzing? Do they have people rooting mobs to the side? Like, that matters as well. Is it different? I've seen lots of groups have Kiter that has lots of mobs. SK grips one off, for example. Danger is heal aggro. Yeah, exactly. It's not any different. Like, kiting a mob around in a circle is no different than what we do, which is tanking a mob one at a time, and then they just go out, bring a mob back, versus one person kiting around a bunch of mobs in a circle and you pulling one off. It's no different gameplay. The only issue is if you heal the kiter in that situation and the kite person does not have enough threat and you heal them, then the aggro is gonna go to the healer. So you'd have to be very careful that you don't pull threat from that person. They got a mez for sure. It's full 6 group. Oh, well then, yeah, they got a mez. I'm not in beta, so I'll only see what I stream. Okay, yeah. I mean, it sounds to me like they're playing the game normally. You're just seeing me play right now in a duo, which is how you play in a duo in this game. But yeah, if I had a full party of 6, we do the same thing. We'd pull 2 or 3 mobs. If I had an enchanter, pull 2 or 3 mobs to the group. You mez, you fight one at a time. You mez the other one, and then you burn them down, and you rinse and repeat. Yeah, same exact thing. Yeah, it's nothing crazy. It seems to be that we're getting there now, where that's just normal gameplay for this. As long as you have an efficient puller that can keep the mobs coming in a group. Yeah, I prefer to have only 1 mob in the camp at a time. Even with an enchanter. Because then the enchanter can do other things other than just mez. But yeah, in our like early access group that we have prepared, our our kind of static group that we have. We're going to have an enchanter in there. At this point, probably charming mobs. But we're going to have somebody constantly pulling. Like, we're going to be constantly fighting a mob. There won't be any of this downtime of me running out, grabbing a mob, and running back. There won't be any of that. I'll literally just be constantly fighting one mob after another, after another, after another. Well, you can move. Yeah, you can definitely move if you want to. You don't have to sit in one spot. That depends on how many mobs you have that are able to pull. Like, you don't necessarily... That's a weird one, right? If I have enough mobs that I can constantly pull from an area that I don't have to move, that's even better. But if there's not enough mobs in an area, you might have to move from one spot to another spot and kind of go around in a circle. You could do that too, but you want to try to limit movement as much as you can for the spellcasters, because they're going to need mana. So if the spellcaster needs mana, they're going to need to be sitting down meditating as much as possible. But they can run, like Gith could potentially run from here down here and sit down, and we could kill a couple mobs, and then run over, over there, sit down and kill a couple of mobs, and then run over here and sit down and kill a couple of mobs. You could do it that way too. But it's the same thing. I don't know why you would do that. You could. I mean, you could, I guess, but... Dungeon crawling versus spawn camping? Yeah. I mean, you can do it that way. That just depends on if you have enough mobs. Yeah. We're not talking about EQ mob camping, though. We're talking about the route thing that you were saying. So if you know... That's where I'm confused. You're saying you don't have this game, but you're, I guess... Amphi was doing something crazy that you were like, that's crazy. You could do the same thing in EverQuest. So if you played EverQuest, then what he was doing, based on what you were explaining, was also done in EverQuest. By different people. Like... I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm confused. But it doesn't sound like he's doing anything, like, abnormal. Well, yeah, EverQuest could go crazy. Didn't say crazy, said different? Okay. It's not different than anything people were doing in EverQuest. I don't see it being any different than what some people were doing in EverQuest. Like Chardock... the Chardock, AoE pulling and stuff. Like people did all sorts of stuff, different things in EverQuest as well. Hey, we nuke stuff down or threat change. Yeah. So I heard a rumor a long time ago that the first two people that hit level 50 were two rogues that were on opposite sides of the mob, and they would just bounce the aggro back and forth between each other. I don't know if that's actually a true thing or not. Different than what I've seen at Monster Memory Group streams. I mean, I've seen it on multiple streams, what you're talking about, Dharma. A lot of streams. It's just a different play style for different people. I would say that camping in one spot, EQ style, is more common, for sure. But what you're saying is also happening a lot. Yeah, it happens. Did Amphi play? Did he play EverQuest? I know he's like a WoW, classic WoW streamer. But did he play EverQuest at all? Because I'm wondering, like, if they don't realize how some camping and stuff works. You said they wouldn't be doing that when they got higher level before it was explained. Also said you shouldn't do that based on caster mana, but it's just playstyle and what people find more fun. Well, yeah, because I was basing it off of... I'm basing it off of people saying that they're trying to get to 60 first or whatever, right? They're trying to be the fastest, most efficient way to get to level 60. I don't think that will work to be the most efficient way to get to 60. It might, but I don't think it will. That's what I was talking about with that. So because of the things like the caster mana and all that kind of stuff. Now, if you want to play that play style, you can absolutely do that. They're two different statements. Like, I'm not saying that he shouldn't do that. If that's the way that they want to play and their group wants to play, then sure, go ahead and do that. It's going to be kind of tough, though, in this type of game because just like in EverQuest, right? If you're trying to camp a mob, you can't be like, oh, I'm camping this entire dungeon because we're moving from camp to camp to camp to camp. You're moving around in a big circle. You're not really camping anything. You're constantly moving. So if the game has a lot of players in it, you're going to lose out on your camp. So it's going to be tough. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You'll be losing camps to do that. So I just don't see them doing that in early access to try to like level up to 60 quickly. It wouldn't be the most efficient way, probably. Well, I mean, maybe it will be. Maybe it would be a little bit faster. But they're going to end up losing their camp, in which case they're going to have to find a new camp, which is going to take them more time, et cetera, et cetera. I think that is ultimately, if the case is that they're trying to be the first to level 60, I think that would be tough. It would be detrimental to their cause. Might be a good way of putting it. The devs are anti-swarm. They seem to be, yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yep. And I'm just, we're doing this casually, too. We're not even trying to speed pull. Yep. So I stream charming, fearing, quadding, normal groups, pulling 10 plus, fire elemental. There are too many ways to XP that are viable. Yeah. It's all dependent on who's in your group. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of it depends on who's in your group and what you're trying to do. You can play this game a lot of different ways. Generally speaking, people camp one spot, they pull from a certain area, and they just stay there for a long time. That's probably the most common way. But yeah, you can play in a lot of different ways. A lot of the new players don't know what camping is. They don't understand camping. I've noticed when the beta first started, the first 15 or 20 levels, people were all over the place, pulling whatever the heck they wanted to. They didn't care. Any type of camp rules or camp etiquette that was non-existent. But I will say, as you get higher level, that becomes better. But I don't know if that'll stay that way when you have a lot of people at higher level. Because, let me see right now. Let me look at some statistics. So right now we have 660 players online. Okay? That includes your anonymous, roleplay, all of those. We only have 95 of those players over level 40. So 1/7 of the players in the game are over level 40. You know, so I feel like the people that are over level 40 probably have some sort of camp etiquette at this point, and they're not stepping on each other's toes. But the people from like level 1 to 20, which are, let's see, level 1 to 20 is 372 of the players. So half of the players in the game on this server are level 20 or under. I would imagine that the camp etiquette in that range is probably very little, right? Swarm kiting was super OP in EQ. I'm sure they're locking things down, like that down in general. I mean, swarm kiting, the Bard specific swarm kiting from EQ is not possible in this game. At least yet. That I know of. I mean, maybe somebody knows something that I don't. It's very possible. But to my knowledge, it's not possible in this game. The EverQuest 1 swarm kiting that they did in that game. Right? The charm kiting, which is a completely different animal, is possible in this game. But the swarm kiting from EverQuest 1 is not possible. Yeah, the reverse charm kiting, totally different animal. Swarm kiting is a whole other ballpark. Right? It's completely different. Game doesn't have established camps, which makes disputes even a bigger cluster. It does, yeah. For early access, I feel bad for the GM volunteers. I do too, Dharma. Like, I'm right there with you guys. I think that the devs and the GMs and stuff of this game, they have a big uphill battle. My strength just dropped down to 120. I think I'm missing buffs. Yeah, I've got Zeal, but I'm missing the other one. Yeah, I've got 25 minutes on Zeal and Sal. Charm kiting was what everyone used to call swarm kiting and AE kiting for the... Yeah, that's what they called it. Swarm kiting, though, and charm kiting, very, very different, and it confused a lot of people. Because people thought that bards were swarm kiting, but they were not. We're going to have to make new nicknames for this. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Of course, that was 25 years ago, yeah. How do you know they pay the GMs? Right now, they don't pay anybody, Dharma, but they are going to pay the GMs. There are currently 2 GMs on the team that supposedly will be paid. But we don't know who they're going to pay. Nobody knows. But the idea is that they want to pay GMs. Their GMs are part of the team. They are not volunteers. They're actually part of the company. They're not going to have... It's not going to be like EverQuest 1 volunteer guides or whatever it was. Supposedly. That's what they've said. Right now, though, everybody's volunteer. Technically. But they're still employees. They're just volunteer employees kind of thing. I guess those are 2 different things, but yeah. Thank God. Yeah, I don't think that's the plan. It's up to around 5 or 6, I believe he said. Most are part-time to cover different time zones. Well, what it is set for... Because, yeah, I know what you're talking about with that. It's GM Trent and GM Tam. Those are your 2 GMs. Everybody else that is a GM are just devs in different capacity that fill in when needed, as they can. So everybody on the team, including Sean, Zillith, Swanee, I mean, there's like 40 people on the team. They all can do GM stuff. And that's where that 5 or 6 comes from. Because I'm pretty sure that yeah, Swanee, A Loving Robot, one of their GMs is Atomic Frog. Atomic Frog is an accountant. Literally the accountant of the company. So they're not really a GM, they're an accountant. But they have the ability to do GM stuff. And that's where that whole number gets kind of confused. But yeah, it's GM Tam and GM Trent. That's it. And then they have a third one that they're talking to hire, I think. Or they may have already hired or put on the team or whatever. But that's it, yeah. You end up with a Reddit mod GM when it's free, yeah. Yeah. Any word on the next open playtest? We don't know, Jade Wolf. I don't know. They have not announced it. I imagine Sean will be back tomorrow probably for a stream. That's my guess. And maybe he'll have the answer for that. But I don't know. Too dedicated with +4 potential, listening to people whining about camps all day. Yes. Yeah. That's 100% what's happening, Dharma. Yep. I think the entire team, though, when the game launches into early access, I think what they're going to do is they're going to have, like, all hands on deck kind of situation. So they're probably going to have, 10 or 20 different people filling the role of a GM. But they're technically, it's going to be like Swanee and Zillith and maybe Ali and A Loving Robot or Sean. All those people are going to all be kind of all hands on deck kind of situation. And based on their time zones, like Setfer was saying, they're going to be around at different time zones. Sean, A Loving Robot, lives in Germany, so his time zone is different than somebody who lives in East Coast U.S., versus West Coast U.S. versus Ali, who lives in Bahrain. So they're all in different places. Are your skills auto-activating, or are skills 9 and 10 similar cooldowns? So skill number 8, Disarm, is on the same cooldown same global cooldown as 1, 2, and 3. So it's got a global cooldown. When I actually use that skill, that's the cooldown of it. So I just used 8. It's a 1 minute long cooldown. That faster cooldown is the global cooldown. Skills 4 and 7 are on the same cooldown. They share a cooldown. Skill 5 is on a separate cooldown. It's not a global cooldown. 5 is off of global cooldown and has its own separate cooldown. 5 and 7 are off of global cooldown, but they share a cooldown together. So that's why it looks like I'm triggering all my abilities at once. I'm not. When they first pull up, I'm hitting 4, 5, and 1 all at the same time. Then it goes to 2. Then it goes to 3. As you saw right there. But 4 and 5 will trigger boom, boom immediately because there's no global cooldown for those. I did get 100% res from Trent this week because of Sky Sierra. Cons, you should win this fight. Guess who didn't win? Yeah, you should definitely not win that fight. Yeah, that's a raid mob. That is a 100% raid mob. Actually, what level are you set for? Because if you're level 46, that would be a death touch. 45, you got DT'd for 100. Oh, is it? Maybe it's level 40. Yeah, so if you're over level 40, 41 or higher, it's a death touch. Yeah, they need to remove those mobs, man. Those level locked mobs are dumb. Oh wait, which one is that? Skyseer Ilya? Is that the Skyseer Ilya, is that the one in Ancient Crypt? Oh, that's the level 25 one then. That's even worse. Yeah, that's even worse. That'll death touch you at level 26. So it's a green con mob that will kill you if you are over level. It's so dumb, dude. So dumb. I hate it. More of an anti over a certain level being able to assist in fight. Yeah. Does the leader of your guild, Beastmaster you mentioned, stream? No, he doesn't stream. He just plays a lot. Why? Do you have questions for him? Let's see if I can see if he's on. I can ask him. He'll come into the stream sometimes. Yeah, Hoku's online. I hate Death Touch. I think Death Touch is one of the laziest mechanics that a dev can do in a game like this. Now, I say that, but I put an asterisk on it. Death Touch is okay if it is 100% avoidable. And it is in this game, right? It technically is in this game. But I don't like when they do Death Touch as like a random, every 20 minutes the mob can Death Touch. Like, it's just dumb. I hate that so much. It's the laziest mechanic to just like force people dead. Now, if it's a certain mechanic, like you don't do this mechanic, then you get death touched. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I only knew about Bone Construct, nothing in game to tell, so hopefully it will at least con different now. No, it's been like that for like a year, Setfer. Despite us saying how dumb the level locked mobs are and all of the different things that are wrong with the level locked mobs, they have remained in the game in the exact same way. Yeah, I don't like the level locked stuff. It's dumb. Please, please fix the level locked. Wait, did I lose? I lost 20 strength. Oh, that is... You got Berserker Wrath on me, right? Yeah, I think that's... I'm pretty sure it's Berserker Wrath was bugged yesterday, Isar. Yeah, I have it now, but like yesterday, but earlier today I had 181 strength, and I don't know how I had that. Right now I've got 161, so I'm 20 short, and I'm wondering if it gave me that double like it was doing yesterday. Yeah, we need to see if we can figure out how to repeat that so we can bug it. You lose the Enchanter Strength buff? I may have had an Enchanter Strength buff. Yeah, set for the, yesterday, though, I had 255 strength, 130 stamina, and like 101 agility and 101 dexterity yesterday. No idea where all the stat, and my AC was 674, I think, or 670 something. Like something was broken, and we couldn't figure out what it was. Yeah, I was a raid boss. Yeah, I was a raid boss yesterday. No idea what caused it. Now, I don't think I was doing... I may have been doing more damage. I don't know. But Isar seems to think that I was taking less damage. But I definitely had over 3,000 health yesterday, which would have made sense with the amount of stamina that I had. So... yeah, I was definitely, like, super buffed yesterday from something. But yeah, Esar was saying that like I wasn't taking any damage. It was ridiculous. So AC definitely does do something. Because I had 600 and something AC. Or 700, whatever it was. What did your agility shoot up to? It was 100. It was 101. My agility and dexterity both were like 100. So it was like 30 higher than what I'm currently at on my agility and dexterity. A good 30 higher on my stamina. And 90 something higher, like 94 higher on my strength. Oh my goodness. This leveling is taking so long, but it would be even slower in a full group. That's what's sad. Very sad. Dwarf seems best because of the flip animation. I mean, yeah, it's kind of good because of that. I would agree. Be slower, but if you were exploring things with friends, be more fun. We've explored everything in the game. Hopefully we do something tonight. I don't know what the plan is tonight when people get on. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, got back on Sunday. What's that? Okay. Yeah, we should have the group on tonight. Did you ask Ashira? I'm where most will be in 6 months? Yeah, something like that. How long did it take you to fully explore all zones? Within a year or so? Yeah, I mean, definitely less than a year. I think we were on the alpha server for right around a year or something. I don't remember exactly when I got on there. I mean, I would say 6 months. This game had 6 months worth of content for me to do. And that's playing a lot with a static group. Constantly doing stuff most nights for like 5-6 hours or more. And we were able to do literally everything there is to do in the game. Now we're trying to figure out that Glinting Hollow quest stuff. I think, hopefully Kaz has figured it out. Will I be showing the 55 plus content? Yeah. We did some of that. We've done some of that already. Like when we go to Upper Salmon. Upper Saman. Is haste still bugged? What was bugged about it? Where it was losing damage or causing you to do less damage? Supposedly they fixed that in the patch. Do any bosses have mechanics beyond interrupting something? Yes, they do. None of the single group bosses do that I can think of. But raid bosses do, yes. You've heard that it's not fixed, even though it's in the notes. Yeah, I haven't tested it, so I have no idea. But it is in the notes, but it may not be fixed. That is true. I don't know. Most people will be like a year plus. Yeah, if you're a casual player of this game, it already has about a year's worth of content for you to do, or more. And by the time that year is up, there should be more content for you to do. So, you know, based on what I know that they have for planned for this game, the casual player, it's going to take them a good 5 years probably to catch up, to be able to do all the content. If they continue to roll out new content at the planned rate. What's player count is required for raid boss currently in the game? There isn't one. There's a raid boss that I know of that is easily duoed or trioed. There's actually 2 of those that I can think of off the top of my head. They're way too easy. There's another one that requires at least 3 tanks. So you need 3 tanks and healers for those tanks, as well as DPS. So I would say a minimum of 3 groups for that raid boss. There's another one that has a bunch of adds that you have to kill. 1 main tank, a bunch of little adds. I would say that boss you could do with... Technically, you could do it with 3 people, with a tank, a healer, and a good DPS. But you would need really good stacked players to do that. I would say that's like 1 to 2 groupable. Then there's another raid boss that I don't really know the mechanics of it. Other than it does AoE fire and an AoE fear and an AoE dispel. That one I would say just throw as many bodies as you can at it and hope that you win. Didn't see YouTube comments going through right now. Do you know if any camps or content where resist are important to make it easier? That raid boss I just told you about, yeah. How often do mobs use a mez or incapacitate? It's human, tenacity, rage. So, Setfer will tell you, since he's in chat right now, he could tell you about a level, what was that, Setfer? Level around 30 spider that was just AoE fearing us. Or at least single target fearing, but he feared everybody constantly. So it could definitely 25, yeah. That's a mob as early as level 25 that will just fear the crap out of your entire group. It's not cool. But outside of that, like so, if you're talking about specifically tenacity, it's good for that for like pullers There are mobs that can mez you as low as level like 15 or 20 that you could fight. The beetles that are in the quarry in Sungreet Strand. There's beetles in there that can mez you. So that's where tenacity would kind of be nice for that. There's the raid boss, which I hope they get rid of it, but the level 20 level locked bone construct AoE fears you. So yeah, there's a few. Yeah, you can't keep up with the amount of fears on that boss. That boss, the spider that we're talking about, honestly needs to be toned down. It was way too hard for level 25 or whatever it was. Way, way, way too hard. So there is real raid content, Dharma. There's one, I would say there's one raid encounter that functions properly and feels like a raid. There's one other raid encounter that requires a lot of people, but it doesn't feel like it functions properly. It's just a really, really ridiculously hard encounter. The one that feels like it works properly, it requires 3 tanks. It's got a main boss and 2 ads. I don't want to go into too much detail on it, but you have to off-tank the 2 ads, heal those tanks, as well as the tank on the main boss. So you want to DPS them down. The faster you DPS them down, of course, the easier it is. So, yeah. A lot of wizard mobs that you want to fire resist for. The nukes, if you miss an interrupt, are super high damage. Yeah. Yeah. If you miss an interrupt, like, you just don't want to miss an interrupt. Mobs can... wizards and druid, actually. Druid mobs get the Fires of FS, a high-level druid mob that will nuke you for like 1,600 damage. It's bonkers. Do you think Troll or Deep Dwarf would be good, best for fighter when they come out? Troll could be for the regen, but I don't... I mean, regen's nice, but... it's not like the greatest thing because it's every 6 seconds you gain 1 health, right? Not great. It depends on how good the troll regen is. Now, if troll has like an active ability that allows them to have regen like very quickly, if they do something like that with it, which would be probably broken for this game, but who knows? I mean, that could be good potentially. They took away the 54 plus nukes from wizards, but NPCs still get them? Yeah, and they hurt. They hurt. I think it's, what is it, Conflagrate and Flames of FS. You do not want one of those going off. Conflagrate will literally one-shot anyone that's not a tank. It could potentially one-shot them. The current dwarf racial, yeah, is the best tank racial, which is why I'm playing a dwarf. It's the main reason I'm playing a dwarf. Wait, now I'm at the... oh, okay, I got the strength from... yeah, the Fury. This one, 15 for 1 hour. Okay, that's from Setfer. What does Deep Dwarf get? We don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, somebody might know, but I don't know. I'm assuming Troll is going to get regen, right? That's going to be their racial trait is Troll regen. Deep Dwarf will get Ultra Vision, most likely, but that's not going to be their racial trait. My guess is they're going to get some sort of like a stone skin thing similar to the dwarves, the current dwarves. All the deep, yeah. I think if it's got deep in its name, deep dwarf, deep elf, deep gnome, those are all going to get, those are all going to get Ultra Vision as an option. It's not going to be like given to them. You're going to have to choose it. Okay. I want Lizardmen to eat people in combat for healing burst. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. I would love to see like a vampire race that can bite a player and do like a life tap, or bite a whatever, just any type of vampire race that bites and drains life from them. That'd be fun. I'm struggling to even play the game with the main until all the classes come out, and just play early access and do farming and minor stuff. Get bags when it comes out. Yeah, I mean, that's a way to play for sure. Ultra Vision seems like a no-brainer to take. I don't like it's optional, though. That doesn't make sense. So, I can make it make sense for you. The reason that Ultra Vision and Infravision are choices are because some people want their game to look a certain way. So, like, this game is supposed to be right there. This is default for the game, right? These colors and everything. If I were to do Infravision or Ultravision, it's going to add, like, a hue to the game. It's going to change the colors. It adds, like, a blue tint. Right, no worries. It's going to add, like, a blue tint to the screen. And some people don't like that, so that's why they don't want to do it. But I wouldn't necessarily take Infravision or Ultravision, especially Ultravision, because Ultravision gives you day blindness. So during the day, your screen, instead of being super black like it is at night, it's going to be super white and look washed out everywhere all the time during the day. But at night, it's going to look better. But it's going to have like this bluish color throughout the entire screen. So some people won't like it. Ixar had AC bonus and regen. It was busted. Yeah. Ixar, yeah, that kind of made a lot of the monks, when Kunark came out, it made a lot of monks upset. Hang on one second, guys. Sorry. So I'm trying to send a text. Sunglass potion for day blindness. I think that I would like to see like sunglass potion and night vision goggles and sandstorm goggles, like stuff like that. I think would be really cool. Seems like a player problem and not an issue with the said race, but okay. It is a player problem. Yeah, I don't know anybody that said it was a race issue. It's 100% a player. They don't want to force somebody, like, I want to play a deep race, but I don't want to have my screen have a blue hue on it all the time. They don't want to force that on people, which is why they're choosing to not require you to have that as that race. So you can still play that race if you choose to. That's the reasoning for it. It's not a race issue at all. It's a player issue for sure. Okay. Easter had to go AFK for a second, so we're just kind of chilling. Chilling and waiting. Chilling and waiting. Actually, let me go AFK while he's doing that. I'll be back in just a minute as well. Hopefully we do something fun here in a little bit. I don't know who's going to get on, though. However, the mobs use a mez or incapacitate, that human tenacity is good for clearing. Not often. Not very often. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Or a couple minutes, probably. See if we can out DPS me. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Just got a lot going on. A lot going on. Oh, I saw Gam this morning, by the way. He was saying that his wife wanted to go to Home Depot to get a tree. Or go to Lowe's to get a tree. Yeah. He literally said a tree. I guess his tree fell and, like, fell on his car or something. Yeah, so, like, now he can see his neighbor's house, and he doesn't want to see his neighbor's house, so he's getting a tree. I was like, okay, sounds good. I assume people will be getting on soon, right? I haven't seen Andy all day. Oh, is he? Well, why is he not power leveling me? What the heck? I'm going to get on to him right now. I just told him. I really feel like a useless class right now in this game. What is the in-game loop? 60 is just chasing down Biss. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, chasing down Biss gear and then doing, more challenging content. Trying to figure out quests. Like there's stuff in this game that I still don't even know. Like I don't know how to do it. And we're still trying to figure it out. So I would say that would be the end game. Yeah, it's at level 60. You're going to try to figure out the lore of what's going on, trying to get best in slot gear, do the tougher raid bosses, go deeper into dungeons where you wouldn't have before. That kind of stuff. Yeah, and it's not for everyone, but it's for me. It's exactly the kind of game I want to play. I love it. Game's so dark. I actually like the way the game looks at night. I think it looks really, really good. I just don't like playing a game that I can't see what the heck's happening unless it's supposed to be a game that I can't see what the heck's happening. Too bad I wake up early. I enjoyed the Archer light arrow. Oh yeah, the illuminating shot. Yeah, it's a good feature, and I wish that they would put more stuff like that on other classes. Like, it's kind of weird to me. They won't let you have like a wizard or druid or cleric or something with a light spell, but they will give you an archer that effectively casts a light spell on the enemy. It seems really weird. Like, why can't we have a wizard that literally lights an enemy on fire, and they're just on fire, just walking around like, whoa! That'd be a fun spell, actually, for like an elementalist or a wizard. You give them a fear spell called Fear of Flame, and it lights them on fire, and they run around like they're on fire. It's like, stop, drop, and roll, buddy. I think we should do that. We need that in this game. I'm pretty sure that would change the rating of this game to M, though. I heard something about that with Fortnite a long time ago. That the reason that Fortnite... They had flame traps in Fortnite Save the World. They had, like, ground flame traps. And the reason that they didn't light you on fire was because of the rating. They had to go up to M rating game if it literally lit you on fire. I was like, okay. We can't have elemental, some sort of utility CC. That'd be end of a class balance as we know it. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, they need to change Elementalists a lot, I think, and add in more of that utility. I would love to see Elementalists have a pet, have, you know, some fire nukes or dots or something would be fine, but then give them more utility. Like snare, have their pet be able to do a snare. Because right now, what classes can snare? Druids... Rangers, Necromancers, Shadow Knights. And to some extent, Archers. And, oh, I guess also Wizards, right? So that's like 6 classes. Maybe Bards do get an AoE snare. So that, I mean, you would throw that in there. For like 7 classes. Maybe we don't need another snare. Maybe Bards don't need an AoE snare. They can snare, but their snare is only 6 seconds long. So it's kind of a crappy snare. And yeah, and it's a pet combo thing that you have to do. I think it should be a lot longer, like a 30-second snare. Like Necromancers get with their snare dot thing. Bars definitely need it. It's a point blank AoE. It's more of a taunt than anything else. What, the snare is? I mean, kinda. They could, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if bards really need an AoE snare. Water pet nuke is a snare? Maybe that's the one that I'm thinking of that's only like a 6-second snare. Isn't it only 6 seconds? Am I wrong with that? Pretty sure they have a 6-second snare, and it's kind of crappy. I feel like they should do a combo like water pet, earth spell, creates mud, which makes them snared. Or at least they could do like water pet, earth spell on the mob, and it puts a like a mud puddle on the below the mob, like wherever the mob is standing, and that like it's kind of like a caltrops, and have it like be a snare, caltrops type snare. You know, some elemental combo would be cool, but it'd be kind of weird since elemental pets you don't really swap out as you pick one. Well, that's my other suggestion for elementals is instead of getting 4 different pets every 4 levels, you get 1 new upgraded pet every 4 levels, but you can like click the pet window and choose different stances. Like each pet has a different stance and it changes the pet. And you could make it have a cooldown to it. Like you could only change it once every 60 seconds or something. And make it even have a cast time to it if you wanted to balance it. And say that it's a 5-second cast time. You can only do it once every minute. So people aren't constantly just changing their elemental all the time. I think it'd be really fun. And it would give elementals like a cool gameplay, a unique gameplay mechanic. And still keep them to be elementals, you know? No elemental aura stance dancing? Yeah, like they would have to remove that somehow, I feel like. It might... I mean, they could try it out with just like instantly change. But that would be really cool. And then have elementals get nukes every 4 levels. They get a new nuke, but a different element. So like at level 1, they have a fire nuke. At level 4, they could have a water nuke. At level 8, they have a air nuke or whatever. And or maybe get 2 nukes and they rotate back and forth. And then have those nukes level up so that they don't become obsolete as you get higher levels. So they just do more damage or something as you level. I don't know, something like that would be fun. If you use Fire Pet and Water Blast, it's blind, which is a bad snare of sort of. Yeah. That one, it's a short blind duration though. That's the only issue, is it's a short duration. I don't think it lasts more than like 6 seconds or 10 seconds or something, but it might last longer. I like that combo, the elemental combo thing though. I think it's a great idea. They just need to elaborate on it more. They definitely did not follow through with that as much as they should have. Like, if we're not going to have elementals... I also think that elementals shouldn't necessarily be summoners, and they're summoning, like, the weapons that they summon and the bandages and all that. Like, I just don't like that either. Like, just take that away from them. That could be a whole other class. I think they should really focus on elemental pets and synergy with the elementalist and their pet. Giving buffs as well. Like they could give... You could have one elemental buff on your character at a time. So like you could give the tank a fire dot buff. Or a fire damage shield buff. You could give... healers a water buff that gives them more healing potential or something whenever they cast a heal spell, or an earth buff that gives a tank or somebody more AC would be fun. You know, give them like buffs like that would be fun. I'd love to see some synergy between pet and master. A pet applies a debuff that the caster can take advantage of. Yeah, exactly. That might just be like wizard. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. Like the pet puts on a debuff every time it melees, or it has a triggered cooldown that it can use that puts a debuff on the target for 10 seconds. And then if the elementalist uses another ability while they have that debuff, it does something special. Yeah, like stuff like that would be really fun. Like the elementalist could be a really, really cool class. The Earth Pet already does more AC. It's an aura. Yeah, it's an aura. But what I'm saying is like a buff that the Elementalist can put on people. They could leave the way it currently is. Like they all 4 of the pets have a buff that they do, or have the aura that they have. They could just focus it on that too. Like they don't necessarily have to give the Elementalist a spell that they cast. But I don't know. I just think they could do so much more with the Elementalist. It's just the Elementalist is kind of a It's like a dead class. It's just boring. It's not a dead class. It's really strong, but it's just boring. Fire's legit damage shield? Yeah. Yeah, they all have something that they do. Fire Elemental is a damage shield that stacks with other damage shields. The Earth is an aura that gives armor class to everybody in the party. Water gives mana regen to everybody in the party. And then Air gives everybody in the party an additional chance to auto attack with their main hand. So all 4 of the pets give something. But I think they need to lean into that some more. You hit a 63 damage shield last night? You had a damage shield of 63? From what? Because you can get the fire shield, which is... I think the fire shield on the fire elementalist only goes up to like 15, right? And then 30 from the like a level 60 or whatever it is. Self buff. No, oh, your self buff. Your self buff stacks? That AC armor shield? I did not know that stacks. I guess, you know, I did know that stacks. I think I did test that. Yeah, your self buff should be something around, what, like 10 at your level or something? Normal should be around 20 or so at your level. And then Fire Pet should be around 10 or so. So that might be 40. But yeah, I don't know. You might be able to get higher. Oh. Are there alchemy damage shield pots too? Yes, but I'm pretty sure the alchemy damage shield is literally the same damage shield as the druid damage shield. I don't think they stack. I'm pretty sure it's called like Bramble Barrier or something. But it may be different. That seems counter to other effects that don't stack like that. Yeah. Well, the Druid self buff is an AC... Well, it's AC damage shield, but self buff. And only Druids and Rangers can cast it. And then the Fire Pet comes from the Fire Pet. Hoping we could stack all that. Yeah, like if you could stack all the damage shields in the game, that would be way broken. Because there's also a clicky effect damage shield. So if you could have the clicky... A ranger would be just insanely good. Because they could have their self-damage shield. They would have the damage shield from an elementalist or a druid. And then also the elementalist pet damage shield. And the clicky damage shield. And the alchemy damage shield. That'd be nuts. No, bards... Yeah, bards don't have a damage shield right now. Also missing resist songs. I thought they got a resist song, but it's only like 5 resist or something. Did they not get one? They should get a resist all, like a low level one that's +5, and then a higher level one maybe that's +10 or 15 or something. Not real ones. They used to have different elements. That's a bummer. Yeah, I feel like bards are kind of getting... They're getting the poo into the stick right now. Like, the more that I look at it and think about it, they need to lose charm and gain so many more buffs. Because, like, what does a bard do in a party outside of charm? They can mez, of course. But as far as buffs, they have primary haste, secondary haste, secondary slow and snare, mana regen, and that's it, right? I mean, they have, like, enduring breath and crap like that, but... What else do they have that's, like, really beneficial? Like, basically, it's just those 4 songs. Don't even have an AoE Fear anymore, but they did gain some instant cast shouts. They do have the instant cast shouts, yeah, that are okay. Like, those would be good for, like, stunning, I guess, to interrupt. Might be good. 10% over haste cast speed thing. Oh, cast speed? Yeah, they get a cast speed. Wait, is that combined with their haste ability? Their secondary haste, right? Is it both attack speed and cast speed in one? Oh, it's 3 different songs? Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I knew they had haste and then secondary haste. That's a bummer that their cast speed haste is a third thing completely. That seems dumb. I would like more utility and perhaps damage on Bard in exchange for charm. I would too, Phoenix. I absolutely would like to see that. Remove charm completely. Give bards double attack and more buffs. To be fair, I'd only be used in raids. Which one? The cast speed haste would only be used in raids. Cast speed haste in this game is garbage right now. It is one of the worst stats. It's good for healers, maybe. It's really not good for anybody else. Charm is a core skill? Based on what? I mean, doesn't have to be. EQ1 Bard. Yeah, I don't care about EQ1. If anyone's response to anything at all is because EQ1 did it, I will disregard anything you say. I'm tired of hearing that as an excuse. Pied Piper is the only one that would make sense, but the Pied Piper is exclusive to rats, right? Then the Pied Piper just try to lure rats out of... He didn't really charm the rats. He just lured them out of a city. When I first heard, oh my god, that's amazing, then I found out it doesn't work on Bard songs. Oh, yeah, to be able to cast your songs faster. Spell haste with bards would be really strong. If they allowed them to have spell haste and sing faster, that would be really good because then you could potentially weave in an additional song. Be amazing. But yeah, it doesn't work that way from what I can tell. Isn't that what this project is? No, it's not. That's not what this project is, Real Vicious. Monsters and Memories is its own game. It's just very much inspired by EverQuest. Probably a little too inspired by EverQuest. And that's why, like, I do not like, well, because EQ had it, it's not a good justification to me. If this was EverQuest 2, then yeah, sure. Because EQ had it. That would make sense. But made by different people, different game, different everything. Yeah, I disregard that as a reason anymore. Did it have what? I don't know. That would be like a Somna or Kaz question. I don't remember anybody ever using it. Hey, what's going on? I feel. How are you? It's to give back the EQ1 feel, but not be EQ1. Yeah. But yeah, I think that bards, like, I wouldn't want bards to have charm. If you know, if they were to hire me for like class creation, whatever, there's so many things that I would do. So many things that I would do. Not everybody would like it, but that's okay. Not everybody likes the current changes either. It's a good template to start with, but to copy, be like EQ1, the greatest thing ever. Yeah. Yeah, Fighter and Rogue definitely need to be more WoW-ish than they do EverQuest. If this was an EQ copy, then Fighter and Rogue would literally be just turn on auto attack and go AFK. Satyr's charm in the Greek mythos with panpipes. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Never heard of that. But it's very possible, yes. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like bards don't need charm. I mean, if they get rid of charm, I would feel bad for all those charm classes, but I think ultimately it would be beneficial to the game. I think it would help the game's longevity. It would help the health of the game. It would help with the idea that the game is supposed to be a group-focused game. It would help with all of that. Charm Kite was the best thing I was doing on Bard. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Get rid of Charm so that not everyone is Charm Kiting, and then replace it. Just make the Bard a better class so that you don't need Charm. Giving it double attack, for one thing, would be better, right? It would nearly double its damage if you just gave it double attack. It wouldn't double its damage because it doesn't trigger 100% of the time, but it would definitely increase its damage substantially to give it double attack. And then on top of that, give it some more utility and buffs. You know, give it the Levitate song or whatever. Give it more damage with its riffs. Its Dissonant Rift all of its riffs are kind of crappy. They're lackluster. Nobody uses them. So why are they even in the game? We need to make those better. There's a lot of things they can do outside of charming to still make the class fun. Charm is a crutch that enables a solo player. Yeah, exactly. When can we expect a big class update? You know, I don't know. I feel I'm hoping we get it this week. Or at least we get like some information this week. I don't think we're gonna see any big changes until like way later this month. They don't have a whole lot of time. I honestly almost feel like we may not see these class updates until May, until like the 1st of May. And then that gives us maybe like 2 weeks of testing them out in May, seeing how they work, and allowing them to balance those throughout May before they release early access. That would be my guess. Don't bards already have pretty unique buffs anyway? Not really. Just their buffs are... They're not unique buffs. They just buff the entire party. But it's just a haste buff, mana regen buff. Like, other classes have these. They're not special. They're not, like, unique to the bard. They just happen to affect everyone in the party rather than one individual. How about Fade Memories? Fade Memories, I don't know, maybe. I feel like what ended up with Fade Memories, though, is it removed the need for a monk. Like, monk pulling was the best thing in the world, and then they made Bard Fade Memories, and now Bard is the best puller in the world. So, I mean, they could do that, I guess, if they wanted to have a second puller. But right now, I feel like the monk is the best puller, with rogue being okay at it. Still pretty good, and then a couple other classes that can do it. But if they made Fade Memories for the bard, it would basically just make the bard the only puller in the game. So I wouldn't like that. I thought they said they didn't want Lev, but Slowfall was... Well, yeah, Levitate... When I say levitate, I mean water walking, I guess, and slow fall, those kind of things. They don't want levitate like it was in EverQuest because it's kind of game breaking. So they've decided against that. They're okay with levitate for water walking, but not floating across sky, from what I've heard. Yeah, that exactly. Yeah. I'm curious to know the discussion when classes were being created. I almost feels like the game should have been classless with how everything is spread so thin. I mean, they could have done that. I would have loved if they did that. Like, gone that direction, be like, okay, we're going to make the game play like an EverQuest style game, but then make everything classless, and you pick your skills that you want on your bar over here to the right. So like if you are a melee class, you could create your own class. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, actually. I would be okay with that. I think it'd be fun. But that's not what they're trying to do. They decided that they wanted to go with classes and roles and specific jobs. So each class has its specific thing that it does. And I'm okay with that too. I like it both ways. Faded Memories could be okay on a 20-minute cooldown. Yeah, I mean, 20 minutes might be too long, but yeah, like the bard or the rogue abilities, right? Like, what's the rogue evasion? Not the evasion ability, but the rogue vanish ability. Like, what's the cooldown on that? I want to say it's fairly long. Yeah, the smoke vial thing, yeah. Back in the day, you could only do 3 to 4 fade, then wait 25 minutes for fully regen. Oh, was it like use based? So you had like 3 or 4 uses, but it was a longer cooldown or something? Was mana use? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's ways that they could balance the Bard Faded Memories. I'm sure there's a way they could balance it to where it wouldn't completely negate the use of monks for pulling. But I feel like what they did with monks in EverQuest is in the beginning in EverQuest, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on this because I might be, but I'm pretty sure in the beginning of EverQuest, monks were the best pullers through like Velius or something. Maybe even Lucklin. I don't remember. I don't know when bards actually got Faded Memory. But monks were like the best pullers. And then they started making them way better DPS. They were always good DPS. But I don't remember them being like top tier DPS until like Velius era. And then they were really good DPS as well as pullers. And then they got stupidly good DPS later on when they were no longer pulling. Oh, nice. Look at that. -5 charisma plus 5 HP regeneration. Look at that. Nice. Yeah, I noticed. That'd be a really good monk item, though. Vial smokes a 3-minute cooldown. Sap works on everything but undead. Yeah, so like, that's why, you know, people were saying earlier, we had this discussion that rogues were really good pullers. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, they're good, but a monk is better. Right? Monk is definitely better. That honestly is probably like, that lamp is probably best for Necromancer out of that group. Well, Necromancer and Shaman would be really good to have because of your Cannibalize. Nobody else would really make a lot of use out of that. I would want it just to have like a light source. Because doesn't it have like a special color light? Monks take too long, but the best when it's really hard. Yeah, they do take longer. They do take longer. I would agree with that. But they're better for like if you have 5 mobs in a room and trying to split things apart. Was fear tied to charisma? Yes. I saw some huff over Necro and Charisma, but don't remember why they're complaining. So Necro are complaining about Charisma because it affects Charm, Fear, and Lull, which are 3 things that a Necromancer uses a lot. Necromancers Fear Kite a lot. They charm mobs for extra damage, and they are good at lulling undead because... like for pulling mobs, they could lull undead. And if they accidentally resist or whatever, they can feign death. Yeah, so it kind of hit Necromancers harder than any other class. I don't think that they should have made Charisma work with lull. I don't like that change. Fear is maybe... I think what they need to do with Charisma, they should factor that into other classes, like the Paladin. And then they could justify more of this Charisma gear. Like maybe give the Paladin more damage with its smite based on Charisma. more healing or something. I don't know. They could do a lot of things with it. Healing might be a little bit weird one though, but they need to, if they're going to go into this charisma mode where they want to make a lot of charisma items and try to make it a useful stat, they need to do more than just charm. You know, like that's basically all they did. Charisma is like the worst stat in the game outside of charm. Unity is so dangerous too. It is, yeah. You don't fear that much though, do you? Because don't you just have fear beast? I mean, you could fear, I'm sure, but yeah, you have an unresistible on the druid, the unresistible placate. What's it called? Unification. So at least when there's just two mobs, you can unificate one of them and then pull the other one, which is nice. Necros sound like good pullers. They're pretty good. I mean, they're not great, not the best, but they're good. I would put them, you know, I would put them higher than Cleric or Paladin or Druid or Ranger. But about equal with Shadow Knights. Maybe the same as a Rogue, depending on what you're trying to pull. So Funny saw the same in Discord. All enchanters, bards like charm. Everyone not playing those classes wants charm dialed back. Oh yeah, that's 100% what it is. Anybody that uses charm wants charm to stay exactly where it's at. Anybody that doesn't utilize charm thinks that charm is too strong. Monk, bard, necro, SK, rogue, druid, the rest. Yeah, for pulling. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, monk. The only thing about monk pulling is a monk trying to split mobs takes a little bit longer and a little bit more finesse, but they are definitely the best at it, for sure. Didn't they fix the FD issue? Fix the FD. I don't know what was broken about it. With Moz pathing back. I mean, they didn't really fix it. They just changed it. It's just guaranteed now with the second feign death, the mobs start pathing away when you do a second feign death. Supposedly. I don't know. I haven't messed with it since they made the change. But yeah, like you feign death once, the mobs just stop. And if you feign death a second time, they immediately start to turn around and walk away. Now, they could still re-aggro when you stand up. But if you understand how aggro works in this game, you can potentially pull a mob that is walking away. And it won't pull another mob that's right in front of it. Because one mob doesn't see the other mob. So it depends on the mobs, though. That's where knowledge comes in. Like, you have to... Like, if there's mob here and a mob here and you're over here... I don't know if I'm in the camera. If you're here and you pull the mob here and there's another mob here and they're both walking this direction, then you can pull the back one sometimes without aggroing the front one. Because the front one is looking that way, not that way. So it makes a little difference. I haven't seen Monk pull since the FD change. all I've seen monks do is punch a mob, light it on fire, and feign death repeatedly until the mob dies, which is dumb. It's a cute conversation about melee's pulling, but if you've seen a good enchanter pull, you know the king. Well, yes, except the problem is, what's an enchanter going to do if it's like 2 named mobs in one room? They can't mez, they can't stun that named mob. They just gotta hope and pray. Enchanters are good though, but they're just gonna be able to like pull mobs like lull, and then pull, and then mez. So I mean they're good at it for sure. I'm telling you though, monks are the best. They're a little slower, but they're the best. I don't even know if that's a benefit since you want them to stagger when they return. Yeah, what if they gave monks a snare? That would make them the best pullers by far. Like some sort of sweeping kick snare. Snare a mob, run away. It would split them up distance-wise. Feign death. I mean, good gosh, it would be insanely good. Also, Sap doesn't get aggro on crit fails, which is huge for rogues, and 100% evasion and vile. Yeah, I mean, rogues are great, but like you were saying earlier, you can't sap undead mobs, which is like what, probably half of this game. So they can't sap those, so that kind of takes away from them being able to pull that area. Their evasion is on like a 20-minute long cooldown, which kind of makes that ability less beneficial. But rogues are still good pullers. They're still very good pullers. A stance that allows them to lull? That would be a little broken. It's a good sign there's a healthy discussion about pulling. Means they're doing something right. Yeah. I mean, I think there's plenty of classes in the game that can pull effectively. But with one class being a good outlier, which is the monk, at being the best at pulling. Like, clearly they're the best at pulling. But you don't have to have a monk in every situation to pull. And I think that's what makes it good, right? I want to have every class in the game feel special at something. In some way, they should feel special. Easier to say who can't pull? Well, technically anybody can pull. It's just a matter of how many mobs do you want to come when you pull. Because I can run in on my fighter and shoot an arrow at something, and I can pull. But no guarantee we're only going to get one. Yeah, Dharma, I like that as well. In a game like this, when you play the puller, you get to actually see the dungeons. Whereas when you play like a cleric or a healer, you basically follow the group in, and the group says, sit here and don't move. And then you just sit there. Kind of boring. I don't know that I would want to play a healer in this game. If I did play a healer, it would definitely be a druid or shaman. Probably a druid would be my preferred healer if I was going to play a healer as my main. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. Honestly, my main, like if I could choose, if I had, which I do, I mean I always have 100% choice, but If I could choose any class in this game to play, it would probably be a monk or an enchanter or maybe a spellblade. Okay. Those would be my top 3 choices, I think. Hey. 58. Yeah, we're getting there. He starts power leveling me. He got one today, he said. He went to the bathroom. Yeah. Is it? Well, I thought he only got 2. Oh no, he didn't get one today. I think he said he got one last night. He needs to get one more for you, I think, and then he's gonna be done with it. I mean, I'll go camp it with him if he wants at some point, but I'm trying to get XP, and that's crappy XP down there now. Yeah, he likes the camp stuff. It's fun for him. We can start finding things that are higher level to camp for me and Isar during the day, too, in the mornings. Fighter, Shaman, Wizard, Elementos are the bottom 4. Most classes have Placate or some CC. Yeah, I would say they're kind of the bottom-ish. At least Wizard has Snare, right? But yeah. I would say that Fighter is probably the worst puller. For sure. Because I can't do anything. What am I going to do? If I get 15 mobs, I guess I could AoE Fear. And then run away. And that would just pull more mobs. I can see some sort of wind stance, calmness of air, or something like that, which calms the mind. Maybe. I would rather see monks get a snare. Or like a purge, right? Like a water palm purge attack or something like that, where they could smack the mob and purge. Because we don't have enough purge. Purge is on Shaman, Wizard, and Inquisitor. Who else has purge? Would you want one of their stuns to turn into a snare? The monk? They only have one stun though, right? Do they have a multiple stuns? I mean, I'd be okay with the like a stun going into a snare. Monks don't really need stun for interrupts anyway. Oh, yeah, they did change that, didn't they? Yeah, I mean, it kind of was overpowered the way it was. A bit ridiculous that you could taunt something and interrupt it over and over. Yeah, I mean, it is a nerf for sure. Exactly. That's the thing that sucks about it is like that was the one thing that they could do and you took it away. Snare would feel really good in a monk's kit. Snare would be amazing in a monk's kit. I feel like every mob in the game is a druid. Everything has damage shields. There are a lot of druid, especially in a higher level. There's just druids everywhere. When you go up to Upper Saman area, when you get to like level 50 plus, there is an area up there where there's shaman, cleric, and druid that roam around. Just walk around all over the place. They buff everything. Literally every mob up there has like damage shield and haste and sow and health buffs and regen and literally every buff under the sun. And it's just like, this is nuts. That's why we need more classes with Purge. Better Purge. Purge is awful right now. Yes, and archers. That's the fourth one. I knew there was a fourth one. Paladins get a damage shield purge. Yeah, the paladins damage shield. That's why paladins, honestly, if you play a paladin, everyone's going to want you in their party at level 50 plus for very specific content because there's damage shields. I fought a green mob. I tried to solo a green mob yesterday. Like, this mob was probably level 30, and I'm level 50. Well, it's 57 yesterday. So it's a good 20 plus levels lower than me. And I could not solo it because it had a damage shield. Couldn't solo it. So, yeah. Paladins with their damage shield purge is like one of the best things that they have. That, along with their lay on hands and their ancient guardian. That's why when people tell me that paladin sucks, I tell them to suck it up, Buttercup, because they've got three abilities that no other class has, and they're all really good. I'd like to see monks get a bola, thrown weapon that can root, makes them pull, feign death, bola, feign death, wait. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. Kratos has some pretty cool ideas on Horizon, horizontal type class flavor progression. Yeah. Achieve through faction gain and quests, like learning from various monk grandmasters. Yeah, that could be a really cool thing that they do. And that's a direction that the devs have kind of talked about going. Whether they'll do it or not, we don't know. But they've definitely talked about that. Where once you hit, like certain breakpoints, I think that they should do that. I really like the idea of what Final Fantasy 11 did and Final Fantasy 14 did, at least in the early days. When you hit like level 20, you have to do some sort of quest to get up to level 21 and go further. And I think that there should be something like that where you learn certain abilities for your class or certain ways to play your class. I think it'd be really cool. Non-linear ways to make your class more distinctive and flavorful. Yeah. That was a specialization talk, I think, on dev streams a while ago. Yeah, it was. And I really hope that they lean into that, especially at the higher level. But even at the lower level, being able to do a quest at level 20 that allows your class to just, specialize and do something slightly better than another class or another player of the same class. Yeah, mini epic quest, that you could call it that as well, yeah. I think that'd be really neat. Like, instead of having a fighter that, you hit level 15 and you get the dual wield or double attack. Dual wield at 10, 15, whatever it is. Let's just say it's 15. So at level 15, instead of getting double attack or whatever, you have to go to your trainer and you actually have to fight them and learn the double attack skill, and make it challenging. Make it a whole quest that you have to do to get it. And it just gives you that a little bit of a boost rather than just go up there and click learn. You know, click and learn. It seems kind of boring. Well, that Dharma is where they're trying to not do the whole flexing into different roles, where you can flex into a fighter could flex into a DPS role or a tank role. They don't want to do that. So at least my understanding is they don't want to do that. I assume because not every class can flex like that. Like you could take a druid, make them healers, or flex into a DPS role. But what would you do with like a rogue? You know, like they don't really flex into a healer. They don't really flex into a utility. Like they don't. So it would be kind of hard for them to do. I don't think they're going to do that. Classes are going to have specific jobs that they do, and that's it. That's going to be their job. You have to commit. You can't go back? That would just be another class then. I mean, they could do it, but yeah. Rogue tank stance like Rift. Dude, rogue tanks in Rift were insane. They were so good. They get parry dodge. They would have to flex into tank, but I don't want to see any of that flexing. Like I really like the idea that you pick a class and that dictates your role. I like that idea for this type of game. And I get it, not everybody's going to like that, and that's fine. But I don't like WoW where, oh, I play a druid, I could be all of these different roles. Like at that point, we don't need 18 classes. You know, we would only need like 10. If all these classes can flex, like if the rogue can flex into a tank or DPS, I don't know why we would need 4 tanks, because then that would just be a 5th tank. And it's just gonna now we're gonna oversaturate the tanks. You know? Well, I mean, I get what you're saying with specializing, but just make another class. Like, why are we specializing? A permanent specialization is another class. It's like, you know, like you no longer are a tank. You are now a DPS class. If you do like fighter into berserker, it has become a DPS class. So why not just make a DPS class? My hot take is too many classes have the actual taunt skill. Oh yeah, for sure. It confuses people too, because people are like, "Oh, I have taunt, therefore I'm a tank." That's not correct. Spellblades are not tanks. Rangers are not tanks. Monks are not tanks. Journey's more fun when you have to make a choice. You do make a choice. When you choose your class, you make a choice. You have 18 classes. If you made a berserker, if you added a choice of specialization to a berserker, you would have to do it for every class. Then you would have 36 different classes. Right? If every single class that we currently have had a specialization that they could choose, it would be 36 classes. That'd be way too many classes. Way too many. There's already too much overlap with 18 classes. There's going to be a ton of overlap with 36. Okay. All right, hang on 1 second. I got to read a text message. Yeah, he said he's got an AFK for a second. Apparently, Ashira keeps dying to stuff. I think Devotion will add some of these options. Yeah, I think so too. I think Devotion is going to be a really cool thing where you can specialize in a sense. But there's going to be a min-max what's the best Devotion to go for based on your class, I feel like. And what your job is, what your main job is. Like, for example, I might go like God of War and get high devotion with the God of War so that I could get a weapon that procs threat, you know? So I think it's still going to be a best in slot kind of devotion thing, but we'll have to see what happens. More classic was harder to balance them. Yeah, that would be too. Subclasses aren't the answer. They only benefit of flex so that you can have a casual get into a group instead of being a fighter, for instance. Yeah, and I mean, that's why World of Warcraft did it, right? World of Warcraft decided to change their kind of way of EverQuest doing things so that if you're playing a fighter, you can play a fighter and then also you could be a tank or a DPS. You know, so you're not stuck as always tanking. Rogue that specializes in poison versus one better at pulling through sap vanish is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I get it, but it still takes it still kind of creates multiple classes, you know. What do I want the lamp? It's 5 HP regen on it. No, it's -5 charisma, 5 HP, and cosmetic. But it's caster only. Yeah, it's caster only and Spellblade. It's Shaman and Necro benefit from it a lot. Pretty much everybody else is kind of like me. I mean, HP regen is good for anybody, but, you know, it's... Yeah. But that one I can use, so I want that one. Who knows, though, if they're going to... I don't know if they changed any of the stats on the raid gear with this last pass. Yeah, he does. I think he got the sword off of it. Probably. I think it's dumb though. Like I don't like that he's able to like basically duo that fight. It's so stupid. Why they left it in like that is dumb. Well, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, Beastmasters. Yeah, Beastmasters are probably the single-handed strongest class in the game. Charm is really strong for leveling, but I've talked to several people today that said they got it up to like level 20 and they quit because of the the swarm pets. You have to cast them every 2 minutes. So it's just a really annoying class to play. Yeah, they do a lot of damage. It's like a good portion of the damage. Make a class more specialized in something, which makes them more niche. If an Inquisitor went down CC route, they wouldn't be wanted as a tank. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yet no one's crying about Beastmasters right now? I'm crying about Beastmasters right now. Yeah, Beastmasters are insanely strong. Yeah, Spellblades are really strong, but not until higher level. And they're really boring to play. You basically just buff yourself and then turn on auto attack. So, kind of dumb. Yeah, Beastmasters are definitely, outside of Charm. Charm is the best for, like, leveling, right? It's just insanely powerful for leveling. Beastmaster, on the other hand, their pets allow you to do a lot of things that you can't do with Charm. It's a perma charmed pet. It's insanely strong. Not a lot of people have seen the in-game. Yeah, that's true too. You know a place that can get decent cloak for SK around 40-ish? Yeah, I think you can get this cloak right here. The Gilded Claw cloak. Beastmasters heavily desired in groups, though? Yeah, Beastmasters are really high DPS. They're very good in groups. The problem with Beastmasters, though, is they're like a, I don't know, they're like a pure DPS class almost, because they get shaman spells, but they get them later. I mean, I guess if you don't have a shaman in your group, then a Beastmaster is a really good addition to your group, because you get like the Beastmaster buffs or the shaman buffs. You get the slow. You get haste from them if you don't have an enchanter. They also have their pet, which you can basically off-tank anything in the game. Yeah, they're good. Elementalist without the mana issues? Kinda. Elementalist can burst mobs down a little bit faster with their, you know, just spending a ton of mana to burn things, but yeah, Beastmaster has more of the sustained damage. So it's kind of similar-ish. Yeah, the air pet is OP. Yeah, that air pet is insanely strong in a heavy melee group. So strong. Buddy plans to rock a Necro just because he prefers to go for class fantasy over the patch notes. Looks like right now, hopefully they'll get a tuning before release. What would make a good duo shaman? Necro doesn't need a duo, so literally Necro and anything. I mean, they're self-sustaining class. They don't literally need anything. Expecting any class changes to make the shield more desirable for fighters tanking? I hope so. Nick was planning on doing that, but I don't know what the plan is now. Yeah, Necromancer can literally self-sustain. They don't really need anybody else. Anybody that adds to a Necromancer would just be... I mean, technically speaking, a person playing a Necromancer would be hurting themselves to group up with anybody in the game right now. Unless they're trying to go after very specific items at certain levels where it's too hard to camp those things at those levels. But a Necromancer soloing is fine. Like, they can do it just fine. 5 Beastmasters, 1 Elementalist group. That could be a really strong group. Because every one of those pets would get the Elementalist buff. It would be really, really good. Do Plet Pass actually scale with master stats? No. They won't scale at all, as far as I know. I don't think they have any plans of that happening. So yeah, you just get a pet, and that pet has certain stats on it, and that's it. Devs are aware of the issue. They are, yeah. I don't think they're going to give any type of solution to that, because then you got to balance. Then you have to balance the pets more, right? I mean, I guess you could do something where if like, let's say an Elementalist is wearing a bunch of strength gear and a bunch of stamina gear, which makes their pet really strong, it makes the Elementalist weaker in turn. So I guess you could balance it that way. But I think the idea is to not have to worry about balancing that. But I don't know. I mean, maybe they could do that. I'm a fan of Necro Druid, Regen, Double Charm, till nerf, Sal ports. When Charm is nerfed, it's double dots. Yeah. Yeah. Right now, for sure. Druid is stupidly strong. Like, with the Charm, plus the heals, plus the dots and the nerfs, or not nerfs, the everything that the Druid, yeah, they're good. They're really good. Do you know when the big class update is coming? Nope. My guess is March, or sorry, May, like May 1st-ish. They could make it scale with the caster. Spells know what level the caster is. They could make it scale up with the caster level. Yeah, they could do that. I think that pets should do that. Like, I think that pet classes, specifically the like the Necromancer, Elementalist, Enchanter, Beastmaster, like, their pets should just be based off of the level of the caster. You shouldn't have to buy a new one. I think it's ridiculous to make them buy a new one every 4 levels. Or the Elementalist buying 4 new ones every 4 levels. It's just dumb. Instead of every 4 levels, they could do like 8. They should just do it at level 1. Level 1, they get their pet. It levels up with them every time they level. No longer need to get another pet. They should just start with it. That should just be part of their kit. Need some sort of carrot? Yeah, all the other stuff that they're doing. They get a lot of other spells. Yeah, that's why I think they need, like, spells of all 4 elements. Elementalists should have fire spells, water spells, air spells, and earth spells. They should get those every couple of levels. The druid pet. I think druid and shaman pets should basically. I mean, I would prefer them just to go away. Just completely get rid of them. They should be companions at best. Like a familiar. You know, have the shaman. So what would be kind of cool, I think, is have the shaman pet be like a familiar. When the shaman dies in combat, they could take control of the wolf pet temporarily to, like, drag their corpse or something to a safe location, or I don't know, something fun. That's what they should do. A druid pet could be like, it could improve their healing and damage output or something, you know, like if they have their pet out. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas, but I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think I've talked about it now. They have talked about guild halls, which I think they should do that and have a guild bank within the guild hall. How do you like Druid Charming? Uh-oh. Row. Also, I don't know of any spells that scale the mana cost, so that'd make them OP late game, just spamming pets that cost 5 mana. Well, they could make it, they could do that too, right? It's based on your level when you cast it. Pretty sure the chamois pet is going to vanish. It doesn't need to be there. Well, if the shaman pet goes, the druid pet has to go. In my opinion. So they would have to get rid of both of those. I think the Shadow Knight pet needs to go. It's a pointless pet. I mean, it's not pointless. It adds a lot of damage for the Shadow Knight and allows them to cast their rune shield thing, but they could change those abilities and get rid of the Shadow Knight pet. It's dumb. It's bad pet. SK is the best of the 3 between Druid and Shami. It has no use. I mean, they do damage. That's their only use that they need. Yeah, most people do magic resist debuff pets. Again, what we were talking about earlier, like way earlier in the day, was how people play charm classes wrong. There's people that are like, charm doesn't hold, and they complain about it, and it's like, did you debuff the pet before you charmed it? And a lot of them did not. They just don't know to do that. They don't think about it. So yeah. Yeah, it definitely extends the charm. And also makes it resist less when you have to recharm. Yeah, I would agree with that, Setfer. But even then, like, could you not just, you know, cast a single dot on a low-level mob? Or, I mean, I guess if you're killing a bunch of low-level mobs, then having that pet is nice because you could just send them in, you know. But yeah. You get the sense the devs like Charm. Nick liked Charm. I don't know that other devs have the same sentiment. There's definitely been a pet-friendly mentality. There has been, yeah. I've noticed the charm duration with the debuff. There are a lot of different debuffs that all stack. Might also be an issue. Yeah. I think all of the debuffs from different classes stack, right? But I don't know if the magic resist part of them stack. So you have like... You have a class, I think it's the druid, that has fire... Is it fire, cold, and magic resist? And then you have the necromancer that's... like poison, disease, and magic resist. But I don't know if the magic resist part of it stacks. Yeah, they're all different. They all have different reductions, but yeah, I think somebody needs a test to see if like you can get magic resist into like the negatives or something. I don't know. But you definitely want to put magic resist buff if you're charming, or debuff if you're charming. Stack your charisma as high as possible and lower their magic resist as much as possible. And bathe often. Yeah. You can bathe and gain like, what is it, 5 charisma or something? Or 10, or I don't know what it is. Ten charisma for 20 minutes? Yeah, the buff doesn't last long enough. I feel like it needs to last longer. Because it's like you got to be in town and get it. And then you leave town, you get to your camp spot, and then now it's gone. Charm is snapshot. As far as I know, it's snapshot. But I haven't tested it, so like I don't know. Maybe if you charm something and then take off all of your gear, maybe. My screen locked up. Weird. All right, I'll restart. I got to Alt F4 to close it down, I guess. I failed my GM wellness check? I may have. Yeah, I'm back. It's going to be a lot harder to get Charisma gear in EA with the recent trade skill nerfs. Oh, dude. Those trade skill nerfs. I came back from my vacation, and that was one of the first things that I noticed. I was like, are you kidding me? I can't use higher level materials to level up. This is a pain in the butt. I haven't seen anyone riding a mount. I thought they were a thing. They are a thing. Yeah, you can ride a mount. They're just not... Mounts are not faster than your players, so there's no reason to ride a mount. Most people get a mount so that they have more storage space, inventory space. That's it. What do you do with a mount if you take it in a dungeon? I would leave it outside the dungeon. Like, you can take a mount and just be like, stay, mount. I would not take it into a dungeon with me. Not deep into one, anyway. Yeah, stuff will definitely aggro on it. Yeah, mounts are like pets. And they definitely can be aggroed and killed. Missing Sow. Yeah, I probably ran out of range. Oh, yeah, that's possible. No. Not that I know of. Everything does when you gate in this game. It's dumb. Yep. Can I roleplay a horse thief? If you want to. I would love to see, like, I always wanted an MMO more like Ultima Online. Like EverQuest style. Like this kind of combat. But in the world of Ultima Online, where you could steal people's mounts. I always wanted that. Like, I want a living, breathing world where players, you know, are trying to get into each other's houses and stuff. Like, you could literally roleplay a thief. And you had, like, housing like you do in Ultima Online, and you could pick the lock of the door. Oh my god. I mean, that's kind of nice, though. Good to know. I don't see how you prevent some monk from FDing on it to kill mounts for the lulz if nobody... Oh, yeah. Yeah, they could definitely do that. You don't like games with all humans? Like Ultima Online, you mean? Yeah, I mean, you can still add races to it. You don't have to make it all humans. Ultima Online was great. I still hail bank guards in towns to this day and fear someone is pickpocketing me. Right? I loved Ultima Online. I might have enjoyed Ultima Online more than I did EverQuest. I don't know, man. It's a tough call for me. I was a little younger when I played Ultima Online, though. I think I was like 14, 15. No, that would have been Meridian 59. I must have been like 16 when I played Ultima Online. 16, 17. And I played, and then I played EverQuest when I was about 18, 19. Yeah, it's just, I loved Ultima Online. Sacrilege? I don't know, man. Loved UO. That's why Galaxy was so amazing. PV UO from the start. Yeah, it kind of was. Yeah. Yeah, Star Wars. Very similar. Earth spells are weird though, because it would just be physical projectile, kind of. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'd be okay with them like Elementalist having like a hurl boulder kind of spell, and it just hits for like 500 earth or 500 physical damage or something. I think it'd be good. Thanks for the M&M content. Yeah, no worries, Vlad. Appreciate you stopping by, saying hello. I will be making more of that content soon. I'm kind of waiting right now to do much other content because I'm kind of waiting for them to figure out what they want to do with this game. But I don't know. I've got some ideas for some more content that I might do, that things that they're not going to change, you know? Like layouts of zones. I don't see them changing that too much. Like walk through a zone, show where different camp spots are, where different names spawn. I think things like that could be fun. A lot of UO did that, still hasn't done since. Yeah, UO was a very special game. So I played LARPs when I was younger. Anybody played a LARP, live action roleplay? And something that I always wanted was a mixture between Ultima Online and LARPs. So in a LARP, or in Ultima Online, you could own your own house, right? And you could lock the door with your key, and other players couldn't get into it. But what if you could choose to go lockpicking as on your class, and you're like this thief, and you could pick the lock on a house? Then, to have extra protection, you could have something like a ward. So you could put a ward on your house, or a circle of power or something around your house. And only people that had access to that could get into it, but those would cost like a lot of money. I think something like that would be really cool, like mixing a LARP and and like Ultima Online together. Lightning Bolt, exactly, just like Lightning Bolt. However, we didn't say lightning bolt. We said, I call forth a lightning bolt. Literally, that was a spell. You could go show the deep elves that are in game. Where are the deep elves at? Which ones? I mean, there's all sorts of stuff in the game that kind of hidden. But now what I might do is like a zone tour and pick a zone like Night Harbor, right? Walk through Night Harbor, say, here's this, here's this, here's this, different types of things. I might do that. But I want to do that for like Fallen Pass. I want to do a Fallen Pass walkthrough showing where you can go in Fallen Pass, where the different camps are, because I have people that ask me sometimes like where the drakes are. People don't know how to get to the drakes. They're kind of, well, there's easy drakes to get to, and then there's the higher level drakes. Scarwood, I believe there's a group of them guarding a cave. Sounds right, yeah, maybe. I don't know Scarwood super well. I want to check out Scarwood. Like, that's what I might do on my Beastmaster. If I start playing that in the mornings and streaming that content and just playing the Beastmaster, I think I'm going to try to stay over on that side of the world a lot longer. And we'll stay, like, in Evershade, go to Keeper's Bite, make our way into Scarwood. Scarwood's like, you could start over there 20 or 30, probably. There's just not a lot of mobs, but there's a bunch of mobs that are like 50 over there. Or like high 40s or something. You should definitely do some cooler places to level up. Wormsbane, I don't know. Oh god. I didn't know about until after I out-leveled it. I was too busy fighting. Yeah. The poachers in in Scarwood, yeah, they're the same level as the poachers in Keeper's Bite. There's just not as many of them. There's like that one camp. Well, it's like one large camp, I guess. That's why I don't like going there, right? Yeah, they're the same level as the higher ones in Keeper's Bite, exactly. But there's a bunch of giants over there, and then there's some more. Oh, I know what the Scarwood ones that you're talking about, the deep dwarves or whatever that's in Scarwood. Yeah, I know exactly where those are. I killed those at one point on the alpha a long time ago. I think Gam and I were killing them for a little bit, kind of goofing off. Couple buildings of giants. Giants are in a couple different areas. Did they announce when the final stress test is? Stress test, no. They haven't announced any further test yet. Outside of this one. They said there was going to be one more, at least one more like weekend test. I suspect it's going to be longer than a weekend. I think it might even be a week-long thing. But we'll see. And then they're probably going to do an additional stress test. So we'll probably get two different tests out of that. The boat ride between the starter cities is a mystery to me. Haven't explored the islands off the ship. Oh, I could tell you all about that. Level 58? Yeah, we hit level 58. I'll probably hit 59 tomorrow. And then 60 by Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know. It depends on how much Gith wants to power level me and sit here and do this. And how much stuff we do in the evenings. I mean, who knows? Well, once I hit 60, I'll probably stop playing Criddle during the day, and we'll be doing the Beastmaster during the day, unless people are on, and we can do some fun stuff. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Try to go camp some stuff, you know, get some cool gear. Show off some cool areas. Any reason for getting to 60? Just in case they add in raid content. Well, or they adjust raid content, or we get enough people together to do the raid content. That's the reason I want to get to 60. So I'll get to 60 and try to gear up. And then when or if they decide raid content is going to be something that they want to test out in the beta, then we'll do that. But I already have like a decked out character on the alpha, the old alpha server. So we could do the raid content there. I don't know what they're going to do with that, but they definitely need to get some of that raid content in and test it out, because right now it is currently very broken. Very, very broken. Yeah, who knows? Add it to the list. Exactly. Who they want to do what? Okay. Do they have the stuff for it? Oh, for sure. Yeah, I should be 60 by like Wednesday, Thursday, if we keep doing this. Yeah, and I can get here early. That's not hard for me. Yeah. I mean, potentially I'll be 59 tomorrow. I mean, potentially, it depends on what we do, yeah. And then... Exactly. Be done with it, and then we're good, and we can just do whatever we want to do from that point. And during the day, we can go camp stuff, or, you know, farm items to raid bosses, or whatever. Yeah, we're talking about maybe doing a raid next week. We'll see. That's what Esar was just talking about in comms. So you might be able to see some cool stuff next weekend. Maybe. No promises. Frodo has Sam, Criddle's got Esar. That's true. Yeah. We have each other. We definitely have each other. Esar and I are two players that probably play more than anybody else together, right? Like, we're both just always around and always on, and we just happen to play together a lot, so it works. The issue is we got to figure out who we're going to have as our healer for early access, because he's going to be playing a monk for early access, so we're going to need a healer that can at least log in. I think we have somebody, though, that's going to be able to do it. That's going to be able to log in and at least, you know, spot heal us as needed. Want to support the devs, but wonder how much content there really will be at early access launch. Not enough to justify $50 a month sub for months and months. No. I would say yes, there is, depending on how much of the game you played. We all know Sam was a true hero. I would say Esar's a true hero in this game for me. Yeah. Yeah, he's always the one thing I will say about him that he's always kept me motivated to continue to play these kind of games. You know, like, I play them a lot, but I wouldn't play them as much if he wasn't on and willing to do stuff as well. Like, we kind of work that way where I always have somebody to do something with. And since I play tanks often, I can't do much by myself. So it makes it nice. Good to hear is I'll play nothing like the amount you're playing. Yeah. The amount that I play, this game would take you probably 6 months to do everything in the game. Like, I'm talking about if you wanted to level up to 60 on your main character, do some raids, like get into some raids, like the first time around, right? But the problem is the second time around, like, people that come up behind that will be able to do it a little bit faster because they don't have to gear up for the first round of raids. They can just get to level 60, instantly jump into raids, get gear. Whereas people like myself, we're going to have to get level 60, gear up on tons of group content to be able to gear up enough to do the raid content. So that's what we're going to be doing. MM Cartographer website would be useful. Are they going to be making that? You're playing a healer at 6 a.m.-ish EST? Uh-oh. Right-row. We might be calling on you. Might be calling on you. I don't know. Yeah, we've got a guy that's going to be a healer for us, I think, for early access. But if he just happens to not be around, we may need a healer. The MM Cartographer site is live? Is it? Nice. I haven't checked it out. Do they have a lot of maps on there, or how's it going? You're an altaholic, so slower progression all around. If you're an altaholic, you got a year plus worth of content in this game. Like, it's a stupid amount of content. Cleric we named Crudo. Nice. All right, yeah, absolutely. I'll let you know if we need a healer. You know, I'll be here streaming once early access starts. I'll be streaming all the time. I'll probably like build a little box around my little workspace here. Most likely, I will be streaming in the evenings though, without my stream light and camera and stuff on. Won't be talking much, but we'll be going. We'll be streaming. Server interest poll? I don't know, Lucky. I don't know when they're going to do that. Soon is the only thing that I know of. Maps are all the existing zones. Some maps with much more info than others. Check it out. Yeah, we'll have to check that out. If I want to be an archer, should I actually rock a ranger? It seems to be... So, archers and rangers are definitely different classes. So the archer is going to be a little bit more DPS, a little bit less utility. Yeah. Good. Have people been camping it or something? They got 2 of them in 2 weeks? Wow. Well, we got mine. That's all that matters. We did. It was like our second kill or something. If I want to be an archer, should I actually rock a ranger? So yeah, that's what I was talking about. Archers are, yeah, more DPS, less utility. Rangers are way more utility, less DPS, more versatile. So it depends on what you want to do. Archers will go through a lot of arrows. Like 2,000 arrows per hour at higher level. So you got to bring a lot of... Not 2,000. Like 1,000 arrows an hour at higher level. Yeah, about 1,000 arrows an hour. So they go through a lot. I stop around 9 p.m. Unless it's wild. Raids are different. Yeah, we'll be going from like... I imagine 6 a.m. to midnight Eastern, and then we'll see. We'll see what happens after that. My plan is 6 a.m. to midnight pretty much every day from start of early access until I hit level 60. Might be more than that on some days, but probably not less than that on most days. Because I know that, like, Gith is West Coast, Kaz is West Coast, so they're probably going to go later into the night. But we'll see what happens. We'll see. I'm not like in a rush. I'm not going to try to be like world first to 60. But we definitely want to be there as quickly as possible to be able to try to farm in-game gear and get into raids and such. But that's just how we play. It's what we do. Were the characters reset during early access? Yes. Yeah, these characters are going away in 50 days. So like why I'm putting in this much effort right now is kind of dumb on my part. If I was not a content creator, if I was not streaming and making YouTube videos, I would not be playing this game this much. Yeah, it'll be these characters are just going away in less than 50 days. They're going to be gone. And then EA will be all new characters, yeah. Wake up at 3 a.m. Against my wishes, Florida time. Ew. Ouch. Ouchies. Yeah, I would definitely wait until June. If I wasn't, like I said, if I wasn't a content creator, I would 100% be waiting until June to play this game. Or if I was a content creator that played other types of games and I was a successful content creator, I would continue to be playing those games and only play this every once in a while just for funsies. I would absolutely not be putting in a ton of time into this game. There's just no reason for it other than to get data for the devs to help them out. Outside of that, yeah. Knowledge for yourself, I guess. But a lot has changed. We're learning a lot. These like new itemization changes that happened this week. That's all stuff we wanted to know about. Learn the map and basics and form a plan. Yeah. Pretty much. The thing is, though, a lot of this is going to be thrown out the window come early access because we're going to get new dungeons. We're going to be getting Rothold. We're going to be getting Fallen Watch. So 2 new dungeons that potentially could hold a lot of new items, especially Fallen Watch, which is going to be level 50 plus. So potentially that dungeon could be like some of the best gear in the game. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it, Shiden. Do all the mobs have multiple items with stats on them now? I wouldn't say all the mobs, but yes, most named mobs have multiple items with stats. So yeah, tell Gith he is a favorite person of mine on this server. Always buffing the lobies. Yeah, he knows. He's here. He's in chat somewhere. He's listening. He definitely buffs everybody. Don't expect that, though, on early access. Early access, he's going to be a monk. He won't be buffing anybody. Yeah, he'll be doing the opposite, training people, exactly. He's going to be training all the lobies. Right now, he's helping everybody so that he can build up his karma, so that when EA comes out, he can destroy his karma. That's what he's doing. Oh, you're an opposing guild? Well, good luck. Oh, man. You didn't mean FD there. I sneezed, right? That's what happens. All the professions in game? No. Not even close. We've got blacksmith, tailoring, leatherworking, jewel crafting, enchanting. You got cooking, kind of. Alchemy. Trying to think of what else there is that's currently in game and functional. No masonry or tinkering? No, not yet. Tinkering is maybe at some point. Carpentry. Oh, fletching is in, but it's only kind of half done. Like, well, not even half done. It's started. Carpentry is in, but you can just make like crates, so it's not really that great. Fishing, you can fish, but it's not really worth doing. But you can fish. Is that even worth doing? I feel like the food does nothing. Well, not really, no. Cooking is not really anything special right now. I don't know what Kaz or Gam is doing there. What? I'll go get it. Easter, can you root that mob that I'm coming by? Yeah. I sent him a message. I'll run over there. See if I can get it. I wonder why it's... Why is it in the middle of the quarry? No, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just like, from why is it there? Of all the places that it could be, like the mob doesn't spawn near that. It's like pretty far away from that. No, it doesn't. It's just weird. I'll give him like 10 gold or something. I don't care. I can't do anything with his money anyway. You said it's in the middle of the quarry? Because I'm in the middle of the quarry. I know where... I think I know where he's probably at. Nice. Look at that. That was easy. I didn't have to camp it. Yeah. What are those Vindicator gauntlets? 8 strength, 6 stamina. Those are good. Yeah. Oh, that cloak is lovely when I'm farming dungeons on my Necro. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm just happy to have it because I don't have like a... can I cast it out of my... Wait, does it must equip? On click, any slot. I guess you have to equip it, right? No, you don't even have to equip it. What the heck? What's the effect? This right here. It's a damage shield. Getting some seriously fast, good XP there. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy good. Crazy. That's what happens when you get power leveled. So yeah, this is a damage shield, so... I had to pull up damage shields on here. Let me see if I can do that. We'll go... Open window. And then we should be able to go combat... Detrimental damage shields, mine. There you go. 12-point damage shield. Self only? You know, I'm not sure. We can find out. Yeah, I'll find out if I can put it. I don't know if I can put it on myself or not. I gave the guy 20 gold for loot rights though. Like, what am I gonna do with it? I'm not gonna do anything with it. I had gold sitting on me, so I gave him 20 gold. Yeah, give me a second. I'll see if I can put it on GIF. I can't take it with you, exactly. Is there an EU server for the beta? No. I think the all the servers or Eastern, I believe. Let's see if this puts it on me or Isar. Nah, self only. I'm a gamer dad taking a week off for EA, but conflicted in my approach. Do I join a static group that I would be able be with for a week and then drop off, or just solo druid the whole time? I would ask the group that you're joining, because there might be like a static group that you can join that will be like, hey, for the first week we're going to play a ton for the static, and then after that we have a set time that we're going to try to play every night. And see what your group wants to do. Because you might be able to find a group that's like, we'll do a static, you know, just for the first week. I would be very careful, though, doing that. Because if you get into a static group with a very group-focused class... What is this? Flame of the Favored. What does that mean? I don't know what the heck that means. If you get into a static group, though, then you might out-level everybody else, and then you're going to have a rough time after that. Like, trying to level up, you know, if you get way ahead of people and you don't have the static anymore. So I would definitely make sure that you are in a group that, or in a class that, that can solo if you need to. The damage shield goes up as you're hit from that cloak buff. It seems like it started at 12. Let's see. Remove buff. Let's see what happens. Damage shield. I don't know. Nope. 12 damage. No, it doesn't. It's not doing anything. Doesn't seem to. Static and blast for a week. When is the next time you get to game with friends for a week straight? On the game launch, just do it. I mean, I would say just do it, but if it's not like a static that you're going to be able to stick with, just make sure you're playing a class that can solo. Oh, no, there it goes. It is 4 damage, yeah. Now it's 4 damage. Wait, but it's... I've got 2 stacks. Now it's 8 damage. Okay, so I guess... How does that work? It didn't seem to go up when I got hit. It just seemed to, like, go up randomly. Yeah, I get the 3 stacks, but how do you get more stacks? It's not going up. Okay, there it goes. It just went up again. I guess it's just random when it procs to give you the buff. Wait a minute. I wonder if, like, this Cinder gives you a chance to proc the damage shield, which gives you Flame of the Favored. That must be what it is. It's a chance. Yeah. When you take melee damage, you get stacks up to 3 or 4 damage per stack. Yeah, it doesn't seem when you take damage, though. It's like you have a chance when you take damage for it to proc. Or something weird. Yeah, it's not like every time that you take damage. So yeah, it's like a reverse proc. I like that. That's neat. This is definitely going to be a dungeon, by the way, at some point. Got to be a dungeon in early access. Yeah, see that every time that boom goes off, that's the damage shield reactivating. I had a thing like that in EverQuest 2. It was like every time you took damage, you had a chance to proc an area effect damage thing. Well, I will take it. It's going to be kind of annoying, though. Wong! 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 Whatever. Those gloves are really good, though. 8 strength, 6 stamina gloves. Those are really good compared to what I have, which is 4 stamina, 25. So this is technically more health, but less strength. Yeah, I got to figure out where I'm going to get gear from in early access. Like, I know where some decent gear is, but I got to figure out where to get, like, best in slot gear. Like, there's really good gear out there. So this is the gameplay loop for leveling up in EQ-like games. I mean, this is a way to do it. Yeah. Most people will probably not sit here like this for 9 hours, like I have today. But yes, this is a way to do it. Uh-oh. Might have to go eat here soon. Let's see. 20 minutes? Got dinner in 20 minutes. So yeah, I'll probably wrap it up here for the day in a little bit. Eat some dinner and then back on here. In the morning. In the morning. Uh-oh. I lost my damage shield. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now I got to remember to keep my damage shield up. Ugh. I hate having to do that. "10-second cast time." What mob? Or what gloves? Are they Vindicator gloves? Yeah, they're... Somebody just showed them to me. The guy that gave me the cloak, he linked me the gloves too. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, those gloves are good. They're a little bit more strength than what I've got. Can you train it down here where we are? Yeah, let's bring it down here. We'll kill it real quick. I'm a lifelong WoW player, sort of interested in this. Opted in yesterday. Here's hoping. Yeah. WoW, if you played WoW in, like, early WoW, like 2004, 2005-ish era, then this is going to be very similar, right? It's going to be very similar to that kind of thing. I mean, the slower gameplay, you know, more methodical, strategy-based, less actiony. I prefer this gameplay over World of Warcraft. I feel like World of Warcraft got too like arcadey over the years. I'm totally gonna forget to put this buff up all the time. We gonna do something after dinner, or what do you guys want to do? Okay. Oh my God. Rick dog. Sup, dog? We were talking about that joke the other day. We were in the car going somewhere, whatever. Remember the joke, like, where you say, smells like up dog in here, and somebody goes, what's up, dog? And you're like, not much, what's up with you? And my girlfriend decided that she wanted to do that joke. She wanted to be cool, you know. This is years ago when she was younger. And somebody, like, she was working with just said, hey, what's up? And she goes, what's up, dog? How about you? Just without doing the whole joke, just kind of completely skipped the joke. And yeah, so ever since then, you know, it's Kaz is slow. All right, I got it. Go away. So this guy's down in the quarry too. Is this the? This might be for the quest. For the heal clicky. Oh yeah, it's got the breastplate on it with lesser spell shield. That's the one you wanted, right? But I can use it. I want a spell shield. No, it's got the breastplate. I don't want this for stats. Like, it's got 10 wisdom on it. I mean, it's good, but I want it. That lesser spell shield is insane. All right, well, I looted it. Here, I'll see what it. Let me see what it does. What's lesser spell shield? How much damage is that? Oh yeah, it's a 1 hour buff of. Hang on, let me look. That's 10 AC and health. Yeah, that's awesome. Does it have to be a must equip? Yeah, you got to equip it to cast it, but it's an hour-long buff, so, you know, whatever. Yeah, I mean, you can have it for your cleric. It's definitely more of a cleric item. It's got 10 wisdom on it. It's just fun having clickies, though. Oh, we got 2 skeletons coming. Why don't you charm one of these guys? I'll charm one of these and kill the dwarves with it. No, it's not. I pulled 3 earlier. It was real good. Yeah, free 10 AC, and I heard how much health that was. That's worth having right there. Yeah, he rooted it. Yeah, show me where that spawns, or Easter where that spawns. We can... Well, just for future. Wait, when you go in the top and he's like all the way in the back? That guy? Oh, yeah, I saw that guy up the other day. I should have just killed it. I probably couldn't have killed it by myself. Yeah, I probably can't solo it, but Isar should be able to. I'm wearing it. Actually, I'm not wearing it right now. I took it off. There, I put it back on. That's like a gold. It just looks like a gold breastplate. Doesn't look that great. Yeah, it's my breastplate that I have is like the same. Oh no, that's the. It's the same color as my cloak. Yeah, the gloves are like a side grade, slight upgrade. But I want to have that clicky for sure. Like it's just straight AC bonus, like in a shield that I can't get. Yeah, it's an hour-long buff. That's insanely good. Normally, so it wouldn't be good for like a Shadow Knight or Paladin or anything because they get a better version of it. But it's really good for me. But Shadow Knight and Inquisitor literally get that buff. They get the whole line of those buffs. So it's good for Cleric, good for Fighter, good for Paladin. Alright, let's kill this one and then I'm going to go AFK real quick. You want me to help you kill those? I mean, I can. I doubt he's up 100%. You don't prioritize agility, strength damage more useful? I mean, I don't not prioritize agility. Strength is just much easier to get. In fact, I put on this ring. Nope, not this ring. I put on this ring over another one of these rings because it had one more agility on it. And 4 AC on it. And then more HP. So it's just easier to get strength than it is anything else. Oh yeah, you probably would steal it if you use a charm pet. What do you think drops the most stat-wise? Strength? For plate gear, yes. I mean, it depends on the gear, though. I mean, but strength is pretty common. I definitely would not be putting points into strength on character creation. I will not be doing it. For my fighter. Because it's the easiest one to get. Plate drops a lot. Plate does seem to drop a lot. An int plate drops a lot too. I do too much DPS? Yeah. Yeah, they're good DPS. Fighters are. I don't even have that great of weapons. Yeah, that helps. Agility greater than Dex, greater than others. For tanking? Yes, kinda. I mean, stamina for health, and then agility for avoidance. 57 AC and 10 wisdom. I mean, it's it's way more AC than what my chest has, but it doesn't have any of the stats. Like, I don't need the wisdom at all. But it is, yeah. 10 AC and then health. Let me look, see what it is. 25 health. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go, though, for now. Avoidance greater than max HP. Well, it depends. It depends on how much max HP and how much avoidance, right? So, like, you got to factor that in. If you're getting, like, 100 HP and 1 agility, the HP is probably worth more. But if it's like, it depends on how much of which. There's like we got to get like an effective HP calculator somehow. I mean, I don't care. If we're going to do something afterwards, it doesn't matter to me. I'll only be gone for like 15 minutes or something. Not that long. But it's up to you guys. If well, I'll be back. I have no idea, but I'll be back in a few minutes. We can do whatever. But anyway, appreciate everybody being here. It's been fun today. A lot of great discussions. I will be back on here tomorrow morning, probably around 9 a.m. Eastern, give or take. And hopefully, you come in, say hello, and hang out with me. Take care, everybody. See you next time. Bye.